the sovereign of the desolate sands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Chills. 2 days later, it was the 7th day of April. Early in the morning, the wet fog was clinging to the city. Hong Fan finished his morning lessons and went out from the Wei family courtyard in the north of the city to the south of the city. After living there for more than half a month, he was already familiar with the road under his feet and the scenery along the roadside. Shengsheng Street had the largest market in the city. Now there were 20 official distribution points, selling pancakes at half the pre-war market price, and there were long queues at each one. In the southwest of the market, the military office temporarily opened a window. The families of soldiers could buy smoked insect meat at a fair price based on their status. Tens of thousands of insect corpses were harvested in the two wars, but compared to the 500,000 people gathered in the city, there was not enough meat to share. Hebei City was the largest city in the west of Shenzhou. It originally had a large population, and now it was even more excessive, but no matter how dense the flow of people was along the way, everyone kept their words and movements low, and even the crying of children could not be heard. As Hong Fan walked, he felt this strange silence. It seemed like fear of disturbing something, but it also seemed like determination. Anyway, there was nothing to say. A quarter past the hour of Chen, 7:15 in the morning, he climbed the tower, listened to the military briefing, and then reinforced the city wall by turning sand and soil into rocks. Across two sections of the city, Dai Wengchen was revitalizing stone strips to repair the gun mounts. Ordinary earth warriors, including Xiao Chu, could not control solids such as rammed earth and bricks that had been bonded and fired. There were only 2 star gods in the city who could do this. In contrast, the power of activation of the mind god was not limited to materials. Sand, stone, brick, copper, and iron were all no problem. The sand world was specialized in one thing and one in terms of scope and magnitude. 2 hours later, the women carried baskets to the city to deliver food. Hong Fan's mind flow was interrupted. When he looked outside the city again, he found that the water level was half lower than in the morning, revealing the giant insect shells that had been soaked for 2 days. A faint stench floated in the wind, mixed with the smell of water and soil. The damaged embankment of Yaohu Lake had been repaired by 2 tree gout's personal guards carrying rocks. Over the past 2 days, most of the accumulated water has flowed to the southeast where the terrain is lower. At the same time, the workers are digging underground to divert the water to deeper places. But no matter what, the swarm of insects will not be able to organize an offensive for at least 5 days. A whole day passed in the busyness of every minute and every second. Hong Fan went down the city at dusk. His mind was drowsy. Solidifying the city wall is a mechanical job that does not bring much mental burden. What really consumes his energy is what he has been thinking about. Over the past 2 days, Hong Fan's thoughts have been scattered. First, he thought of flamethrowers from the fierce fire oil tank. Then he went to biological and chemical weapons, and finally he even drew a few sketches of special pig hunting spears. This kind of spear has a hollow spearhead and a built-in trigger-type high-pressure gas cylinder. A large amount of air can be blown out from the spearhead in an instant, making large wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds instantly incapacitated. I think it will also have a miraculous effect on real insects. Of course, the more straightforward answer is always thermal weapons. Provocative drugs, smokeless gunpowder, rapid-fire rifles, heavy artillery. All of these are far away from the current Hebei city. The only thermal weapon Hong Fan can rely on is himself. After dinner, he reported to the city guard's mansion and left the city at night. That night, there were repeated thunders in the uninhabited valley hundreds of miles northeast of Hebei city. From Cannon to Vulcan Cannon, Hong Fan has already completed 90% of the journey. The sand flow is the base, and the body is the skeleton. There are 6 gun barrels on the left and right, and the excitation links are independent. In 1 second, the red light and fire bloomed 6 times, and black stars flashed in the canyon, breaking 6 meters wide rocks. This is the maximum firing rate that the Vulcan cannon can achieve, and it is also the destructive power that exceeds that of low-level Yuan magnetic warriors. Hong Fan is still unable to do 6 things at the same time, but it is easy for him to complete one aim every 150 milliseconds. The reaction time of an innate master is at most a dozen milliseconds, and he often completes multiple games within 100 milliseconds during combat. As for the recoil, it doesn't matter. The power of an innate warrior is enough to overturn an infantry fighting vehicle. Even if he leaves the fixed cannon hoe to make a mobile attack, he will lose a little accuracy at most. The biggest problem is the output power of the true essence. The operation of the Vulcan cannon fully loaded both the sand and fire essences. After firing a dozen or so rounds, Hong Fan felt a burning pain in his meridians. Even if he tried his best to share the load of the sand world with his body through the body gun barrel integration, he still had to wait for a while. This is not a problem of method, but my problem. He dispersed the sand's flow and whispered to himself. Apart from power, the total amount of essence is the second problem. Even if it is calculated at its peak state, the Vulcan cannon cannot last for a minute. Technical optimization has come to an end. Hong Fan found a dangerous cliff in the wind to sit cross-legged, and quickly entered into meditation with the sound of the rushing cold spring. Under the dragon soul tree, the vitality has been slowly digesting. There is only a little blur left in other parts of the spleen and stomach meridians. In other words, he is very close to the innate 3-in-1, and only needs a small opportunity to break through. Since leaving Jinhe and settling in Zijing, Hong Fan has created a bigger and bigger situation, and the affairs he has to deal with have become more and more complicated, especially since he went south to Shengzhou. He even has less and less time to devote to serious practice. According to his physical talent, it is hard to say whether he can enter the Xianshan. If he wants to open the meridians by himself, it will probably take more than 5 years of hard work. His pace is too fast and he can't slow down. But in the interval between the wars, he only feels that he particularly needs the concentration and optimism that he once had in Jinhe City. The stars and the moon rotate, and the night is gone in a flash. The next morning, Hong Fan took advantage of the wind to fly back to the southwest. The Yahoo Lake in the sun has not changed its appearance, still like an eye with a light blue sclera and a deep iris, and the surroundings of Urbay City, which is attached to it, are already bald everywhere within a dozen miles, with little green. On the lakeside north of the city, several black smokes are as tall as corridors. Hong Fan knows that they are cremating the dead. Urbay City is surrounded, because the temporary burial pits in the city have been used up, and cremation is the only way to avoid the plague. Hong Fan flew to the top of the city wall and saw the defenders covering their faces with wet cloths. He smelled a foul odor while he was wondering. The water outside the city had completely receded, leaving only the same muddy ground, rotting insect corpses, and a number of half-dead lake fish that occasionally bounced. The sky was dim and the wind was heavy. In the silence, only countless worker insects were waving their limbs in the mud, drilling in and out of the shells of the dead real insects, feasting on the food left by death. Hong Fan watched for a while and felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 452 Sanxi. April 15th, the 31st year of Zen. The moon is full like a plate, shining coldly on the capital. The imperial study room in the palace is named Sanxi Hall because of the ancient proverb, a scholar aspires to be a virtuous man aspires to be a saint aspires to be a god. The building is paved with white jade, and 7 teams of 49 imperial guards from the pure realm are scattered around, with golden swords and silver armor, shining under the moon. 20 meters in front of the main hall, a purple-robed warrior stands alone with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly closed. His surname is Zhao and his name is Long. He is the current emperor's concubine cousin, ranked 100th on the Earth list, and his honorific title is Purple Air coming from the east. Beyond the gauze window pane, the wall on the side of the corridor is covered with the mulberry paper, and the relief painting on the paper is themed on the sunrise in Haze How. Those who enter the door turn around and see thousands of waves surging first, and then hitting the new sun in the sky, and the floating clouds on both sides gradually tilt according to the perspective ratio, with subtle three-dimensionality. The floor of the hall is paved with blue and white tiles, and the seams are gilded. A plaque is placed high in the main hall, with 4 characters on it, exquisite and grand from the 9th to the 12th, a total of 4 days. The insect tide has added about 2,000 real insects. The third offensive began on the 13th, which lasted for 10 hours, and there were 10,000 real insects left. A deep male voice echoed in the hall. The speaker was about 30 years old, wearing a black gauze hat and a red brocade dragon robe. In 3 battles, Urbay City suffered a total of 31,000 casualties, especially in the 3rd battle. Gu Yixin was hit by Xiao Tang Hoang and his ribs were broken, and his lungs were seriously injured by lightning. Fortunately, He has taken the 9-turn green light pills brought by the Imperial Sister, and can recover to 70% of his combat power. He pushed an open text message across the rosewood table. The letter was not picked up. Don't worry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Her Highness the Princess has not used the Chaos Realm yet. Urbay City can at least defend for another half a month. The speaker sat across the table from the Crown Prince, looking at the enamel bottle on the table. The candlelight rippled, emitting fine light in the stamens of the gemstone-simulated peony in the bottle. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Xiao Yan's face darkened slightly, and his hands clenched into fists under the table. Half a month, that's until the end of April, a middle-aged man in his 50s spoke at the center of the long table. Guanzun, the dragon summoning festival is still 16 days away. Can you let him out? He wore a golden winged hat and a bright yellow brocade dragon robe. He was the current emperor, Xiao Sen, and the Guanzun he was talking about was Guan Qianjian, the president of the supervisory council. No, Guan Qianjian replied flatly. The sandalwood on the table was blown by the man's breath and spilled on the black jade paperweight. Yesterday, I tried again, but the dragon's body was too much, and it almost woke him up. As he spoke, he pressed his eyebrows heavily, and the few strands of gray hair on his forehead twisted and flashed, bursting with purple brilliance. When can it be done? Xiao Sen asked. The hall was silent for a moment. On the spare board under the window lattice on the side of the hall, a miniature lacquer painting screen was faintly reflecting purple light. According to the current progress, it won't be enough in the next 2 years, and the erosion will be deeper, Guan Qianjian replied with his eyes downcast. Xiao Yan changed his sitting position and breathed a little heavier. Xiao Sen pierced his eldest son with his eyes. 5 years, at most 5 years, Guan Qianjian rubbed his knees and gave a definite number. It's not that I have to force the dean, but time waits for no one. The tests have become more and more intensive in recent years. Xiao Sen nodded and sighed. First, the snake demon in the northwest caused trouble. At that time, he didn't dare to send Yuanzi directly, but sacrificed blood on the spot to take advantage of the loophole. Fortunately, Hong Jian appeared in Jinhei, which was a lucky break. Then it was the Sea Clan, and now it's the Insect Clan. He narrowed his eyes slightly to hide his worries about the collapse of the building. Since the 11th year of Zheng, the Zulong has not appeared, so they are naturally active. Guan Qianjian's tone was free and easy. More than active, Xiao Sen's voice was uncertain. Sending 2 tree god guards openly, it's really, Your Majesty, isn't this all expected? After all, they are indispensable nodes of the formation, not to mention that the Sea Clan's Yuanzi who crossed the line is still fine. Guan Qianjian leaned back in his chair and rubbed his brow habitually. The conversation was interrupted here, and the 3 of them were silent for a long time. Father, Yuanzhen, the Imperial Sister asks every 3 days, and half of Shengzhou is rotten. Are we just going to wait? Xiao Yan suddenly asked, wiping the sweat from his palms with his sleeves. Mr. Fan of Hongdao City sent the 3rd letter today, and he is very concerned about the situation. This time it was the Zerg who broke the rules first. If ordered by the Emperor, he is willing to go west to Broken Heart Valley and sweep the entire Shengzhou. Fan Longqiu achieved the unity of heaven and man, and was honored as 3-foot unique, and was one of the top 3 heavenly masters in Shengzhou. Xiao Sen did not answer, but looked at Guan Qianjian. Your Highness, calm down, the latter twirled his beard and teased. The rules are not broken. As long as Zulong is here, the rules are here. As long as Zulong is here, the rules are here. Guan Qianjian looked at the straightened sandalwood with deep meaning. Wait until the Dragon Calling Festival, the biggest festival. Please issue an edict first, and then sweep the ground and clean up the holes. He pressed his hand on the table and made the first decision. Xiao Sen nodded silently. Okay, then I will ask Lord Fan to wait a little longer. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but was interrupted by laughter. What is he waiting for? It will take a lot of effort for the little guy surnamed Fan to kill the 2 insects. How can he sweep the ground and clean up the holes? Guan Qianjian laughed. Wait for me to write a note, and then let one gish go. April 17th. Urbay City. The morning glow burst from the horizon, and the sky was as moist as an oil film. The insect tide launched a 4th attack before dawn. Guyixin was too seriously injured before, and he was not healed despite the good medicine. His fighting power was exhausted. After struggling with Xiao Tanghuang for most of the day, he was obviously exhausted. In this way, even if he himself did not want to, he was still ordered by Xiao Chu to avoid the battle. In the early morning of the next day, Xiao Tanghuang, who had lost his opponent, could not be stopped by anyone, and he went up to the city. When the purple lightning shattered the corner tower, Xiao Chu, who was sitting behind the city, took off the golden umbrella on her back. Holding the umbrella handle, she pushed up with force, and instantly felt 2 rows of sharp teeth growing on the umbrella pole piercing into her palm. The pain was sharp and mixed with sourness and numbness, as if it involved the 5 internal organs. The bright red blood embedded with gold threads flowed down the umbrella handle and disappeared immediately. Within a few seconds, Xiao Chu's right hand turned from rosy to pale. At this time, she could no longer feel the pain, and only pushed the umbrella with her will in the spinning world. Thick clouds covered the city at some point. Xiao Chu's cheeks also lost color. The moment the chaotic world was pushed away, the invisible raging waves rose up and spread out with the city wall as the center, shaking off the clouds in the sky, revealing a clear sky. The bright moon shone widely. Hong Fan seemed to have heard nothing and saw nothing. He only knew that his sixth sense for innate spiritual energy had completely failed, and his inner essence had stopped recovering. After a moment, a huge shadow engulfed the top of the city, and the moonlight disappeared. The swarm of insects suddenly lost their command, and some stopped or retreated. Hong Fan chopped off the heads of the soldiers with a big axe, and took the opportunity to look up, and saw a huge umbrella that seemed real and illusory covering the sky. The dragon pattern on the umbrella was convex and twisted, as if trying to break free. The rustling of heavy iron armor came from behind the city. They were the most elite guards of the princess. Xiao Tanghuang, Gu Yixin shouted from afar. Xiao Tanghuang knew that something was wrong, so he retreated to the back formation and hid in the swarm of insects. The top of the city was filled with cheers of "Your Highness is mighty." All the soldiers took advantage of the situation to counterattack, and the most violent among them was the chief of the nobles, Dahua. He was the first to go down to the city to slaughter, and wasted his inner essence without regard for the consequences. The one-sided battle lasted for more than an hour. It was not until the early morning of April 18 that the civilians left the city to clean up the battlefield. The fourth battle of Urbay City ended after 26 hours. Chapter 453 Iron City. The huge green ship sailed on the endless sea of clouds. Hundreds and thousands of oars were lined up on both sides of the ship, mechanically operated by men with bare upper bodies and green cloth around their waists. The world was flying backwards. Hong Fan on the deck didn't know where he was. He only remembered that the paper he was about to submit had not been typeset yet, so he hurried to ask, "Where are we going?" The moment the voice was uttered, the centipede-like oars of the giant ship stopped at the same time. The wind and clouds also froze. In Hong Fan's eyes, thousands of faces turned around to follow the voice, without facial features, but replaced by dark and bottomless holes. Perception was withdrawn from the moment. Hong Fan seemed to be a spirit sealed in the abyss, wandering in eternal loneliness, unable to find a way out. "No!" he roared with all his strength and pulled his side back. The giant ship shook violently. The bow crashed into the cloud wall. Hong Fan fell on the deck, seeing the torn clouds hanging on his fingertips, and the cold and wetness covered his body. In the mist, prying eyes were vaguely visible, full of hatred, densely piled up like insect eggs in an ant nest. He was surrounded by huge malice on all sides. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't remember home. He only felt weightless under his feet. The huge ship fell out of the storm, like a blue meteor hitting the sea, rolling up waves. The deck was shattered. Hong Fan fell down and hugged the keel tightly. When he looked up again, he saw that there was no sky or clouds in the world, only a huge tree towering over the sky. Only then did he realize that those eyes were not eyes, but trembling leaves. From the beginning, there was no ship in the clouds. What he was holding in his hand was not a keel, but a leaf vein as big as a city. Chirp! Hong Fan suddenly woke up, sat up abruptly, and heard the crisp sound of birds. There was twilight in front of the window. It is dusk now. On the bedside table, the bandage changed early in the morning had not yet dried. It was dusk on April 18th. Hong Fan pinched his upper arm and found that the wound was no longer painful. Just as he was restless and recalling his dream, the housekeeper of the courtyard came outside to report that there were many guests. The visitor was Shi Yuanwei, who was lame. He held 2 fire cakes in his hands and sat down at the end of the bed without any hesitation. He stretched out his hand and handed one to Hong Fan first. When he took it, he started to chew it and talked about gossip while chewing. Dai Wangchen rushed too deep into the battle and was exhausted. In the end, He was bitten by a bug and one leg was broken. When I saw him today, he had a new prosthesis made of black iron. The fire cake was very heavy, and Shi Yuan Wei had a big mouth, so he ate 1/3 of it in one bite. I heard from Xiao Lin Luchuan, that this morning, the guy met two officers laughing on the road and thought they were mocking him, so he got angry and slapped them in the face in public. Hong Fan stared at the dusk in a daze. He was really crazy last night, probably because of your highness, Shi Yuan Wei interrupted. Hong Fan turned his head to look at him and motioned him to continue. I also heard from the second son of the Wei family that although the Chaos Realm needs to drink dragon blood, it is fine as long as it is not used frequently. However, if it is used excessively in the short term, it will transform the dragon veins. Shi Yuan Wei lowered his voice. Hong Fan nodded, without saying anything. Since the war, Hebei City has lost more than 40,000 people, so this little blood is not a big deal. But thinking about it, he felt a sense of shame for harming others and enriching himself. For the Star Lord, death is a ladder to climb high. Not only himself, but also through the sense of the Fate Star, he clearly knew that Hu and Dahua also benefited a lot from the war. In the third battle, Hu Zhuang was close to the peak of the innate, and Dai Wangchen was even higher. Hong Fan, this insect meat fire is so delicious, why don't you eat it? You have been absent-minded all the time. Shi Yuan Wei finished the fire in 3 mouthfuls, looked at the one in Hong Fan's hand and asked, "Brother Shi, please forgive me." Hong Fan handed the fire back with understanding, and looked down at his palm. I woke up and broke through to the innate 3 and 1. After these words came out, Shi Yuan Wei, who was still at the innate 1 and 1, was speechless and lost his appetite instantly. April 22nd. 4 days later, the southern wall had been restored to its former glory with the efforts of the 2 star gods and countless craftsmen, with only more colorful patches. At noon, the scorching sun bit Hebei City. The insectide launched a 5th attack under the strong light. With a precious rest time won by the Chaos World, Gu Yixin's injury further improved, and he once again faced Xiao Tanghuang. This time he was assisted by Hong Fan. Yin Fi, who was dead, and Shi Yuan Wei lost his speed due to his leg injury, so there was no better choice. After 4 major battles, the enemy sides had become familiar with each other, and there was no more testing back and forth, just killing and dying step by step. The defenders took turns in turn, and the tug-of-war lasted until dusk. The setting sun was dim. A red star shuttled through the clouds, and occasionally overflowed with red clouds. At some point, Zhou Wenniang and Zhe Lei, the strongest fighting force, had moved the battlefield above the city. Night had just fallen. A red light flashed around the sky, and then a green light flew down and hit the city section 2 miles east of the battlefield, shaking people and horses within dozens of meters. Zhou Wenniang laughed heroically and chased after him, but he didn't expect Zhe Lei to stay and fight on the spot. Not long after, he hit the city wall again while avoiding in a panic. It was the same section. The city wall, which was solidified into rock, only had 2 gaps of several meters square, but the whole was slightly tilted, with cracks on both sides. Zhou Wenniang had already noticed that something was wrong. The overall combat power of this giant insect was not as good as his, but its physique was more than 1 level stronger, far from being defeated. Zhe Lei, who had revealed his true intentions, no longer concealed himself and charged for the 3rd time despite the blow. Then, under the stunned gaze of countless defenders, a section of the majestic city more than 20 meters wide actually collapsed vertically into the ground. Dust shot into the air like sharp arrows, and the collision sound was dull, accompanied by huge shocks. The bottom has been hollowed out. In the watchtower behind the city, Xiao Chu leaned on Luanji, and his heart suddenly turned cold. I have monitors everywhere under the city, and people are on duty day and night. If there are underground fortifications, how can we not hear the digging sound? Wang Shengrong's voice trembled and was about to fall. His arm was immediately supported. It's running water, Xiao Chu had reacted. Since the Yaohu Lake burst its stem, water has accumulated outside the city for several days. During this period, the insect swarm dredged the water system underground, which was all in the monitoring report. But no one in the city thought that, taking advantage of the noise of the underground water flow at that time, they also took advantage of the situation and quietly dug under the city, even in order to avoid the inadvertent induction of Hong Fan passing by the ground. The underground cave was dug extra deep. There is no point in pursuing responsibility. Since the city wall was missing, the insectide immediately divided its troops. Xiao Chu also sent out a reserve team, with the most elite Guantuan guards to plug the gap. But how to plug it? In a field battle, the soldier bug's body weighing hundreds of pounds, combined with a dual drive of muscle and hemolymph hydraulics, can instantly burst out at a speed of 20 meters per second. Even a heavy tower shield can be smashed at once. More and more flames ignited and moved in the city. People in Urbay City said that there was a sense of doomsday. Xiao Chu was stunned for a long time, and trembling hands pushed open the chaos world for the second time. The giant umbrella was raised high, and the dragon shadow was flying. Under the leadership of more than 100 heavy armored soldiers, the front line was pushed back at high speed. But the handsome bug was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity, and continued to add fuel to the front line, burying more than 2,000 real bugs, and carried on until the chaos world effect ended after midnight. Hong Fan knew the situation had changed, but he could do nothing. In the dark night, Xiao Tang Huang shuttled silently, shook off Gu Yixin, and dodged 2 rock bombs in a row, and encountered the third one 30 meters away from Hong Fan. He hit the bullet head. Red flames erupted, and were pushed back by the materialized purple essence, dispersing into fire lotuses. Purple light penetrated the flames. Hong Fan was struck down by lightning and fell into the insect swarm, smashing an unfortunate soldier insect into pieces. The pain came and went, and there was a constant buzzing in his ears. He glanced down and saw that the front of the sand armor had melted into magma. His chest was churning with internal organs, but he felt no pain, which showed that the injury was serious. The giant insects immediately surrounded him. Gu Yixin's angry shouts and Xiao Tang Huang's ridicule faded away. Hong Fan's limbs were sore and he forced himself to breathe. He sent out thoughts several times to drive the sand armor to recover, and his brain felt like it was being pricked by needles. The first insect soldier approached. The giant claws were raised. Hong Fan tried his best to hold his arms up, ready to fight. At this moment, an iron snake jumped up from his side, pierced straight into the soldier insect's eye socket, and then passed through the gap between the armor and the mouth. The insect soldier was limp as if it had lost its bones. "Get up!" Hong Fan heard the shout, turned his head and saw a thunder-patterned iron foot stepping beside him. And then he was pulled up rashly. The one who came was Dai Wangchen. He was wrapped in iron clothes and his injuries could not be seen. The lower half of his face skin was torn off, and the exposed muscles were twitching, like an evil ghost. "Your injuries?" Hong Fan was shocked and asked instinctively, but was interrupted by the sudden increase in the grip on his arm. "Hong Fan," Dai Wangchen's eyes were like swords, and his low voice was like a roar. "After Dai dies, you will be like me, devoting yourself to His Highness, and never stop until your death." In the center of the battlefield, Hong Fan saw this man's face clearly for the first time. His facial features were very tight, his nose was flat, his mouth was protruding, and his eyebrows were sinister. Only in those dark eyes was there an indescribable pride, as if something insignificant was burning in them. A giant hand stretched out from the mud and waved away the rushing general insect. 7 iron snakes roamed in all directions, killing everything. "No, I won't." Hong Fan received the gaze, took a deep breath, and replied word by word. The latter was stunned when he heard the words, and couldn't continue. Countless lights and sounds occurred and intersected at this moment. Golden light and purple lightning entangled in the low sky. Yao Xin dragged the green flame to cut into the white rainbow. Zhelen Yi held up his horn and pressed the red sun into the deep lake. Under the dim moonlight, the black wave was hitting the city. Dai Wangchen frowned, gritted his teeth, his tense cheeks trembled, and a few drops of scarce bright red blood squeezed out of his muscles. Then when he turned around, his whole body suddenly relaxed. How? He stepped on his iron feet and jumped into the insect swarm. The sound left behind seemed to be anger, as if laughing, but the thin back was deeply engraved in Hong Fan's vision. The huge hole in the east of Urbay City was still open. The 2 tribes fought around this place, and the casualties increased several times. Hong Fan did his best to share Gu Yixin's pressure. 2/4 of an hour later, he felt the ground shaking under his feet, and he saw a deformed monster as tall as a 5-story building rushing out of the city against the tide of insects. It had a flying eve on its head, long brackets on its shoulders, doors and windows embedded in its chest, and it carried mud as muscles between wooden pillars and stone walls while walking, and swung its huge fists covered with steel. That was not a battle force of the innate level. In the noise of the war, Hong Fan vaguely heard a loud and crazy laughter. That laughter came from the world and resounded outside the world. After a long time, the tide of insects receded slightly. Avoiding the purple electric net, Hong Fan gasped and recovered his breath. In a daze, he heard the sound of a strong wind breaking through the clouds again. He turned around in panic and saw a golden light rising into the sky and soaring eastward. Another fruit grew on the branch of the Dragon Soul tree. On April 23rd, at the time of C, a little after 10 in the morning, the war was temporarily stopped. Hong Fan ate and drank silently for a while, and when he recovered a little of his true energy, he went up to the city from the trail. The wounded had been carried away long ago, and the laborers were either dealing with the bodies or washing the blood. He walked through the crowd, looked at the place where the stinging thunder hit the city, and randomly found a defect in the opposite direction and began to repair it. A quarter of an hour later, Hong Fan heard footsteps coming from afar and stopped not far away. He turned around and saw that it was Xiao Chu who was patrolling the city. "Your Highness," he stood up and greeted. Xiao Chu was wearing a scarlet military uniform, with his hands tightly behind his back. His face was much paler than when he met yesterday morning, and almost returned to the look when the two first met. "Young Master Hong, there is no need to be so urgent to repair the city defense. How are your injuries?" Xiao Chu forced a smile and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Hong Fan shook his head and asked again. "How is Daijun?" "He passed away." Xiao Chu's face was wooden, as if she didn't expect Hong Fan to ask this. "The true essence is exhausted, and the body is fused with the external objects. It has not been separated at this moment." After a moment of silence, she added another sentence. Hong Fan nodded and looked at the deformed monster sitting in the gap of the city wall 100 meters away. "Daijun has turned into a base city," he sighed in vain. Xiao Chu finally lost color after hearing this, and sadness appeared in her eyes. "Your Highness once taught me that there is an old dragon in the Yu Lake, and Urbay City got its name from it." Hong Fan looked at her, but his tone was more proud than ever before. "Now, after 24 days of fighting, more than 50,000 people have sacrificed their lives from Daijun onwards. How does it compare to the old dragon?" Xiao Chu couldn't answer. Hong Fan then stood still in the city wall and pointed to the thousands of chimneys behind the city. "Your Highness, the lake may be a ruin without its dragon. Only when people gather together can there be an iron city." After whispering this, he lowered his head and continued to repair the city. The wind was whistling. Xiao Chu was stunned and stood there for a long time before leaving. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 454 Vulcan. April 24th, 300 miles northeast of Urbay City. Dusk. The clouds swallowed up the sun and evolved into a dazzling orange light. On the top of the cliff, Hong Fan took off his boots, stepped on the bare rock, picked up the boulder, bent his hips and exerted force, and lifted it with one hand. This was a boulder that was more than one person tall and weighed more than 10 tons, but he did not feel any effort when moving it. In the past month, Hong Fan's body functions have become more and more outstanding, and his strength and speed have exceeded that of warriors at the same level by 30%. In particular, the amount of true energy has increased day by day, reaching twice that of ordinary warriors, excluding the upper and lower Danshan. In terms of the increase ratio, although it is not as good as Feng Xian King, it has exceeded Xiao Xiangxi and Xiao Kefe. It is obvious that this is not something that can be brought about by the gap in other realms. At the end of June last year, when Hong Fan first awakened the solidification power, he found that his bloodline was becoming a dragon, and Dai Wangchen's death obviously promoted this process. Dai Wangchen. Thinking of this name, the twisted giant statue that died of exhaustion sitting on the city wall appeared in his mind again, making him feel melancholy. But no matter what, progress is a good thing after all, especially in the current troubled times. It can solve the urgent needs of him and Urbay City. In this nameless wild valley, today, Hong Fan mastered the Vulcan cannon. 6 shots per second, full degree of freedom barrel, muzzle velocity of 800 meters per second, and a maximum range of 2,000 meters. In just 3 seconds, 18 thunders connected in a line, and flames exploded in 18 different locations 300 to 500 meters away. In terms of battlefield killing efficiency alone, this killing method surpassed most Yuanzi warriors. Hong Fan had many original ideas along the way. But the Vulcan cannon is different from those sudden inspirations. It was his long-cherished wish to replicate the hot weapons of his previous life and create high-powered continuous fire artillery. Starting from the sand shotguns of the Hunran realm, to the sniper sand and artillery, and then to the current Vulcan artillery, after 3 years, he finally achieved his goal. It was like a long-distance race reaching the end, and he was both satisfied and disappointed. The sand flow dissipated. Hong Fan sat cross-legged on the ground with his knees propped up, and saw the gray sunlight, draped over the mountains like a curtain. The birds chirped suddenly and melodiously. Looking closer, there were cuckoos blooming at the edge of the forest, scarlet and dazzling, as hot as burning, and as silent as death. He was shocked to realize that it was already dawn. After the war, the bodies were cremated in Urbay City as usual, but there was not enough firewood, so 2 sheds were temporarily demolished to make up for it. After a month of siege, the combat power of both sides has increased and decreased. With the hatching of a new batch of insect eggs, the number of real insects that had dropped to 6,000 after the 5th battle suddenly increased back to 20,000. A total of 53,000 people were killed or seriously injured on the human side, and only 30,000 soldiers were still able to go to the city. Most of these 30,000 people had not received much military training. Many of them were lucky enough to survive this month and were forced to become veterans. After 5 major wars, the casualty ratio was increasingly biased towards the Zerg. On April 25, Hong Fan returned early in the morning and saw thick fog on Yahoo Lake. The fog was moving wetly in the wind, like a white elephant heading to its own grave. There are many signs of approaching death. It is rumored in the market that every day someone violates the ban and crosses Yahoo Lake, and is either arrested and sent to the death squad, or dies under the bites of flying insects that attack the ship. The dock looks even more dead, but the curfew is being relaxed. The business of the brothel is particularly good. At dusk and night, Hong Fan often hears drunken howling, absurd and desperate, regardless of crying or laughing. On April 26, the newly armed 50,000 militiamen have received their weapons and assembled for orders. April 27. The night dew has not yet evaporated under the morning sun. On the top of the city wall, the soldiers who had been huddled by the brazier in the middle of the night saw big birds circling in the east, and they were excited and gave instructions. Some said it was a wild goose flying north, and some said it was a golden eagle hunting. From the size to the posture to the temperament, the group of people argued fiercely, and some fierce ones took out silver from their inner armor on the spot to gamble. At that time, the money gathered was over 100 taels. In fact, the bird was too far away, and it was impossible for ordinary people to see it clearly. But no one cared. It had been too long since there were any animals other than insects passing around Urbay City. In the time it took to smoke a pack of cigarettes, the imaginary golden eagle disappeared from sight. The insect tide launched the 6th attack. There were only a few heavy artillery on the top of the city wall that could fire. Originally, 3 of the 14 innate level combat forces died and 4 were seriously injured, and only 7 could go up to the city. The only good news was at the Yuanzi level. The last time Zhe Liqian broke through the city wall, he was injured by Zhou Wenang, which balanced the weakness of Gu Yixin's combat power and formed a 2-2 stalemate. Thus, Hong Fan was liberated. He wandered around the top of the city wall, trying his best to look at the life and death of the soldiers with a cold eye, and regarded everything including himself as a bargaining chip for victory, and only used the most efficient way to maintain the front line. Half an hour passed in a flash. The swarm of insects smashed the south gate and the stone slabs behind it. Hu Zhuang wore 3 layers of special steel armor, like a reef in the city wall, and he would use all his strength when he smashed the hammer and pickaxe in his hands. Every time he was hit, the twisted armor pieces flew out. At the time of C, the first team of militia was replaced on the city wall, tempering death in consumption. The battle was deadlocked and the dispatch only needed to follow the routine. What was most needed at this moment was morale. So Xiao Chu took 3 pills with different effects, carried a sword and shield, and went to the city wall with 100 guards to suppress the 2 sections of the city. At the time of U, close to 5 p.m., the defenders of the 17th section of the city retreated and were completely stopped by the swarm of insects. Hong Fan and Xiao Chu, one in the east and one in the west, respectively, rushed to the enemy and took back their positions. During the short interval when they were changing their weapons, several more sections of the city were in danger. The situation was on the verge of collapse. There is no other way. We have to rely on the chaotic world. Xiao Chu took off her helmet and turned to ask Hong Fan. The consequence of the degeneration of dragon blood is far more than a reduction in combat power. Her originally pale cheeks were now completely bloodless, and her eyelashes trembled, revealing a little weakness. But before the other party could reply, the princess gave her an answer in a cold and resolute tone. We can't wait any longer. We have to rely on it. Xiao Chu threw down the steel whip fiercely, and reached back to pull out the purple gold umbrella, but was grabbed by the wrist. You said that the turning point would have to wait until the dragon summoning festival. Hong Fan tried to speak in a relaxed tone, but sweat oozed from his forehead. There are still 4 days until the first day of May. This umbrella will be used later. Why wait? Why should I wait? Xiao Chu frowned and smiled bitterly. Looking at the top of the city wall, there were giant insects standing up 2 or 3 meters high everywhere, which had already made the defenders breathless. Screams were coming one after another. I have a new killing method, called Fire God, which is even better than the super quality. Hong Fan took a deep breath, stepped forward a few steps and stood beside the shattered young battlements. What did you say? Xiao Chu laughed angrily. Hong Fan, what's wrong with you? This is not a battle. This is a war. She saw the sand wings and the cannons, which were undoubtedly the most advanced creations, but the current situation was definitely not something that could be solved by a killing method. Especially the one using the killing method was only an innate. Give me another Donglian's Henbeo pill if you have the chance. Hong Fan did not explain any more, but reached into his arms and took out something and put it into his mouth. Xiao Chu held up the Chaos Realm, her mind in a mess. She seemed to see that his empty hands were empty, and what rolled down his throat and swallowed was probably just saliva. Are you kidding me? But the next second, the person in front of him, whose true energy was already empty, suddenly surged like a volcanic eruption, and even his injuries were recovering at a very fast speed. A fire was burning in Hong Fan's upper and lower dantian. Just like thousands of attempts before, he pulled up the yellow sand smoothly and built all the structures in a breath. The memory reappeared in his mind. He turned around and charged into the battle array in the desert, defended the Hongdao mountain alone, beheaded Wu Xingyun in an instant, and traveled through life and death on Fengai Ending. After 4 years of coming from afar, he accumulated firewood and accumulated fire, and finally he could let everyone here witness the glory of another world. Sand and fire are ruthless, don't complain. The loud voice stopped the clouds. The sound wave faded away in an instant, followed by thunder that broke the sound barrier. The airflow spread and blew away the sand. The first bullet was aimed at the eye socket of the soldier insect 50 meters below the city, hitting, penetrating, and exploding in just a moment. The flame spread with a shock wave, killing all the sub-insects within a few meters. 6 barrels, muzzle velocity of 1,000 meters per second, 300 grams of TNT equivalent, 800 meters effective range. The sand flow of the gun body is rotated at any time, and the rifling is repaired to ensure strength. The real insects are slow-moving giant meat targets, and Hong Fan has hardware qualities far beyond all the sharpshooters in his previous life within 300 meters. He will not hit the second one if he aims at the third compound eye. Each bullet not only hits one enemy, but also hits the enemy with the best killing effect. When the God of Fire was activated, Xiao Chu was dumbfounded and stood there. After a few breaths, he didn't even know that the Chaos World had fallen to the ground. There were 6 consecutive battles under Urbay City, and it was the first time that a one-sided battle occurred. With Hong Fan as the symmetrical center, a line of thunder and fire spread from near to far to both sides, wiping out the line of the insect tide like hot water melting thin frost. Xiao Chu stood beside him, staring at this 3-meter-high golden sand giant statue without moving a step, purifying the battlefield bit by bit. The bricks of the city trembled, and the heat wave hit her face. She felt that she was in a dream, and it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. 1 minute, 60 seconds, 360 rounds of artillery shells, 360 real insects, thousands of sub-insects. The power of a single shot seems to be just that, but because it is continuous, the killing power is equivalent to the simultaneous power of several low-level magnets. In just 3 minutes, more than 1,000 real insects and more than 10,000 sub-insects died at the hands of Hong Fan. Except for the top of the city where there was no space for shooting, everything within 100 meters was completely wiped out. The battle on the city gradually slowed down, and the killing line of the God of Fire was still advancing. All kinds of noise gradually died down. Lin Luchuan pulled out a steel ruler and kicked away the soldier bug that was paralyzed in front of her, when Changqing stepped on the corner tower, with green silver threads hanging from his fingertips. Hu Zhuang, with his upper body naked, rushed out of the city gate, holding 2 giant claws that had been torn off. The generals of the Shengaiyu army on the watchtower looked at each other, not knowing what orders to give. From the civilians to the innate, most people were confused, and the few Yuan-Xian Yaohua who realized the change in the situation could not help but recall the blazing star that once spanned the sky. The handsome bugs were also stunned. They have a long life, and many individuals have experienced dozens or hundreds of conflicts and battles, but they also cannot understand this scene. Fire attack, single shot power is medium to high, long range and accurate, and has lasted for 257 seconds. Optical and spiritual observations have confirmed that the attacker is Hong Fan, in the innate realm, or is it this abnormal individual? Is the intelligence inaccurate again? What's the situation? I have lost all 3 signals in front. The front line is empty. Should we send more troops? It's hard to describe. We seem to be sending. In the information space, the brains of the insect swarm summarized the losses, quickly completed communication and unified opinions. Retreat first and observe. There are more than 1,000 artillery pits on the vast land within 300 meters in front of Urbay City, many of which are still emitting green smoke, and the burnt and smelly insect corpse fragments are everywhere. The effect of the dragon soul fruit has ended, and the bombardment has stopped. In these few minutes, Hong Fan was shrouded in high fever, injured and healed and injured again, and was tortured by the severe pain. His willpower was almost dry, and he could only barely keep the sand body from dispersing. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the handsome insects who were paying attention to the battlefield in various ways thought he was exhausted, so they turned the insecticide back and shot back. It may be a test, or it may be a fluke. But Hong Fan had expected it. Although the recovery effect of the dragon soul fruit has disappeared, his meridians and Danshan are still full of the last true essence. Amidst the wild laughter, the Vulcan cannon fired again until the handsome insects, who had lost more than 100 real insects, gave up completely. From the iron silence, surging cheers burst out. Blazing star, million victory, thousands of voices came from thousands of people, who threw weapons, shoulder capes, and helmets, and left thousands of tears of surviving the disaster after their throats became hoarse. The gentle wind blew away the high fever. Xiaochu looked at the black waves that retreated in a hurry, and felt that her whole body was floating and light, and she couldn't stop the moisture in the corners of her eyes. Hong Fan, is this true? She asked softly, but she didn't hear a response. She turned her head and found that the outer layer of the majestic and strong golden sand armor had peeled off, revealing a liquid dark red. It turned out that the high heat that continued to stimulate the accumulation of the blazing fire true essence had already melted the gravel into magma. Huh? Hong Fan panted softly, moved slightly to shake off the sand, revealing a charred body that was unsightly. His clothes had been burned long ago. His waist and arms were all carbonite, and there was no trace of flesh and blood. How far have they retreated? Hong Fan asked hoarsely, unable to stand but unwilling to fall. But willpower could not replace the disabled muscles. Xiaochu quickly approached, took him into her arms, and hugged him tightly despite the high heat on her skin. The insectide has retreated 3 miles, and we won this battle, she said with tears. Tears dripped on Hong Fan's cheek. Crisp and cool. He focused his eyes and saw a pair of golden eyes and black eyelashes embedded with transparent crystals, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. The iron hairpin fixed his long hair, and the ends of the hair were burned yellow by the high temperature. The neckguard broke and fell off, revealing the light blue cross collar of the inner garment. In the corner of his eye, a purple gold umbrella was abandoned on the ground. Are you okay? Xiaochu tried to soften her voice. Let your hair down. Hong Fan's lips were cracked, and the words he uttered were like sparks splashed by coke. What's wrong? Xiaochu was stunned. Let me see the wind, Hong Fan murmured. She was slightly startled when she heard it, and then she realized that the man in her arms had severe burns all over his body. Since the nerve endings were burned, he naturally no longer had any sense of touch. Xiaochu nodded repeatedly, raised her hand to pull out the hairpin, and shook her long hair to let it spread in the wind. The blood and rust all retreated obediently at this moment. She looked at the soft curves of Kingshang Mountain in the distance and suddenly smiled shyly. What did your highness say? Hong Fan's ears were buzzing, and his mind was getting more and more dizzy. Nothing. Xiaochu looked at the young man in her arms who looked helpless for the first time, and remembered the resentment she had felt when she failed to recruit him several times, and her cheeks were flushed. I said you are a national hero, you can't be insulted, she coaxed gently, no longer calling herself this palace. The sunset was setting at this time. Thousands of lights passed by, and the setting sun was like a mouth, blowing on the world. In the woman's arms, Hong Fan had fallen asleep. Chapter 455 Swordmaster. Hong Fan was dreaming in a daze. In his dream, he was running a business in Zijing. Everything went smoothly for many years, and finally he saw the opening of the railway. To celebrate this success, he held a banquet in Tinghe Pavilion, and gathered with a large group of people including Hong Jian, Wu Ruai, Chu Lui, Duan Xianan, Gu Yixin, etc. People came and went at the banquet, and dozens or even hundreds of faces changed. Hong Fan was slightly drunk, and So Shen Moi and Tang Xiaoyao each dragging Shen Tixin and Tang Xingqing to the table, insisting on marrying them to themselves. As a result, in order to compete for the position after the marriage, the two old men had a few words and fought in the hall. The guests laughed. Hong Fan stood up to persuade them, but inadvertently found that Hong Jian, who was in the main seat, had left without knowing when, and Duan Xianan was quietly walking out of the main door, and his heart suddenly panicked. "Why are you in such a hurry?" He was about to chase out of the door, but was grabbed by the shoulder and pulled back, falling straight into the sky. When he woke up, the first thing Hong Fan saw was a stubble-covered old face. "You woke up," Shi Yuan Wei said in surprise, with a spicy smell of raw garlic in his mouth. "Ah, yes, I was just dreaming." Hong Fan turned his head and saw the flickering candlelight on the table and the darkness outside the courtyard. "What time is it now?" he asked. "On the night of the 28th, it's almost 9 p.m. Shi Yuan Wei threw the remaining clove of garlic into his mouth and chewed it, then limped to the table and took back a glass of cold water. Hong Fan raised his head and drank from it, and found that the cup had a small hole, and the porcelain glaze was shining with many colorful spots, which was definitely not an ordinary item. "This is not my cup," he asked in confusion. "I was wondering how the Wei family could give you a cup with a hole, so it must have been left by the prince," Shi Yuan Wei said suddenly. "Why is her cup here?" Hong Fan leaned back on the pillow. "She stayed by your side for the first few hours you were unconscious, and she bandaged you herself," Shi Yuan Wei said sourly. "The medicine you are using now is called White Snow Fragrant Cream, which is a royal product from the Forbidden City. It is said that 1 ounce costs 200 or 300 strings of cash, and I guess half a pound was used on you." Hong Fan felt a little warm in his heart when he heard this, and he looked up at the neatly bandaged bandages on his body. "Your Highness, as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, is really meticulous in his work." "Tisk," Shi Yuan Wei sneered. "Your Highness changed the bandages you used this morning, and now you are all bandaged by me, old Shi." While they were talking and laughing, the news that Hong Fan had woken up spread, and within a quarter of an hour, more than 20 people gathered in the courtyard. Xiao Chu was among them. Although his blood color had not yet returned, his temperament was as valiant as usual, as if the laughter and tears on the top of the city had never happened. At midnight, Zishao Wen Changqing, the best doctor in the city, gave Hong Fan acupuncture, and then changed the bandages. Midnight. Everyone had left, the courtyard was quiet, and the only team of the princess's guard stood guard outside the wall. Hong Fan slept for half the night, and was awakened by the itching on his calf. He reluctantly got up and untied the bandage. Under the thin moonlight, the carbonized epidermis of the burn had already scabbed. The vitality of an innate warrior is extremely strong. Although the injury he suffered this time looked terrible, it was no more troublesome to treat than the invasion of external evil and the entrenching of true essence. In addition, with the assistance of top-level trauma medicine, he recovered quickly. But the faster the injury healed, the more unbearable the itch of the skin and flesh. Just scratch 3 times, just 3 times, Hong Fan couldn't hold on, and scratched a new scab with force, and it really bled. This blood shocked him. Hong Fan forced out the blazing true essence from his fingertips to illuminate, and after a moment of observation, he struggled to get out of bed, rubbed the table to light a candle, and stepped on the table to look again by the light. But no matter how you look at it, the red blood flowing from under the scab is full of gold. Could it be that the blood is mixed with a snow-white fragrance cream? He whispered to himself, completely untied the bandage on his calf, and made a new cut with his fingernails on the sole of his foot where there was no wound. The blood flowed out, and it was indeed embedded with gold threads. Hong Fan tied the bandage back, extinguished the candle in a daze, and sat at the head of the bed. He had known for a long time that his blood would turn into dragon. At the end of June last year, in Jinhe City, he looked into the body of the sand world, but the process from tiny gold spots to conspicuous gold threads was too fast, so it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. If a newcomer suddenly appeared and exposed his dragon blood, everyone would only think of him as an illegitimate child or a member of a great family who had fallen into disarray. However, as a genius, Hong Fan had been injured in battle many times in public, and many people had seen the original color of his blood. As everyone knows, there is only one way to obtain dragon blood after birth, and that is to take blood from the air of the dragon and refine it before taking it. For example, Wan Guangji in the past. This is not only not a righteous method, but also will arouse strong hostility from the aristocratic families. In the future, we should try to avoid bleeding in battles. In addition, we should wear gold and red clothes, which can not only cover up injuries, but also use the fading of fabrics as an excuse. Hong Fan's mind was in a mess, and he was seriously injured and weak, so he soon fell into deep sleep. On the last 2 days of April, the insect swarm watched from afar because they were afraid of the god of fire. On the first day of May, Dahua and Jiaxiao celebrated the Dragon Calling Festival together, and Shenjing held an especially grand ceremony. The more than 400,000 people in Hebei City did not know all this, and they did not care. In fear, they were just glad to have spent another day safely. On the second day of May in the early morning, dark clouds covered the city, and no sunlight could be seen. Heavy rain tortured the world frantically. In the past few days, nearly 10,000 real insects have arrived, and the number of insectides has increased sharply to 28,000. The balance of power inside and outside the city has been completely unbalanced. By noon, the insect swarm could no longer hold back and actually marched in the unfavorable weather. There were no cannons on the city wall, and the scattered heavy crossbows penetrated the rain curtain, making it difficult to discern the results of the battle. The battle started directly on the top of the city wall. Although the three Zerguanzi focused on their opponents, they never left the battlefield. Obviously, this was to enter the battlefield at any time to restrict Hong Fan. But they didn't know that the latter himself had no dragon soul fruit to use. At noon, the rain reached its peak, and waves of bombardment on the top of the city wall with strong winds not only blurred the human flags and drums, but also diluted the pheromones of the generals. A golden light suddenly appeared in the heavy rain curtain, cutting through all the water droplets in the passage. The purple lightning formed a net and deflected the sharp blade of Vajra Zhi. While Xiao Tang Hoang was dealing with Gu Yixin, he felt the uneasiness in his heart from an unknown source. Only a few hundred meters away in the city, Hong Fan's forehead twitched and he also noticed something unusual. He pushed his wheelchair out of the eaves, looked up at the clouds in the heavy rain and relaxed his mind, but soon his perception became blurred. The sudden rain is a transparent meteor moving in reverse. And I was hanging upside down in the sky, overlooking the gray and wet earth. Big things are coming. Xiao Tang Hoang repelled Gu Yixin, and his uneasiness reached its peak. Is this a punishment from God? But what we did was all done by Zulong. How could it be possible? He used all his strength to restrain the urge to escape, and forced Gu Yixin to retreat with 100% of Zixio Zinun, looking towards the east. There was a rain curtain between heaven and earth. Xiao Tang Hoang didn't see anything, but he felt it was dazzling. At low altitude, Zhe Lanok Zhou Weniyang away, deliberately brushed past the top of the city, and crushed a corner tower. Those affected flew dozens of meters high and fell to the ground like mud. Zhe Lei vibrated his mouth parts proudly to provoke. At that time, thunder rolled down with rain, and a sword sound was faintly heard in it. The sound of the sound was angular, and it seemed to be the 4 words "death is coming." Xiao Tang Hoang felt a chill in his heart when he was floating on the top of the city. Just as he was about to call Hanayan and Zhe Lei, he heard a loud bang in the depths of the universe. The cloud reef split straight apart. A ray of sunlight split like a knife, breaking the endless rain curtain in two. Hong Fan looked up and saw invisible ripples flashing over the city, and then all the wind and rain were shattered into mist. The sunlight was stored in the mist, dazzling and dazzling, as if a mountain of light was descending from the clouds. The sound of rain was escaping. The heavy clouds slowly parted, pushing the dividing line between light and shadow between the city and the land. Xiao Tang Hoang clasped his trembling hands together and realized that he had been holding his breath for a long time without realizing it. He looked up at the sky with all his strength, and saw a figure flashing in the vastness more than 10 miles away, and in a breath he was at the top of the sky. Taoist crown, long beard, hands behind back, gray robe, the hem of the clothes rolled in the wind. The eyebrows and eyes were sharp, and it was as sharp as a knife. Although it was clearly within the range of Yuan Si's vision, he could not make out his face. 6th on the heavenly ranking, sword opens the world one gish. Xiao Tang Hoang opened his mouth and murmured, but he could not hear his own voice. I came here on the orders of the ancestral dragon, and there are no taboos. Juan Gish held a scroll above his head with his left hand. Under the sunlight, the golden light was shimmering and the sound of a dragon was faintly heard. Then he pointed his right hand at the insect swarm and spoke like an order, "Kill you all." When Xiao Tanghuang saw the ancestral dragon's order, his face changed from absurd to angry, and finally to fear. Purple light burst out, and he turned and fled at full speed. Juan Gish didn't even look at it, just put his fingers together and waved. Transparent sword energy ripples chased out, and caught up and crossed in a moment. A burst of blood disappeared into the sky. Xiao Tanghuang's head and corpse flew diagonally for a moment due to inertia, and fell in a parabola. A dragon soul fruit was born in Hong Fan's sea of consciousness. Almost at the same time, Zhe Lei, who was fleeing in another direction, was cut off by a sword energy, but he still flew hard. Juan Gish glanced at it, added a second sword, and cut it down completely. Seeing this, Han Yun lost all hope, opened and closed his mouth parts at a high frequency, flapped his wings and rushed back like a white rainbow, and was hit by the fourth sword energy before he got close. Seeing the three enemy Yuanzi who had been entangled for a long time die in a breath, Zhou Wenliang, Wei Yuanbei, Gu Yixin and others looked happy, but there was also melancholy between their brows. The sword just now was called Return to Oneness, which is the most famous killing method in Tongshan Sword Sutra, known as surely hit, sure to kill. The two pieces of Han Yun fell under the city like a mud block. Xiao Chu held the chaos world and witnessed all this, and finally unloaded the heavy burden and sat down on the top of the city. The insect tide turned around and went down the city without hesitation, as if the tide retreated from the reef. But Juan Gish's killing intention was not limited to the chief culprit. He swept across the battlefield like an eagle, and wherever he went, there was a sword energy as thin as silk and as dense as rain covering 100 meters, killing insects more easily than mowing grass with a sickle. Wan Ho sword. This was the second time Xiao Chu had seen this unique skill. The last time was in October of the 27th year of Zheng, when she stood on the top of the mountain and saw the tide stop flowing as the sword flashed, and the broken limbs of the crazy ghosts fell like rain. It's over, it's finally over. Xiao Chu hugged her knees and sighed, instinctively turning back, as if to find someone. But there was no one behind her. Only the Hebei city washed by the rainstorm was shining brightly under the scorching sun. Chapter 456 Breakthrough. The insect swarm had been attacking for more than 100 days, and the situation was as solid as a rock. However, the sword of the martial saint came from the west, and it completely overturned the situation. From the 2nd to the 5th day of May, Juan Gish first destroyed the mother nest, and then quickly swept through the Sanshan Basin, killing more than 800 general insects in total. On the 6th day, he broke into the territory of the insect tribe in the western wilderness of Shangzhou for 500 miles alone, destroying them wantonly along the way, and returned to Xianan City in Hanzhou after a day and a night. The overall situation has been decided. On the 8th day of May, Hebei City had a clear sky and flowers blooming in the wild. Hong Fan's injuries were mostly healed, and he got rid of his wheelchair. He watched Wen Changqing, Shi Yuanwei and other Purple Ribbon inmates escort the coffin of the Star Lord to the capital in the east of the city. Just a day ago, he witnessed with his own eyes that everyone separated by Wangshan from the tangled mess of bricks, tiles and mud walls, and the latter's inhuman corpse was dried and contracted like Ma Jingsha in the past. Cars and horses left the city. Mountains and rivers are in the north. The wind's fingers plucked the strings of the lake. Hong Fan climbed up to the top of the city wall, and watched the Purple Ribbon convoy disappear behind the hills in the ruins for a long time. He seemed to foresee his own fate in a trance. The next day, the summer was even hotter. The wilderness outside the city was moistened by the heavy rain in the past few days, and a sparse layer of tender green emerged. Hong Fan's injuries were 50% healed, and his true energy circulation was unimpeded. He was ready to return north alone. Because he had asked to keep a low profile in advance, few people knew about it and saw him off. Everyone drank farewell wine in the suburbs, and Shanghayu Army Sima Wang Shangrong repeatedly apologized for the absence of the princess and Shiqiang's Haguang. Hong Fan would not worry about such things. He knew very well that no one in the world could kill half of the scattered Zerg in Shangzhou in 3 days. Juan Gish let go of the upper and lower ends, and only caught a middle as the command node and killed the general insects. This was the most efficient way. As for the low-level Zerg that were rampant in the west of the valley like wild beasts, and the general insects who were hiding quietly and lingering, they could only be eliminated bit by Xiao Chu, who led the army westward. At noon, the wine was finished. A few dandelions fell from the east, landing silently, and I don't know how far they traveled in the wind. The desolation outside Urbay City will only be temporary. But the damage to the ecology and population south of Fian Pass may take more than 10 or 20 years to repair. With this thought in mind, Hong Fan asked Gu Yixin if he was willing to move his family to Zhejiang, and got a negative answer. Both he and his old parents wanted to stay in Urbay City temporarily, and then move back to Maoyan in the southwest little by little. The sand wind broke through the air immediately. Gu Yixin and Wei Yuanbei accompanied and escorted for dozens of miles. During this period, the latter demonstrated the method of lifting and jumping that he had learned from Hong Fan's lectures. In principle, it was about using the true essence to shape the most suitable streamlined shell at different speeds to obtain the best aerodynamics. The sun was scorching, and the golden and green rainbows returned separately, leaving only one person to go north. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Hong Fan returned to Zhejiang in a low-key manner. At this time, he still had half of the vitality he had accumulated from the last battle with Wangwish under the Dragon Soul Tree, and the fourth combination of the Han Taiyang and Han Xiaoyan meridians had made 20% progress. Compared with the progress of one battle and one meridian at a time when he was connected, this seemed very slow, but compared with the daily practice of grinding a needle with an iron pestle, it was already very fast. Hong Fan first met Aunt Liu in Chori Mansion, and then reported to the Zhangwu Academy. In front of Su Guinian, he reported 3 new killing methods at one time. If they were successfully determined to be super quality, each method could get 10,000 taels of silver. After that, many affairs accumulated in half a year came one after another and buried him. What surprised Hong Fan the most was the development speed of Xianxing. With the accumulation of a large amount of resources, Wen Zhongwen completed the supervision of 2 large and 6 small converters ahead of schedule, and the total monthly steel production capacity reached 1,200 tons, of which 2/3 were supplied to Zhejiang and 1/3 were radiated to the surrounding areas, with a monthly gross profit of more than 30,000 yuan, and the scale had caught up with the He family's marrow washing pill. The massive entry of low-price steel into the market is gradually changing the industrial ecology and life of Zhejiang. Just a year ago, the monthly steel consumption in the local area was less than 100 tons. From the temporary changes, Zhu Hanren has seen a corner of the future promised by Hong Fan. Hearing that the latter had returned, he personally hosted a banquet to welcome him, and during the banquet, he forced the eldest and second sons of the Zhu family to toast in surrender. What surprised Hong Fan again was Shen Tixin. In mid-May, the two worked together a lot. During this period, Hong Fan discovered that this sensitive and gifted girl had a good sense of finance. As her knowledge and experience gradually accumulated, it became more and more difficult to fool her. She actually caught the money in and out of the business in an orderly manner, which also cut off his occasional interest in damaging the public and enriching himself. Outside the business, most of Hong Fan's social activities were handed over to agents within the clan. In the past 2 years, Hong Fan's status in Zhejiang has risen rapidly. He has too many things to do, so he invited Hong Li to bring people to Zhejiang after the new year. Originally, Hong Wu was the most young and energetic, but in the past 2 years, he has witnessed Hong Sheng's breakthrough to Xianshan and Hong Shi's breakthrough to Xianrenjiao. Now he has obtained the Fence Hong Pill, and his heart for martial arts has been rekindled. He gave up most of his worldly affairs and intended to break through Xianshan again. Around the group of senior executives transferred to Zhejiang by the Huang family, the original Jinhe again came together and gathered into a new interest group. Although this group is far less powerful than any local family, it is particularly energetic because it can talk to the Shen family, the Zhu family, and even the Shura sect. On May 22nd, Master Lu Yun, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally broke through and became the third Xianshan in Zhejiang's Zhangwu Academy in recent years. To celebrate this event, the colleagues of the Tiki raised funds to hold a banquet in Xingsheng Hall. During the banquet, Master Lu Yun said that he would quit the Imperial Guards and follow the tradition of his ancestors to develop in the army. He would first use his connections to serve as a deputy in the Liangshao camp. After accumulating 2 years of experience, he might be able to serve as a garrison commander in a city. As for inheriting his father's title of General of the Nation, it would only be in the next 2 or 3 years. Wu Ruai, Yan Yulin, Bai Jiasi, Guang Pengayan and others heard the news and started to toast. Master Lu Yun accepted all the toasts until he was deeply drunk. In the end, He hugged Hong Fan and cried with red eyes, saying that if it weren't for Jin Chixing to boost the family reputation and relieve his burden, he would never be where he is today. At the end of May, Hong Fan had been busy for 20 days and the chores gradually became less. But just as he was free, Zijing released a new round of 3 lists. Chu Loi had been off the list as he was 24 years old, and the top of the list was replaced by a newcomer. Tang Xingqing broke through the innate level and ranked 60. But no one cared about these. Since the yellow list was released, the residents of Zijing, who had long been suffering from various rumors, have been looking for Hong Fan's name from the 38th place on the Xianjiao list, and they found him at the 18th place. The 18th place on the Xianjiao list, Blazing Star Hong Fan, was born on September 11th of the 10th year of Zheng, a native of Liangzhou Jinhe, the Star Master of the Sand World, and also practiced the second-grade fire martial arts Blazing Fire Explosion Classic, and reached the innate 3-in-1 realm. He created super-grade killing methods Turbo Propeller Sandwing, Cannon, Fire God, first-grade killing methods Desolate Sand Realm, Hot Wind Hell, Desolate Sand Armor, Instant Step, and second-grade killing method Sand Flowing Knife. He began to practice martial arts at the age of 15, and his fate star entered the position in March of the 27th year of Zheng. He's extremely talented and intelligent. After the personal introduction, there is a rough record of Hong Fan's various deeds in Shengzhou. All of the above are consistent with the rumors that Blazing Star is difficult to catch up with. The Yuanzi of the sky, respected as a half-master by Wei Yuan Bei, single-handedly thwarted the attack of the insect tide, etc. Looking at the Great Huajiazhao, it is normal for some high-level innates to surpass low-level Yuanzi in a single item. For example, the peak of the innate who cultivates the Xiangang Divine Wind Sutra is likely to be faster than the Yuanzi 1-level body method of the Tongaian Classic. But to surpass the top Yuanzi at the innate 3-in-1 realm is shocking. As such, the atmosphere on both sides of Xianzan Bridge exploded, and the atmosphere was much more enthusiastic than when the little Dowdy topped the list, which made Chu Luo, who was secretly observing on the 4th floor of the Whale Rider, very upset. The focus of the crowd is not just on those super-quality killing methods. Although the Sandwing is fast and the Fire God is fierce, they are not very useful in the arena duel that people all over the world talk about most. The key is that Xiao Zhe, the Purple Mansion Chao Idun ranked 19th, and Li Feng, the Han Guanggu Ying ranked 20th, are both innate 4-in-1. Compared with ordinary warriors, each of the Xianjiao on the list can fight across realms. But in the past 5 years, from Kaoyuan down, there has been no one who has won a level crossing victory among the Xianjiao among the hundreds of people. For a time, Hong Fan became the top star in Jiazhou, and the discussion around him was rampant. Some said that the Martial Arts Academy was operating in secret to show the reputation of Tiki, some said that Ji Xianji was partial to Xingjin, and some said that Chixing's combat performance in Shengzhou was mostly due to elixirs. No matter how the outside world hyped it up, Hong Fan just kept a low profile at home. But people can hide, but things can't be avoided. On the first day of June, Wu Hongling was promoted to the Deputy General Director of the Guantuang Lishi of the Wubu of the Management Department, and a banquet was held to welcome new and old colleagues. Hong Fan was invited to sit in and help her to use the power of the tiger to bully. On the second day of the first month, Jiang Wenbei prepared a generous gift and went to the door to mediate on behalf of the Liang family, and Hong Fan agreed. On the third day of the first month, Hong Fan went to Jin Ziming for a private banquet. On the fourth day of the first month, Hong Fan met with Niudequan, the leader of the Behe gang, and learned that the Tijiang gang supported by the Fixia sect had changed its backer and had driven the Lianai gang out of Zijing, and it was quite likely to recreate the Fubo gang. 5 days later, on the 9th day of June, Zijing had been raining for several days, muddying the Yao River. Shortly after dawn, when the birds were singing less frequently, a pure black carriage, guarded by 2 teams of black armored guards, passed through the city and crossed a bridge, and drove into the back door of the Zijing governor's mansion. In the study, Jin Ziming, dressed in formal attire, made tea himself. Across the tea table, a broad-faced young man sat steadily, with a majestic demeanor in his every move. It was the third Prince Xiaoji. Master, you don't know how big a scene this dragon summoning festival was made by my dear brother. Xiaoji held the porcelain cup with his fingertips, his eyes absorbed the curling tea smoke, and sneered disdainfully. The treasury has been in his hands for 10 years, and he consumes most of the income of the instrument works every year, But apart from those large and small sacrifices, what else has he accomplished, Your Highness? Sacrifices are not trivial matters. Jin Ziming raised his eyelids and reminded solemnly. Sacrifice is of course a big deal, but big things are not handled like this. Zioji drank the tea and laughed wantonly. Master, my brother spent so much money in treasure hunting for countless treasures from all over the world. How much of it did the old man Zulong enjoy? To be honest, I'm afraid that is the whole court is saying. All of it went into his extravagant and grand prince's palace. The voice went out of the window and diluted in the rain. Jin Ziming was silent after hearing this. After sitting quietly for a while, he sighed and added, That's why Your Highness must make progress. Of course. Zioji nodded heavily, justified. After all, we are born from the same mother. If he is wise and brave, I will be a peaceful and idle king. Why is it like this? The rain outside the window has not stopped, making the room particularly quiet. Jin Ziming changed the subject. How is the king of Xianshan doing now? Of course, he was not concerned about the physical condition of a martial arts saint. My great-grandfather has been drinking a lot recently and is quite obsessed with props and magic tricks, Zioji answered fluently. I presented a magic troupe to the emperor in early May, and I have never slacked off in the daily etiquette of kneeling and paying respects. He knew exactly what his teacher wanted to ask. A few years ago, when Zioji, who had not yet been crowned a king, first expressed his ambition to his teacher, the first of the 4 strategies he taught was to gain the support of the king of Xianshan. What about the mountain master? Jin Ziming asked again. He became a saint through martial arts, so he is still as vigorous as ever. When talking about Guan Kime, Zioji's expression became solemn. Last year, he cooperated with his father and spent most of his energy on fighting the 2 saints of Heijin and Langaya. This year, the aftermath of the 3 counties of Huaiyang has gradually subsided, and he has turned back to tinkering with the public martial arts schools run by the Zhangwu Academy in the 3 eastern states, which has caused a lot of headaches for my father-in-law. The father-in-law he mentioned is the current head of the Pan family, the first family in Zhejiao, whose power is far beyond the little girl married by the second prince. This is not a bad thing, Jin Ziming said. The headmaster possesses the great power of a martial saint, and he seeks to do everything he can. This is certainly his strength, but also his weakness. It is more than 10 times more difficult to do something to the end than to just get it done. The seeds sown by the public martial arts school of the Martial Arts Academy will not bear fruit for 20 to 30 years, but before that, it will naturally push the 3 states' prominent families to our side. The 2 of them read through the major events of the 9 states in their conversation, and finally fell back to Liang's Hao. Since I took office, the first thing is to eliminate the Liu family, the second is to take back the Heaoxin, and the third is to rectify the road administration. Now that the situation in Liang's Hao is stable and the commercial tax is increasing, it is time to control Yao first and then control the local areas. Jin Ziming looked at the drizzle and listed his political achievements. But Liang's Hao is different from Zhejiao. There is no natural example like Your Highness's wife's family. I have met the key figures of various parties in the state many times, and each of them is very cautious and unwilling to bet casually. Speaking of difficulties, Jin Ziming's already thin face became more serious. Zioji was not surprised. How risky is it to fight for the throne? How can these big families in the free and easy places be tied to the chariot so easily? Besides the big families, the weapon production department and the State Department in charge of the Martial Arts Academy are either neutral or opposed, so it is even more difficult to start. After thinking for a while, I felt that I had to find a breakthrough first, so I mentioned that person in the letter to Your Highness. Jin Ziming suddenly stopped talking. The master is talking about Chixing Hongfen, Zioji replied. That's right, Jin Ziming nodded heavily. Although Hongfen is of ordinary origin, his talent is unique in my life, and he has extensive connections in Zhejiang. Not only is he on good terms with the Shen and Zhu families, but he is also inseparable from Chuloi of the Shura sect. The matter I mentioned before about rebuilding the Fubo gang must not be bypassed by him. This person has a great reputation. Even though he is far away in Shenzhen, I have heard a lot about him. Zioji frowned slightly. But I don't understand, is there such a talented person in the world who is loved by everyone and makes all the Xianren masters and Yuanxi masters unforgettable at first sight? Your Highness, Hongfen's likability is not in martial arts and demeanor, Jin Ziming explained. The previous letter was brief, and I was not able to tell you everything. Hong Fan is a famous god of wealth in the Liangzhou Weaponry Bureau and the aristocratic circles. Now that he has been in Zhejiang for only 3 years, the total amount of business under his command has reached millions of taels of silver a year. Zhao suddenly realized. There are countless things that people can't get along with each other, but few people can't get along with money. In fact, even though he is a prince, he is often troubled by insufficient funds. Such a skill is really rare, but he is only an adult after all, and the master can't control him. Zhao knew his teacher's methods. It's not that simple. Jin Ziming shook his head. Although this boy is young, he's experienced and precise in dealing with people, as if he really awakened his wisdom as rumored. Before your highness came, I also did some preparations. The Hong family wanted an official permit for shipping and cargo on the Yao River, and asked the governor's office through the Shen family, so I gave them convenience. A few days ago, I hosted a banquet for Hong Fan, and he also returned a generous gift. He was hinting. Master, don't worry, Zhao smiled, very confident. I came here with an offer he couldn't refuse. Chapter 457 The Remaining Warmth. The 10th day of the 6th lunar month. The drizzle of several days stopped at midnight. In the early morning, the tiles on the roof were still wet, and when the morning sun passed by, they shone brightly. Hong Fan declined the visitors who were not important enough in advance. After practicing 2 rounds of foundation building fists, he hid in the study, reviewing the new drawings and files sent by the Loom project team. He had been pushing for the establishment of the spinning machine and Loom project a long time ago. Hong Fan had thought about doing it himself earlier, but Dahua's technology in this area was already quite good. The large water-powered spinning wheel could use 32 spindles to spin more than 100 kilograms of hemp per day at the same time, and the giant flower tower machine had more than 100,000 ear threads, spinning top-grade fabrics with extremely fine and complex patterns. It was simply not something that a person who changed his career halfway could figure out in a short time. Fortunately, although he didn't know much about the textile industry, at least he remembered a spring shuttle that was often mentioned in the Industrial Revolution, and the conversion of power from human and water power to steam gave 2 reliable directions. After 2 years and a lot of resources invested, the project finally came to fruition. But when this blueprint was really placed in front of Hong Fan, he felt uneasy and hesitant as never before. In the afternoon, Shen Hong trotted through the gate. Sir, there's a girl visiting us. He bent down to speak, with sweat on his neck, as if he was facing a great enemy. What kind of girl makes you so nervous? Hong Fan straightened up, looked at Shen Huang's bald head shining in the sun, and teased. She said her surname was Zhao, and she wore a veil hat. I only caught a glimpse of half her face, but she is not much less beautiful than the daughter of the Shen family, Shen Hong replied in a low voice. Hong Fan was stunned when he heard this. There was no girl in Zhejiang who was not much less beautiful than Shen Tixin. He had a guess in his mind, but he felt it was impossible. Shen Hong swallowed his saliva and continued, in addition, I saw that the girl's sleeves were embroidered with dragon patterns in a hidden color technique. Although I couldn't recognize the breed of the 3 horses she rode, she scared the red flag strolling in the front yard back to the stable before she even entered the door. Hong Fan was startled and jumped up from the recliner to greet them in person. As expected, he saw 3 people in disguise. He was wearing a black scholar's suit and a red belt, looking at calligraphy and paintings in the front hall. This is Zhou Wenniang. He was wearing an oversized straw raincoat, a linen head wrap, and a women's water-repellent cloak carefully wrapped in his hands. He stood in the corridor with his head almost touching the beam. This is Hu Zhuang. And the third person, with a white gauze veil hat hanging behind his head, stood in front of the royal blue endless summer in the garden, and was looking at the back hall with his eyes sideways. Who else could it be but Zhao Chu? Since the establishment of the Chori prefecture, there has not been a visitor of this magnitude. It is appropriate to say that this humble place has been honored. Hong Fan sighed and led them to the hall to take their seats. I thought your highness was still leading the army in Shengzhou. That was true earlier, otherwise I would have sent you off anyway. Zhao Chu placed her veiled hat on the coffee table and tied her long hair with a hair rope on her wrist. After hearing the word I am yours, the 2 smiled knowingly. In May, we spent 20 days clearing all the official roads and villages in the Sanshan Basin so that the displaced people could return home earlier. More than 400,000 people were crowded in Hebei City, and many people's lives were no longer good, Zhao Chu recalled. But the insect swarm has dispersed, and it will take a long time to eliminate it. Fortunately, After the soldier insects lost their command, their combat power was only like a tiger, and a few men with hammers and spears were enough to deal with it. After chatting for a while, Hu Zhuang collapsed on the mahogany chair under him, so Hong Fan made him a stone one on the spot. In June, the three of us will go north all the way. This is also in the plan. We need a lot of cement to rebuild Fian Pass and Teal Pass, so I plan to meet Zhuang Da for supervision tomorrow. I see. Hong Fan pretended to be disappointed. I thought you three came to see me for the sake of our friendship. Zhou Wenliang smiled slightly. If an ordinary Xiantian spoke so frivolously, he would only feel that he was confusing the hierarchy. But Hong Fan was different after all. What you said is not true or not? Xiao Chu laughed heartily and asked Hu Zhuang to take out a small box from his arms. These are 5 Donglian's Henbao pills. I sent a letter from Shenjing in early May. This pill requires the blood of the iron embryo frogs from the mountains and the pearls of the colorful clams in the South China Sea to refine. It is very expensive. Each pill can help the Xiantian warrior replenish his true essence within 3 breaths of time. Since you have used it, you must know it. As for the reward from the court, you should wait a little longer. She added another sentence. Hong Fan nodded and remembered it silently. He felt that the last sentence was a bit deliberate, as if it was said especially for him. Xiao Chu did not dwell on this matter. I traveled light this time to the north, firstly to meet Duke Zhuang, and secondly to rush back to Shenjing to raise funds. According to Hong Fan, Xiao Chu's financial management was top-notch, but he did not expect that he was short of money. It is not me who is short of money, but the Shengaiyu army. Xiao Chu saw what he was thinking. Well, it's almost the same. Shengaiyu army is a special private army. There is no budget in the Ministry of War. In addition to the fact that my brother will allocate some military pay from the treasury, most of the rest will rely on donations from the place where the garrison is stationed. This is actually my true value to Shengaiyu army. I have never been less involved in commanding and fighting. The 3 regions of Shengaiyu army have a total of more than 30,000 people. The cavalry is very small. After deducting the allocation from the treasury, the annual gap is 700,000 taels, which is generally not difficult to make up, but our army suffered huge losses in the Battle of Shengzhou this time. First, we need to provide relief and rebuild. In addition to Hebei City, the west of Shengzhou Valley is almost a blank land. Even Hebei City is in ruins. There is a big gap. We have to go back to Shenjing to find money. She used the word find money, which is quite down to earth. Hong Fan thought of the drawings he read this morning. A stack of white paper with black lines. Between the lines hides countless money of a great era. Why, you want to donate? Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Chu thought that Hong Fan was willing to help, so she quickly poured a cup of tea. After I entered Liangzhou, I did hear that you were a wealthy man, but I thought that you came from a poor family and had just made a fortune, so I was embarrassed to ask for money from you. I told you in advance that this matter should not be of any return to you. Her lips curved slightly, her face full of expectation. Hong Fan was silent for a long time. It's not a donation, but a cooperation. When he mentioned this, he couldn't help but feel weak in his heart. This matter is of great benefit, and it cannot be done by one person. He raised the teacup to his lips and sipped it bit by bit in dozens of seconds. Whenever he mentioned the textile machine, Hong Fan couldn't help but think of the bloody storm during the industrialization of the British Empire in the past. Merchants and nobles, sheep-eating people and cotton-eating sheep, the ups and downs of the wool textile industry and the cotton textile industry, the destructive dumping of the industrial society on the agricultural society. Advanced productivity is both a rolling wheel and a cruel stone mill. Because human society is so huge and slow, a change that only occupies a page in history books will crush the lives of countless people. Revolution is dangerous, as fierce as fire and as cold as ice. What's more, what is being replaced now is the small pedal loom that every household has. The wind blew through the endless summer in the yard, and the pedals trembled, like purple-blue bubbles in danger under the sun. The new steam spinning wheel can operate 500 spindles at the same time. The production capacity of one can match dozens of current water-powered spinning wheels. Half of the technology is mine and the other half is in the Liangzhou Machinery Bureau. Hong Fan used all his strength to put down the tea bowl and finally spoke. Who else can write history in this world except me? Xiao Chu and the other 2 heard the horror in his voice, but they could not understand his deeper feelings. Even Zhou Wen, Yang Yu, Hu Zhuang and the others thought that Hong Fan was taboo to talk in front of others, so they took the initiative to avoid him. Of course I trust you in business, Xiao Chu weighed his words. Dahua was founded on military power, and there was no saying that do not compete with the people for profit or royal family members could not engage in business. It was just that many of the Xiao family's children felt that business was a lowly occupation and did not want to humiliate themselves. But Xiao Chu knew that worldly affairs were difficult and did not care about these empty things. The problem is that I am short of money, so how can I invest in a business? Or when I return to Shenjing, I can arrange a title of imperial merchant for you, so that you can be exempted from some taxes, she suggested. Hong Fan refused immediately. He made money easily, and he was not the kind of person who only looked at the present. Paying taxes and paying more taxes was not only not bad for him, but a great thing. I plan to cooperate with Bu Sheng on this matter. The first phase of the factory will be located in Hezhou. It was just decided in a letter at the end of last month, Hong Fan said. If your highness does not mind, you can take 10% of the shares. After a few years, Shengaiyu army will no longer have to worry about 700,000 taels that year. He said that cooperation is beneficial to both sides. The scale of the textile industry is terrifying, and Zhuang Liren admits that he cannot defend it. If only Shen Moi and Zhu Xianren were in Liangzhou, they should be able to cover it, but Hong Fan has limited trust in these two celestial beings, and he knows that eggs should not be put in one basket, so he found the head of the magic saint. Now that he has the golden signboard of the eldest princess, and can also bring Shengaiyu army behind him, it can't be better. You talk big easily, that's 700,000 taels. What if this weaving factory doesn't make money in 3 years? Xiao Chu deliberately asked. She is not a fool, and knows that taking dry shares for free with her status does not necessarily mean taking advantage of others. Then I will make up for the lack of funds for your highness, Hong Fan vowed. Okay, then in 3 years, Shengaiyu army and I will rely on you to support our families. Xiao Chu was overjoyed, and realized that something was wrong after he blurted out his words, and his cheeks blushed slightly. The big things were settled, and the four of them chatted over good tea, from the politics of Shenjing, the military affairs of the border, and so on, all the way to the turmoil in Liangzhou in the past 2 years. At 4 p.m., the sun was setting. Hong Fan asked about the food and lodging for the group. When he heard that they had not found any, he took the initiative to invite them to stay in the mansion. Xiao Chu readily agreed. The next hour was quite busy. Hong Fan first sent someone to inform Zhuang Liren at the Instruments Bureau, and asked Xingsheng Hall to prepare a banquet and send it over. Considering that the princess did not bring a maid, he also arranged for Tao Hong to serve. It was dusk when he finished all the chores. Hong Fan walked up to the pavilion in the west garden. The noise of fireworks outside the mansion surrounded him. Over the courtyard wall, he could see that the blacksmith shop on the street in the distance was full of fine steel swords and farm tools. The business was booming, and the apprentices were selling low-priced steel nails outside. The sunset was particularly warm, but it seemed to carry the residual warmth of the agricultural era. P.S. As for traditional fantasy, the core is definitely the upgrade in fighting, and the parts similar to social evolution are only slightly touched upon, just as the general background. Whether it is steel making or textiles, they are both extremely large and complex giant industries. I can't even understand the basics after reading the information for several hours, so please don't delve into it too deeply. Chapter 458 Sister and Brother. The next day, June 11th. After lunch, when Hong Fan sent Xiao Chu and the other two to visit Zhuang Liren by car, he really didn't expect that another royal noble would visit. It was noon. The sun was high in the sky. Hong Fan and the amazed Tang Dajia inspected the stables and saw that the 3 horses brought by Xiao Chu stayed obediently by the trough. The inner sides of their legs had diamond-shaped black scales, which were obviously alien species. As for the usually arrogant Honky, he was squeezed in another corner with a Bentley that he looked down on. He didn't know whether it was due to the heat or nervousness, and a thick layer of white sweat stains appeared on his body. Just as Hong Fan was watching the fun, Shen Hong came trotting all the way, with sweat on his forehead like yesterday, and handed over a visiting card signed Sheng Wangji. Sheng Wang is the title of the current third prince. Hong Fan had to frown and greet him with suspicion. Halfway through the journey, he urgently ordered Shen Hong to put the courtesy to the world sword in the Kangbin pavilion in the study first. Parked at the back door of Chori Mansion was indeed the carriage that Jun Chixing had customized for Jin Ziming. The young man standing beside the carriage with his hands behind his back had an aristocratic look, and his eyes were stained with gold. His identity was self-evident. At Hong Fan's position, he had some understanding of the situation in the world. Among the princes and princesses except Xiao Chu, Prince Shang Xiaoji was the one with the best reputation. He was a man of great talent, humble in his duties, resolute. Of course, the high profile of a prince would inevitably bring him a reputation of being ambitious. The two sat down in the main hall, and Hong Fan dismissed the waiter. Xiaoji was full of smiles, admitting that he came from Shenjing to visit the master, and that he had the audacity to visit because of the urging of his close relationship with the wise. Hong Fan was humble and nodded. The topic was naturally dominated by the superior. Xiaoji first talked about his impression of Xijing, then discussed the current affairs of Shenjing, and praised Hong Fan for his military exploits in Shengzhou. 2/4 of an hour later, he brought out his concerns about the current situation in the world. Seeing this posture, Hong Fan felt a warning in his heart. Are we getting to the point now, with Jin Ziming's experienced tactics, it is not necessary to act too hastily? But thinking of the rumors heard from the senior officials of the Shen and Zhu families before, Hong Fan could roughly estimate the situation behind it. The governor is not a permanent position in Dahua. It has always been set up when there is something to do and withdrawn when there is nothing to do. Jin Ziming has been stationed in Liangzhou for more than 3 years due to the official business of returning to the state of Heoxin. If there is no accident, he will leave office in 2 or 3 years at most. To cultivate a state, this time is not only insufficient, but also urgent. No wonder he directly shook the dignified vassal king over. But no matter what, Hong Fan saw that the other party wanted to force him to express his position after a simple visit, and the contempt in his heart was still overflowing. It was obvious that Xiaoji's intention was not to stay in Chori Mansion, but to use it as a stepping stone to have in-depth contact with several top forces in Liangzhou. Compared with the Shen family, the Zhu family, and even the Shi sect, Hong Fan's hard power and the power of the Hong family can only be regarded as better than nothing. Sure enough, Xiaoji felt that the atmosphere was in place and quickly revealed his true intention. A silver wood brocade box was placed on the table. Inside the box were 3 glass bottles. The liquid in the bottles was scarlet and mixed with brilliant gold. Hong Fan recognized it at a glance as the refined dragon blood, and the quality was better than Wan Guangji's bottle. In addition to the wooden box, Xiaoji also pushed over a book inlaid with copper nails. 5 large characters were outlined on its cover with gold thread. The Dragon Elephant Honglu Classic. 3 portions of Dragon Blood and a Fire Martial Arts Classic that is at the peak of Yuanxi. All can be used by the entire Hong family. All consequences will be settled by the Shengwang Mansion. The prince's promise was resounding. I am willing to exchange this for half of the shares of each business under the name of the Hong family. Even though Hong Fan was knowledgeable, he was stunned by the price. Let's not talk about the 3 bottles of Dragon Blood. A family martial arts classic and the support of the Shengwang faction are enough to make the Hong family rise at a terrifying speed in the next few years. Perhaps within 1 or 2 generations, they can compete with the old second-class families such as the Zheng family and the Bai family. Such conditions, coupled with Xiaoji's personal reputation of resolute, made Hong Fan understand his determination to win. Even if a humble genius is given top-level combat power, unlimited potential, and power of the Star of Destiny, can he still be invited by the dignified prince 3 times and 9 times, in a roundabout way? After a moment of silence, Hong Fan made up his mind. The other party's loss and his own gain are already obvious, and what needs to be considered is the other party's gain and his own loss. Excluding the industry that originally belonged to the Zhu family in Xianxing, now all the businesses under the name of the entire Hong family have a total annual turnover of more than 3 million taels of silver, and the profit share is nearly 300,000 taels. Cash flow is of course one aspect. More importantly, the Shengwang Mansion can use the method of conspiracy to achieve a certain degree of interest binding with several top forces in Liangzhou. As for Hong Fan himself, losing the special relationship with his Hangwu Academy, in the long run, he may be hostile to Guan Qimei and may not get the second half of the Blazing Explosion Code. As for the transformation to the Dragon Elephant Honglu Classic, although 3 bottles of Dragon Blood can make up for the loss of true essence in the second transformation, the upper limit of martial arts will be reduced from the peak of Heaven and Man to the peak of Yuanxi, and the killing methods such as Cannon and Vulcan Cannon will be lost. The most important thing is that Hong Fan's own uniqueness greatly reduces the weight of Xiaoji's bargaining chips. Martial arts, Xiang Siki can earn, realm, Sand World can seize, Dragon Blood, Dragon Soul Tree can draw. And the risk of directly standing on the side in the fight for the throne is unspeakable. In contrast, the system of the Martial Arts Academy, money and goods are clear, and each goes his own way, but there is no such problem. As for Xiaoji's ambitions, the political program of the Xinguang Party, and even Jin Ziming's centralized academic concept of making the world one, orders from above and below, and family and country as one, there is no point in discussing them when the two meet for the first time. Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't agree. After a long time, Hong Fan finally shook his head. Xiaoji was stunned at first, and then angry. If you are not satisfied with this condition, just raise it again. He almost immediately suppressed his anger and persuaded with a smile. But Hong Fan still did not say anything. Mr. Hong, I think there's nothing wrong with my visit this time. You are rejecting people like this, and I am afraid that there will be consequences. Xiaoji lowered his voice, and his eyes were purple and majestic when he spoke. It is the characteristic of King Sheng to focus on the big and let go of the small, and never be stingy with chips at the critical point. It is no exaggeration to say that the two things on the table are enough to make any powerful family in Jiaozhou surrender. But the person in front of him is so ignorant. At this moment, Xiaoji is no longer interested in knowing the reason behind Hong Fan's refusal. He only thinks about directly provoking this condition to Jin He, so as to stir up the Hong family's fierce controversy and force him to bow his head. On the other side, Hong Fan calmly faced the stare of a prince, but he was in a trance. The cultivation is at the peak, and there are only a few gold dust in the deep black pupils. At the age of 22, the martial arts talent is mediocre, and the concentration of dragon blood does not seem to be high. Of course, for the rulers, these are not important. Well, if Jin Ziming is determined to make things difficult for me, what can I do? His thoughts turned in an instant, and finally he decided it is better to resolve the grievances than to make them. Let's take advantage of the power of the tiger and take this kid to the next door to see the saber. Hong Fan made up his mind and was about to speak when he heard deliberately heavy footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. Xiaoji's eyebrows were raised, and his anger increased. The servants can still come to disturb the master and the guests. It's true that the poor family lacks education. He let out a heavy breath from his nose, looked at the courtyard door with angry eyes, and met the eyes of a tall woman holding a veil. Familiar eyes. Then a familiar voice. I knew you were there from a distance. Ha. My royal brother suddenly came to Liang's house. Why did he look for Hong Fan, royal sister? Xiaoji's heart skipped a beat and he got up quickly. He has grown stronger in recent years, so he is naturally not afraid of this half-sister. It's just that when he was a child, he was forced to act as a foreign race and was beaten so many times that he was a little dim. She has chopped off countless heads with her own hands during these years of wandering outside. Her martial arts are one level higher than mine. How can I not be afraid? Hong Fan just returned from fighting in Sheng's house. What are you looking for? Xiao Chu asked in a bad tone. Oh, you are trying to steal my girl. She glanced at the chips on the table. Xiaoji was in trouble at this time. No wonder Hong Fan didn't respond to my question. What is the teacher doing? How come he doesn't even know that the imperial sister lives in Chori Mansion? It was my brother who was reckless in this matter. The dignified prince actually apologized on the spot. I have spoken out of turn today. I heard that Brother Hong will go to Shenzhen to take up the post of the head of the Martial Academy. I will then welcome him back. After saying a few polite words, Xiaoji hurriedly put the things back into his arms and left hastily without looking back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Distance. The summer city of Zhejiang is soaked in the heat, and its beauty is different from other times. The sound of cicadas drives the gurgling river water, which merges with the moss at the bottom of the water, showing the undulating green. On the riverside, bushes are neatly arranged, blending the golden blue color of butterflies with the light red of rose petals. And between the streets and alleys, the new trees that have settled down from the spring's jumping and tenderness have become thick and green. Shen Tixin lifted the curtain of the car, admiring everything bright and dazzling under the scorching sun, and no passerby dared to look at her a second time. Since she could remember, she knew that she was different without being told by others, and understood the vulgarity of others in comparison. Liu Xingxin is the most noble son of Zijing, Aoshixin is the brightest color of Zijing, and Su Pifeng is the most outstanding hero of Zijing. Because of her, they became foils. Such self-admiration encapsulated time like amber until it was shattered by an unknown broken sword. For the first time, the name Shen Tixin became a foil for others. In a very short period of time, she experienced and learned about fear, avoidance, curiosity, adaptation and other emotions, and realized that the rotation of the world had a fulcrum outside of herself. Later, Shen Tixin became a director of Xiananxing, learning practical work with bumps and bruises, and growing up in many praises. These praises were not compliments from the lower to the upper, nor were they coaxing love from the old to the young, but real recognition of the germination and growth of seedlings, which gradually filled the emptiness of wasting years. In the first month of the year, Hong Fan went south to Shengzhou. Shen Tixin continued to pay attention to his news. After all, this guy is an indispensable core of the business. In May, Hong Fan returned safely. Everything went smoothly in Xiananxing. On the afternoon of June 11th, the 31st year of Zheng, Shen Tixin's carriage stopped at Chori Mansion. She nodded slightly to the guards of the Hong family, and went to the study alone with familiarity. When she walked into the courtyard, Shen Tixin found that there was no one on duty inside and outside, and only heard fragmentary laughter in the wind from a distance. A strange female voice was speaking. "Duke Zhou, you have the aura of Zixio. I, come to see." Shen Tixin twisted her flying white hair and quickened her pace. "Hong Fan," she paused at the steps of the study and asked loudly, "Come in." A familiar voice came out. Stepping over the threshold, Shen Tixin saw the young man sitting on the armchair as usual, and a young woman leaning on the soft couch on one side of the study. It was a beauty she had never seen before. "Who is this?" Shen Tixin held the document in his hand, and his toes tapped the soles of his shoes tightly. "This is the eldest princess of the dynasty, the commander-in-chief of the Shengaiyu army." Hong Fan stood up to introduce, but was interrupted before he finished. "I am Xiao Chu." Xiao Chu smiled. This should be the eldest sister of the Shen family. She had never seen Shen Tixin, but she had heard of this most beautiful woman in Liangzhou. This person was not able to get married to her second brother back then. On the one hand, it was because of the queen's obstruction. And there was also a saying that this white-haired beauty looked down on her mediocre brother. When did His Highness come to Zijing? Shen Tixin was inexplicably flustered, and the first sentence she blurted out was already rude. But she didn't realize this. She only thought that the person who called himself "I in the wind" just now was now the princess. "I've been here for a short time, and I'll leave soon," Xiao Chu replied casually, and got up and went out. "You guys chat, I won't disturb you." The study returned to the two of them. Shen Tixin suppressed the thorns in her heart, and negotiated with Hong Fan with a stern face, but still unconsciously glanced at the soft couch that Xiao Chu had leaned on just now. This wooden couch was so spineless, and the princess had obviously left for a long time, but she still retained her curves. It doesn't take much effort to do trivial things. Shen Tixin left Chori Mansion and got on the latest luxury car of Zhenshixing. The wheels and horseshoes bumped, the suspension rose and fell, and her heart was also in a trance. For so many years, the eldest daughter of the Shen family has been unparalleled in Liangzhou, and no one has ever seen her match. Until today. Xiao Chu is indeed one of the so-called most beautiful women in the world, but objectively speaking, her appearance is not as good as hers. But she was more famous, being both a general and a princess, which made her look better than him. But what if I look better? I never thought of becoming the best in the world. Shen Tixin pondered over it endlessly, and returned to Fenchun in a daze. The next day, she did not go to Xiananxing again, and completely lost interest in the work that she had gradually started. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Tixin did not leave the house, trying to pull out the inexplicable thorn in her heart, but it never worked. It was not until dawn on the 4th day that she saw the withered figure reflected in the pool water in the dim light between day and night, and finally understood the feeling. It was jealousy. If love is a rose, jealousy is the thorn of the rose. They come in pairs and cannot be separated. In the early morning, it started to rain in Zijing. Lingxi walked through the corridor to bring breakfast, and saw her young lady sitting by the lake with her legs curled up, staring at the ripples on the water. My things are going to be taken away. Shen Tixin turned his head and glanced at her, his eyes like stones sinking to the bottom of the water. Then eat something. Miss, only after eating can you have the strength to take it back. Lingxi knelt down and put down the plate, rubbing her red eyes. The rain was getting heavier, and a layer of white mist was formed on the black tiles on the roof. The moisture invaded the door and came in one after another, like a colorless tide in the air. Shen Tixin picked up a piece of jade cake and put it in her mouth to chew. This cake was mixed with matcha powder, and if you bite it, you will taste bitterness instead of sweetness. After eating a piece of cake, she ran out of the door barefoot, rushing all the way to Chori Mansion in the rain. If it weren't for the group of armored warriors following behind her, Aunt Liu who opened the door would not even dare to recognize her. But Hong Fan had already led the team to leave Zijing. Are you leaving? Shen Tixin could no longer hear Aunt Liu's words. She stood in the rain for a long time in a daze, and returned in despair. The warriors behind her followed her dozens of steps away, not daring to approach. Blood oozed from her worn soles, and was diluted with water as she breathed. Outside the Shen residence, Shen Tixin once again stood still and listened to the rain. Another strange feeling rose in her heart, like a caterpillar with thorns crawling out of a hollow tree trunk. This time it was loneliness. An umbrella was held over her head, disrupting the sound of the rain. Shen Tixin was about to scold, but when she turned her head, she saw Shen Moi. The old man's white beard and hair were wet by the rain, and he looked particularly old. Do you want to chase? The carriage team left yesterday, at most 100 miles east of the west-east. The ancestor will take you there, and it will be quick, Shen Moi asked carefully. No, Shen Tixin shook his head violently. Why bother? The dignified one Zhang Ningbing sighed in distress. According to the ancestor's guess, the boy has a friendship with Xiao Chu but not a private relationship. There's still time. Shen Tixin did not speak, but only cast a hoarse look. Shen Moi was heartbroken when she saw this, and she almost wanted to run 100 miles east to fight Hong Fan to the death. I can't catch up now, the distance between me and him is not this 100 miles. After a while, she wiped her face and clenched the rain and tears in her palms. It was martial arts that separated my father and mother, Shen Tixin laughed disdainfully. Ancestor. I want to practice martial arts. End of this volume. P.S. Brothers, the story of this book has an outline before the book is opened, but the emotional line is really blank. Who is the heroine? How many heroines? How to get along? How to develop? I have no idea about these things. I always just write to that chapter and then feel the character, try to express emotions, and build emotions. Now I can only say that Tang Ziking, Shen Tixin, and Xiao Chu will have a sequel in the story of Hong Fan. Chapter 460 Amaterasu C. June 19th, the 31st year of Zhen. Southwest of Hezhou, afternoon. The sky over the Chixiang plain is so high that it makes people shudder. To the west, clusters of orange-red rugged thin mountains are planted in the Gobi Desert, like solid fire burning on the horizon. To the north, the river is as thick as lead and mercury, slashing towards the southeast like a scimitar. The forest has lived on both sides of the river for generations, embracing the cotton fields reclaimed by humans. Between the two green fields, 5 or 6 people walked in a line, and in the front was a short old man with a goatee wearing a bamboo hat. This is the sandy loam in Chixiang that I mentioned. It is different from the soil outside Hezhou. The old man stretched out his rough hands and grabbed a handful of sands from the roots of the cotton. You are the star master of the sand world, so I won't say anything more about the soil quality. In short, the most suitable soil for growing cotton is sandy loam and light clay. He crushed the sand and threw it back into the leaves, then looked back at Hong Fan. The latter was dressed in a red and gold-threaded military uniform and a square-topped hard-shelled hat. He looked like the rising sun, full of enthusiasm. Bu Sheng, how much can the cotton fields here produce per mu? Hong Fan asked respectfully. I asked the manager of the Zheng family, and it is true that the yield per mu is over 1,000 kilograms. Bu Xian's grabbed the cotton plant that was growing well and pulled it up, carefully examining the symmetrical pentagonal leaves and smiled. There are 3 advantages to growing cotton in Hezhou. The first is the good soil I just mentioned, the second is the good cotton seeds. After years of hybridization, the roots have strong regeneration ability and can be quickly repaired even if damaged. The third is the good climate. The long sunshine hours provide sufficient light, and the dry air and less cloud cover expand the temperature difference between day and night. Both of these are conducive to the accumulation of cotton fibers and improve the quality of cotton thread. After he finished talking, he carefully planted the plant in his hand. In short, if you want to do textile business, there is really no place more suitable than Hezhou in the world. After investigating the fertile cotton fields for more than an hour, the group turned back east along the river and arrived at Shuxin City at dusk. This city was built at the confluence of the two great rivers in Hezhou, Liangshu and Li. The latter was exactly the one Hong Fan had seen in the afternoon. It went from northwest to southeast and was named after tearing the Chixiang Plain apart. Today's dinner was held for the newly established textile business Jinghuanhang. It was held at the Zheng family, the first family in Shuxin City. The specifications were extremely high. More than 20 people sat at a large table made of a whole piece of wood. In addition to Hong Fan, the art saint Bu Xians, and Hu Zhuang, who arrived temporarily as a representative, the guests included Mei Chengsu, the chief supervisor of Hezhou, whom Hong Fan had just met 2 days ago, and the core figures of the three great families in southern Hezhou and the two surnames. After several days of running around and negotiating, the business system has been determined. Hong Fan holds 10% of the shares, the Kazojian holds 30%. And another 50% is scattered among the three great families of Yin, Qin, and Zheng in Hezhou and the two surnames. The remaining 10% belongs to Xiao Chu personally. Among them, the first two parties provide technology, the middle 5 parties provide funds, land, and connections, and only Xiao Chu is temporarily doing a no-cost business. At the table, there was a second-level celestial being, 3 Yuanzi, including Bu Xians, and 7 Xianshan, covering some of the most important faces in the southern half of Hezhou. But Hong Fan came to the east alone, and he did not feel any contempt. When they first met, even the Yin family celestial being and Qin Zheng, the 2 Yuanzi, were quite polite to this overly young Liangshao Jr. On the one hand, Bu Xians and Mei Chengsu had deep connections in Hezhou, and they had made a good start. It was not something that ordinary people could do to make the second-level celestial being of the Yin family and Yin Liangfeng, the Yuncheng Peak ranked 22nd on the Earth list, come to the banquet in person. Secondly, Hong Fan's own reputation was great. Not to mention a few super-great killing methods, just based on his achievements in martial arts progress in the past few years, he has been widely regarded as the future top of the Xianjiao list and the Yuanzi master. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. After traveling for nearly 5 years, he has accumulated more and more kinetic energy, and it is no longer as difficult to push things forward as before. The old wine was opened. The silver chopsticks and fine porcelain made a cold and crisp sound when they touched. I heard that this is Mr. Hong's first time in Hezhou. What's your impression? Asked Zheng Yinqiang, the host. She has a head full of silver hair and is about 90 years old. Her honorific name is Floating Flamelight. She has reached the 4th level of Yuanzi cultivation. She sits on the left side of Yin Liangfeng, opposite Bu Xian's. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, and it's really eye-opening, Hong Fan answered truthfully. I used to hear that criminals were exiled to the northern border of Hezhou. I thought it would be vast and cold, but I found out that it is rich in products and the climate is better than Liangzhou. The locals at the table laughed when they heard this. It's actually not wrong to say that it's vast and cold. The Kuai Mountains cross the middle of Hezhou and separate the north and the south. If you go to the territory of Xinbiwei in the north, you will know how to write the word hardship, Zheng Yinqiang joked. I wonder how the Feng family is doing in Tite City now, Hong Fan asked. As a witness to the Huaiyang National Rebellion, how could he not think of the Feng family when he mentioned Xinbiwei? It should be said that they have made many contributions, but life is not easy. The person who answered was Qin Hong, who was at the 2nd level of Yuanzi and was beside Bu Xian's. This year, Tite City and Zhiling often clashed, and the situation was quite tense. It is said that even supplies such as food, grass, and medicine were insufficient last winter, and people were sent south several times to buy them urgently. Food and medicine are insufficient? Is the northern border so difficult? Hong Fan frowned slightly. Although he hated the Feng family, he did not want to vent his anger on Tite City. Supplies in the north have never been abundant, but it is not to this extent. It's nothing more than that they just arrived and were forced to take advantage of those handy guards. Yin Liangfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, took over the conversation. Last September, Lord Cao asked the Feng family to visit Huaitran City, and the conversation was not very pleasant. There was a hint of ridicule in his words. The Feng family is of course a first-class family, but now is not the time when Feng Jiang and Feng Yubei are still here. Xiao Sefeng is already the strongest fighting force in the family with only the first level of Yuanzi cultivation. If Zhanbi guards only exert a little effort, they will be in trouble. Hong Fan nodded when he heard this. He has always heard that Zhanbi guards are not united internally, but they are quite united when facing outsiders. The Mr. Cal mentioned by Yin Liangfeng is the strongest of the three celestial beings north of the Kuai Mountains. The celestial being of the three realms, the fifth on the earth list, Amaterasu Si Cao Fei. It is said that Cao Yuang is his distant descendant. Many of you have never been to Whitron City, so you don't know that the men of the northern frontier are straightforward and have violent tempers. Speaking of which, Mr. Cao's name also has a great origin. 15 years ago, when he was traveling in Haizhou, he discussed martial arts with the Heart Saint sect. He was dissatisfied with the subtlety of the nothing outside the heart Shisheng's mysterious talk, and they fought each other after a disagreement. At that time, the thick clouds swallowed the sun and shone on the sea and sky. The two fought to a draw, and then the three words Amaterasu Si came into being. The topic diverged from here. Mr. Cao and Shisheng fought to a draw? That's right, Shisheng was still in the realm of heaven and man at that time. Shisheng practiced martial arts for 64 years and became a martial saint. He ranked 5th on the heaven connecting platform, second only to Shanshang's 43 years in the contemporary era. However, Shanshang was born in a humble family, and his meridians began to shrink before he had the opportunity to practice martial arts. In this way, the talent gap between the two is more than 21 years. When it comes to the topic of comparing combat power and talent, the martial artists in the room are all very excited even though they are older, which makes Hong Fan feel like he has returned to the Jinhe clan school. Several jars of strong liquor were soon emptied. After everyone had a good meal and a good drink, they went to the Zheng Mansion martial arts arena to openly exchange killing methods, which attracted thousands of people to come and watch. The night was above the torches. Ice fog, earth waves, and lightning flashed one after another. Finally, Hong Fan reenacted the god of fire, blowing up more than 20 giant mu trees in a breath, marking the end of the night's feast. P.S. I have been very busy these days and have no time to correct the text. If you find typos, please post them and I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 461 Tomb Sweeping. The next day, June 20th. Shen Hong led the convoy eastward early in the morning, but the carriage pulled by the red flag was empty. In the early morning, Hong Fan left Shuxin City and parted with the main force, heading south alone. The three counties of Huzhou, Liangzhou, and Huiyang were all clear and bright all the way. At 3 p.m., the outline of Yunlin City appeared at the end of the field of vision. Compared with last year, Fengguinding was a circle larger and greener. Hong Fan landed outside the city, his eyes swept across the unrepaired city wall from afar. Every time he saw the defect of the battlement, he seemed to hear the muffled sound of bricks and stones on the ladder during the attack on the city. The newly built city gate was very smooth. Hong Fan put on a veiled hat and entered the city with a waist badge of this Hangwu Academy. Today, Yunlin City is about 50% as prosperous as Zijing. The streets of Chengmen Avenue were crowded with people, many vendors were hawking their wares, and there were even shirtless men pushing carts and pulling goods, sweating profusely, replacing the heavily armored warriors holding spears and the bloody rain that soaked the bricks in Hong Fan's memory. Walking along the memory, he unconsciously walked to the South City. The red walls, green tiles, and quarters of the mansion were once the Gong Mansion, and during the war it was used as the tent of the Beisheng army. The Beisheng army has long become history. The dignified mansion of the aristocratic family is now under a plaque and sealed. The weeds on the stone steps are stubborn, and sporadic bird and cat calls can be heard from inside the wall. It has temporarily become a cozy nest for small animals. Hong Fan listened to the cicadas, pressed the stone lion in a trance for a moment, and then strode away. 2 alleys away, he found a wine shop that looked quite old and asked the shopkeeper to sell 2 kilograms of the best wine. The price of the wine was 80 yuan in total, which was quite expensive for ordinary people, but seemed shabby for warriors. Through the gap in the gauze curtain, Hong Fan saw the shopkeeper take out a pre-washed ochre wine jar from the counter and scoop out the wine from the 100 gin wine vat in the corner with a bamboo wine spoon. The wine was clear yellow, and the sound of it falling into the vat was crisp and pleasant, exuding a mellow aroma. This thing is not expensive, but whether it can intoxicate people. How have you been in the past year? Hong Fan asked casually. It's certainly much better than before. The shopkeeper smiled and looked at the golden lines on the customer's red brocade clothes, secretly marveling at his generosity. Are you from the north? It sounds like a Liangzhou accent. He poured the wine in his hand without slowing down. Shopkeeper has good hearing. I am from Jinhei, Liangzhou. Is the governor still in charge of the 3 counties now? The broken iron under the short legs of the wooden table of the wine shop is clearly the standard breastplate of the Xianfeng army. Yes, he is very dignified. After all, he is not a local, but the court not only sent officials to withdraw Huaiyang state, but also sent a lot of money and grain, and finally helped everyone to deal with it. Having lived in Huaiyang for 200 years, the capital has suddenly become a county capital. Can you adapt to it? Hong Fan teased. What's there to not adapt to? The capital belongs to the king, not to us. And the royal family is starving in the north border. The shopkeeper lowered his voice when he spoke, instinctively looking out fearfully, and then he was stunned and laughed at himself. Excuse me, sir, I'm used to it. He was just holding the wine jar and handing it over, but he saw the alley chief Feng blowing open his veil, revealing half of his face. Who are you? The shopkeeper was shocked for a moment. 1 or 2 years ago, Chisha Hongfen was first wounded by Qian Mianfeng, and then he had a battle with Feng Xianking. His portrait was posted everywhere like Duan Xianan and Gu Yixin, and most people had seen him. Just a passerby in the old capital of Huaiyang, Hong Fan pressed down the brim of his hat, took the wine and gave a penny of silver without waiting for the change. The alley leads to the main road. Hong Fan joined the crowd of people getting off work in the evening, walking from north to south and looking around. New bricks replaced old ones, smoothing the cut marks on the road, but the stone archway was shortened by 1 foot and re-erected, with colorful pillars. The East City neighborhood was destroyed by Feng Yubei's 4 unique skills. Part of it has been rebuilt, and the remaining open space has become a spice market. At the southernmost end, the wall of the Huaiyang Palace was cut into several sections, and the palace complex was repaired. According to the wine shop owner, the governor's office, the martial arts academy, the weaponry bureau and other functional departments have set up temporary offices inside. Bypassing the palace is Fengyanding. Its terrain is as high as ever, and in addition to the lush vegetation, there is a stream flowing out from the cracks in the rocks at the foot of the mountain. It is young, handsome and cute. A newly trampled half-wall dirt road hangs on the mountainside. There were several soldiers guarding the road at the foot of the mountain. Hong Fan went forward to ask, and it turned out that the sandy soil made by Guankime with plant roots lacked fertility and could not withstand too much disturbance, so people were not allowed to go up the mountain at will on weekdays. But the dignified Trixing was naturally not an ordinary person, and today was no ordinary day. Yunlin City was captured on the 20th of June last year. Hong Fan carried the wine jar and walked up briskly, trying to step on the bare ground. It didn't take long for him to climb to the middle of the mountain. From then on, Yunlin City at dusk seemed like a square box, filled with people moving like tiny ants. But because a quarter of an hour ago, the person looking down was also one of them, so he knew that every ant had its own origins, joys, anger, and sorrows. Going up further, the trees became more and more dense, and the road was no longer in shape. It was obviously the same mountain and the same stone, but the difference between the presence and absence of trees was so great that Hong Fan could not be sure where Feng Changai was left and where the stone was thrown at Feng Jiang. Of course, these were no longer important. When he stepped onto the top of the mountain, the first thing Hong Fan saw was the sunset. The dusk burst and melted from the western horizon. Clusters of clouds were scattered like sheep in the high places, from west to east, from fiery red to iron blue. Under the sky vein, the world was beautiful and open. You have lived in this mountain for a long time, so you should not be lonely. Hong Fan took off his veil inside, letting the cool mountain breeze wash away the summer heat. Behind him, soft footsteps came from the north of the mountain top. Hong Fan had already sensed that he was not alone. If you want to pay tribute, come here, a familiar arrogant female voice. It was as thin as a sword, but also as sharp as a sword. Hong Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, thin and slender young woman standing with her hands behind her back, looking at him with her chin raised. She was wearing a gorgeous black and gold dress, with a gold hairpin printed on her forehead, slightly tiptoed, and her waist-length hair like black satin draped behind her back. It was Tang Xingqing. When did you come? Hong Fan smiled. I just arrived too, Tang Xingqing replied coldly, and turned around quickly to walk down the hill, her skirt fluttering in the green grass. Hong Fan followed with the wine in hand, and saw a neatly trimmed open area at a lower point behind the top of the mountain, with an iron tablet standing in the center. The two walked forward and saw the words Duan Xianan's tomb engraved on the tablet. In front of the tablet were more than a dozen jars of strong liquor of different types and packaging, and more than 20 bowls of intact dishes, which should have been provided in the past 2 days. No one had burned paper. It was probably because Duan Xianan never brought money when he came and went, and he only ate with friends. I came the latest, Hong Fan nodded and smiled. He recognized that the handwriting on the iron tablet came from Chu Yuanqi, and the lawns that were trimmed to the same height within a radius of dozens of meters were obviously a new method with ancient ideas. In fact, there are more people coming today, but those without status were stopped at the foot of the mountain, Tang Xingqing added. Su Yantao left just a few minutes ago, with a follower named Yi Hong. What follower? He's the general of the left army of the 100 Victories Army, Hong Fan complained at first, then laughed. Without the smoke and fire that swept across the 3 counties, General Yi Hong was not just a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. The night fell in silence. Hong Fan straightened his clothes, opened the wine jar, poured half of it in front of the monument, and drank the rest in one gulp. Then, the man and the monument looked at each other in silence. Stars like broken diamonds appeared in the dome. Hong Fan wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and turned back to look at Tang Xingqing, who had been waiting patiently for a long time. The last issue of the Xianjiao list said that you broke through the innate, he congratulated. The third list is always lagging behind. Tang Xingqing nodded reservedly and turned her face away to hide the smugness at the corners of her mouth. My breakthrough happened in March this year, and now I have stabilized at the first level of innate integration. In addition, Pure Thoughts has been recast into a flying sword, and the clan has given it to me as a supporting weapon, so, Tang Shengwang may not be your opponent, Hong Fan deliberately flattered. I have had a competition with my second grandfather, and it's about 50-50 if Pure Thoughts is included. Tang Xingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. But soon cooled down. I'm afraid I'm getting further away from you. Are the rumors true? When she asked this question, her mind was mixed, and she didn't know what kind of answer she hoped to hear. Are you talking about Blazing Star, Fire God, etc.? Hong Fan asked. Tang Xingqing nodded. It's similar, but they all rely on top-level elixirs to help, so it's not purely my own ability. One-on-one with Yuanzi, although I can run, I can't beat him, Hong Fan said modestly, as if he was talking about something ordinary. Who asked you about one-on-one with Yuanzi? Tang Xingqing was depressed when she heard this, and twisted her fingers behind her back. Anyway, I have to thank you today. Hong Fan walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the lights of Yunlin in the night, and suddenly said, I'm not here to see you, why thank me? Tang Xingqing accidentally stumbled upon hearing this, and tried to maintain her cold and arrogant appearance. Thank you for coming to see Brother Duan, and thank you for waiting for me for a day, Hong Fan said seriously. Tang Xingqing was immediately confused and racked her brains to find a reason to refute. But the other party didn't give her a chance. We haven't seen each other for more than a year, let's have a simple meal together, Hong Fan suggested. No, I have to go back to Duanli early, Tang Xingqing instinctively refused in panic, and she regretted it in her heart after she said it. It's dark, Duanli City is still hundreds of miles away, and you can't fly, how can you go back early? Hong Fan looked at this awkward little girl and laughed teasingly. Tang Xingqing's face flushed, and she became more and more embarrassed. There's a long way to go, it doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. After Hong Fan finished speaking, he looked at the iron monument again with a serious face. I will be in Shenjing for the next few years. I may not be back on June 20th, he sighed and flew into the night without waiting for goodbye. The stars were clear. Tang Xingqing stood on the top of the mountain and watched him go until he disappeared. Chapter 462 Wonders. In the heart of Hangzhou, the plains are flat and open, the air is warm and clear, and it seems as if you can reach the end of the world at a glance. On the northern horizon, a line of majestic peaks with snow-capped mountains sits steadily. That mountain must be the imperial throne. It is 600 miles from east to west and dozens of miles from north to south. There are 7 peaks over 4,000 meters high. Legend has it that the palace of Zulong is inside the mountain. Hong Fan stood on the top of the carriage and pointed north. Hearing the interest in the master's voice, Honky shook his mane and snorted in a flattering way. In the distance, The outline of Shenzhen has been revealed, and the eaves of countless buildings are shining in the morning sun. A large lake as blue as the sea and connected to the sky is nestled on the east side of the city. If the mountain is the imperial throne, then the large lake that converges the snow-capped mountains and the Milky Way is the eye of the earth. Shen Hong was equally excited. The lake is the eye of the earth, and the lonely rock peak behind the lake must be connected to the rooftop. I don't know how many times I have heard about it in the storybooks, but I finally see it in my own life. Sun Li rode on a tall horse, and his scarred face showed a childlike smile. The road on the plain was like a line, converging into a mesh in the direction of the city, and the summer heat also dissipated unknowingly, as if the season had retreated to the end of spring. The convoy approached the edge of the capital, and the houses on the roadside were connected by dots. The tiger-eating beast pulled the cart into the crowd, proudly raised its long face, and squinted at the ordinary cattle and horses passing by. Walking from the official road into the street market, more than a dozen majestic knights had already dismounted and walked. The more they walked, the more awkward they felt. They thought about it and couldn't say it. After a while, Kong Hai, who was scratching his ears and cheeks, pointed it out. "Old Shen, why doesn't the capital have a city wall?" "Yes, second young master, if such a big city doesn't have a city wall, wouldn't it be defenseless?" Shen Hong patted his bald forehead and suddenly realized. As veterans, they repeated the most along the way, commenting on the terrain and city defense, and discussing how many muskets to put on the high tower to strangle the nearby street corners. Such a magnificent city without a city wall is simply against the will of heaven. The group of fighting men felt uncomfortable. At this time, a voice interrupted and answered. "You nobles don't know, who dares to start a war under the throne? Even if it is a matter of changing dynasties, only the upper level will decide a victory or defeat, and dare not harm innocent people." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a smart young man in his 18s and 19s, wearing a long gown, who was busy bowing. The horse's hooves slowed down a little. "You have followed us for half a street, is there anything wrong?" Hong Fan asked, looking down from the car window. "I am Liu Si, a local who has lived here for generations. Seeing that you are here for the first time in Shenzhen, I dare to ask for a job as a guide." He was impressed by the appearance and demeanor of the person in the car. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed again and quickly followed the car. There were many guides waiting for work at the edge of Shenzhen City. There were also 4 or 5 who noticed Hong Fan's group, but they were afraid of Shen Hong and the other dozen well-equipped and armed men, as well as the luxurious 4-wheeled carriage and tiger-eating beast, so they didn't dare to come up for a while. "We do need a guide. How much do you want?" Hong Fan asked with a smile. "I have been hanging out on the streets of Shenzhen since I was a child. I am familiar with every street and alley. If you don't mind my poor mouth, I can tell you about the local celebrities and anecdotes for 3 days and 3 nights. Liu Si patted his chest. As for the price, he raised a finger. 100 coins, Shen Hong asked, thinking that the prices in Shenzhen were cheap. 100 coins is not enough. I'm comparing 1 coin, Liu Si replied carefully. If you charge 1 tael for guiding, you should earn several hundred taels a year. Do you think you are from other places and want to rip us off? Sun Li sneered while holding his knife, and the long scour on his face twisted like a centipede. How dare I be so mean to you nobles? Liu Si apologized and begged for mercy. If I were to guide an ordinary family, I would be satisfied with 30 or 40 taels to make a living, but you are a noble and precious person, and I think I am lucky to meet you, so I dare to ask for a favor. As long as you need me, I will be attentive every day before leaving Beijing, and it's all in this price. His words were sincere and pleasing, which calmed Shen Hong and others. Then please lead us. It doesn't need to be every day. We are here to stay permanently, and today is enough. Hong Fan readily agreed, thinking that the capital is different from other places. If he were a guide from a small place, he would be speechless when he saw Shen Hong and his group of fierce men acting sour. I'm going to the Zhangwu Academy tomorrow. You sit on my carriage and take us to a more convenient inn. He raised his head to indicate. Liu Si was overjoyed and bowed. I see. The Zhangwu Academy is in the East City. There are several high-end inns there. Under Hong Qi's rolling eyes, he carefully lifted his long gown and sat next to Kong Hai, who was driving. As soon as he sat down, he was shocked by the smoothness and comfort of the carriage. It's still my poor eyesight. With your money, it's not enough to go to a high-end place. You have to go to the best place. He apologized, touched the painted steel frame, and instructed the team to move forward. Not long after the car started, Everything went smoothly. Liu Si, are we entering the city now? Hong Fan asked in the car. My dear, Shenjing is like a living thing, growing outward every year. It's hard to say that there is a specific boundary between the city and the outside. We must be considered to have entered the city when we get here, Liu Si replied. Don't we have to pay the city entry tax? Hong Fan asked. There is no such thing as a city entry tax or business tax in Shenjing, but shops and market stalls are taxed according to the flow of goods, and the ratio is about 15%, Liu Si explained. It's not yet Shenxi, 3 p.m., yet. We need to cross the entire city to get to the east of the city, which will take more than an hour. Is it that far? Shen Hong, who was walking in front, was shocked. In his eyes, Zijing was already a very big city. It was nearly 20 miles from east to west. And it took a carriage 35 minutes to travel. Yes, my lord, you don't know that Shenjing is not only big, but also not square in shape. Liu Si pointed to the towering and lonely Jixiante in the north. The official imperial city is south of Jixiante, and the common people of the noble families are scattered around the imperial city. The overall shape is a flat fan, about 30 miles thick from north to south and more than 60 miles wide from east to west. Today is the 8th day of the 7th month. Although the Kakiao festival has passed, the city still has the afterglow of the festival. Many young women on both sides of the street dyed their nails red with impatience juice, and red ropes were tied to the high branches of the big trees that grew out of the side alleys. So the city of Shenjing is too big to build a wall, Kong Hai interrupted. Along the way, he had always had a thought in his mind. If such a beautiful city was built with a wall of 70 to 80 feet high, how easy would it be to defend? That's not the case. Liu Si straightened his back, full of energy. Your Excellency, you don't know that Shenjing has a population of 3 million. There are nearly 408 masters, more than 70 Yuanzi venerables, 10 Shinran Wuzong, and even 2 Wushans have lived here for many years. If we really want to build something, let alone a city or a building, mountains, rivers, and lakes are not difficult. At this time, the convoy was about to cross the river, but because there were too many pedestrians and vehicles, they were blocked at the bridgehead. Oh, what do you mean? Hong Fan saw that the young man was explaining and bragging, so he took the initiative to take over the conversation. My lord, when you come from the west, you will see 3 glaciers hanging from the throne and merging into the eye of the earth in the east. Liu Si cupped his hands and cleared his throat. And in the southeast of Dian Lake, there is a huge waterfall called Thunder Country that is 16 miles wide. The waterfall has a drop of 100 meters, and the sound of water can be heard from more than 10 miles away, as if it is the country of thunder, hence the name. I once went to play under the waterfall and saw the water vapor rising 100 feet high, the sky curtain rushing and hanging like a veil outside the world, and countless rainbows suspended and connected. Even if you whisper and shout with your friends, you can't hear each other's voice. This description made Shen Huang and others stunned, and they couldn't imagine the scene. Did you recite this poem? Hong Fan asked with a smile while being fascinated. I can't hide it from you, it is indeed memorized, but I really saw it, but I can't describe it myself, Liu Si replied generously. I'm talking about this because the mountains, rivers and lakes around Shenjing are not natural, and each has its own function. According to the local chronicles of Shenjing, the first mountain to rise after Zulong descended from the sky was Yuzhou Mountain. On the one hand, it served as a palace, and on the other hand, it also protected the people from the cold current from the south. It is said that after October every year, the northern side of the Yuzhou mountain range is completely covered with ice and snow, while the southern side remains green. It sounds a bit like the artificial kindling mountains, but it is narrower and taller, Hong Fan thought leisurely. Go on. After the Yuzhou mountain was built, the 4 seasons in Shenjing became much warmer, but the temperature difference between winter and summer is still large. As a result, Zulong dredged the snow-capped mountains and rivers to open a large lake. This lake is called the Eye of the Earth because its edges are round and regular, like a knife cut, Liu Si described vividly. With a big marsh next to it, Shenjing is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it is like spring all year round. Hearing this, Shen Hong and others finally understood why the weather became cooler and cooler as they walked southeast after entering Zhongzhou. Behind the Eye of the Earth is the country of thunder. Above the waterfall, colorless water vapor rises like a mountain, transforming into abundant rainfall in the nearby land. Flowers that can only live in spring and summer elsewhere can bloom all year round in Shenjing. Such a magnificent ecological project far exceeded the imagination of the Zijin group and stunned them all at once. The merchants in the front of the queue and the laborers in the back of the queue, as long as they were locals, were particularly proud and unconsciously raised their heads and chests. Even the brocade clothes and luxurious carriages of Hongfan's group were completely disdainful. Of course, mortals have no chance to see those beautiful scenes just now. Only great masters like Yuanzi Shinran can travel through the void and witness them with their own eyes. Liu Si was also infected and enchanted. The arch bridge was half broken, and for a moment he was immersed in melancholy and yearning. I thought that the martial Saint Baili Shi created a golden sea desert, which was already the best in the world, but I didn't expect that there would be such a wonder in the world. Shen Hong smacked his lips and sighed while touching his scalp. As Brother Liu said, we are not lucky enough to witness this scenery, but you, the second young master, must go up to the sky and see it yourself, and tell the brothers about it later. These words were as sharp as a knife, instantly stabbing the melancholy atmosphere. Liu Si swallowed his saliva, and felt that the position on the shaft of the cart was so hot that he could hardly put his bow down. As for the local people of Shenjing who were crowded beside the convoy, they were even more concerned about each other, and spoke to each other in a whisper. Liu Si, I heard that Yuzhou Mountain is the location of the Dragon Palace. Isn't it taboo to fly over it? Hongfan asked. His question was equivalent to confirming Shen Huang's words. This little one really doesn't know. Liu Si trembled. When the second young master sees the mountain master later, it's just right to ask him. Kong Hai pulled back the reins, stopped the long face of Honky from reaching into other people's vegetable baskets, and smiled. Liu Si's expression became more reluctant, and only the sound of wind could be heard in front and behind the arch bridge, and the crowd was already silent. The east of the bridge is the central area of the west city of Shenjing. There were many shops along the street, selling everything. Hongfan looked out the window and saw many large clocks in the halls, and a few people in bright clothes wore mechanical pocket watches. After 2 more blocks, a shop with a signboard that read "Fragrant Shadows Will Last Forever" was hung outside, and there was a long queue. Hongfan couldn't help but be curious. My dear, that's a new photo studio that opened this year. It's said that the boss bought the new technology of the Shenjing Instruments and Works Museum a few years ago, which can take portraits and preserve them for a long time, Liu Si explained. Last month, my little one took my mother there to try it out. The pictures are real, but the light and dark are reversed, and they will gradually turn black if you look at them too much. I see, Hongfan nodded. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this was the early darkroom photography technology mentioned in the chemistry class, which probably used light-sensitive materials such as silver chloride or silver nitrate to capture the image projected by the lens. The carriage passed the photo studio and past the 5th Martial Arts Hall along the way. Shenjing is indeed rich, Liu Si. I have seen a high density of small and medium-sized martial arts schools along the way. Hongfan was delighted when he heard the sound of young people practicing boxing in the wind. By the way, my martial arts skills are not as good as Yuanzi, and I am not even 2 years older than you. Don't be nervous, just call yourself the lower one, sir. This has only happened in the past 10 years. Liu Si was obviously relieved. Don't look at the prosperity of martial arts schools along this road. In fact, they are all mediocre skills, and most of the masters have only reached the Guanzhong realm. In the early years, there was fierce competition among martial arts schools in Shenjing, and the owners could not open them without some tricks. At that time, the tuition fees for becoming a master were also very expensive, and ordinary people could not afford to learn. But later, the old man Shansang was promoted from the post of King's Hao Admiral to Shenjing. Liu Si tried to keep his tone neutral. He is a powerful man who has the final say. Under his rule, the status of the Martial Arts Academy has become more respected. He has completely banned the martial arts schools of Shenjing from privately seeking conflicts. The right and wrong are all decided by the Ministry of Martial Arts. Since then, there have been more and more small and medium-sized martial arts schools on the street that teach some superficial methods and do not talk about the relationship between master and apprentice. Especially 3 years ago, the headmaster introduced a new policy that any martial arts school in Shenjing who teaches a Chongmei Nian can get a subsidy of 3 strings of cash. For a time, there were many schools that opened and taught, and there were more and more people practicing martial arts. Liu Si's posture when speaking can reflect that Guan Kimei's actions may not be welcomed by many people. But this approach to popularizing martial arts will undoubtedly be recognized by Hongfan. Although the martial arts of the Chongmanian in the inner vision realm cannot reach a high level, it is nothing more than squatting and pulling 200 to 300 kilograms, which is about the level of weightlifting athletes in the previous life. The labor force they can provide is not the same as that of ordinary people. A quarter of an hour later, the convoy drove into the South City. This is the time of the day when the sun is the strongest, and there are fewer pedestrians on the street. Liu Si glanced at Kong Hai, who was driving the car several times with his peripheral vision, and finally couldn't help asking, "Excuse me. Are you the 18th on the Xianjiao list, the blazing star Hong Fan Hong Gongzi? Do you know me?" Hong Fan's voice came through the carriage tent. Seeing him admit his identity, Liu Si's face flushed visibly. "How could I not know? There are 3 million people in Shenzhen. Except for the deaf, blind and immature, who has not heard of the name of the Gongzi? In fact, I heard that your guards are from Jinhei before, and I saw that you are in your prime, so I had a guess in my mind, but I didn't dare to ask." After saying this, Liu Si's attitude became more and more high-spirited. "You are coming here for a long time, and you must be riding the purple ribbon in Shenzhen. I am a guide for the Star Lord, which is really an incredible blessing." He was happy in his heart, and he wanted to return the 1 or 2 taels of silver he received impulsively, but he was worried that this rash show of goodwill would annoy the Xianjiao. Sure enough, even though they are thousands of miles away, even in the unrivaled Shenzhen, my second young master is a household name. Around the carriage, the guards were filled with emotion and unconsciously took square steps. Hong Fan leaned back in the carriage, recalling the day when he first saw the results announced in the 27th year of Zheng. At that time, the strong winds in the whole city were whistling the ancient and new names, and all the eyes of Jia Zhao seemed to be on one person. The steel suspension bounced, causing him to feel a little dizzy. "Are there any famous ex in and outside Shenzhen?" Hong Fan tapped the armrest with his fingers. "There were originally 2, but they moved away within the past 10 years, Liu Si replied attentively. "Young master, think about it, who doesn't want to be free in the big sex? But in Shenzhen, the headmaster has a bad temper and many rules, which makes people feel uncomfortable. It seems that the people of Shenzhen have a lot of opinions about this Hangwu Academy," Hong Fan asked. "Some people think that this Hangwu Academy is too controlling, but most of them are just complaints. The common people should have no opinions." Liu Si thought carefully for a moment before answering. "Nowadays, the public security in Shenzhen is very good. Warriors dare not attack ordinary people at will. It is said that the Wuchen military department thinks that half of the people are not enough. Although the king of the mountain was there in the early years, no one knew that the martial arts saint could really rely on a pair of ears to monitor the whole city. 9 years ago, the mountain master was certified as a martial saint. Since then, all the bullies and villains have changed their faces, because the movement of swords and weapons can really attract him." Upon hearing this, Shen Hong and others felt the hair on the back of their necks, as if a white-haired old man would stick out from the wall of the street at any time. In short, in my opinion, capable people naturally don't like the constraints of equal treatment, but for most of the incompetent people in Shenzhen, it is better for everyone to abide by the rules than for some people not to abide by them, Liu Si concluded, suddenly realizing that he had said too much and too deep, and he couldn't see the face of the master, so he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Hong Fan thought silently. First, he felt that Guan Qimei had some ideas of a philosopher king. Second, he did not expect that a warrior could have such a huge and profound impact on the daily lives of 3 million ordinary people in a city. If people are like this, how much more so is Zulong, who moved mountains and opened lakes? The carriage arrived at the best inn in East City as planned. Desolate Jingsha covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters, with pavilions, pools and terraces. The upper room costs 32 taels of silver a day, the middle room costs 8 taels, and the ordinary room costs 2 taels. The grade is beyond words. It is said that it is the property of the Lu family in Shenzhen. Hong Fan has never been a simple person. This year, he has become financially independent, so he directly booked the upper room. The setting sun shone obliquely, dyeing the snow on Yuzhou Mountain golden. Liu Si took the extra reward silver and set off on the way home in a hurry. Chapter 463 Making a Covenant. The next day was the 9th day of the 7th month. Desolate Jingsha was only 3 blocks away from the Shenzhen Xiangwuan Yamen. Hong Fan asked Shen Huang to deliver a visiting card early in the morning. He thought that the headmaster was busy with affairs, but he received a reply in the afternoon and asked him to meet the next afternoon. In terms of style, Shenjing's Hangwuan was not much different from Zijing. They both had red walls and black tiles, and even the gate lines covered with patina had their front paws exposed. However, its scale was much larger, with a length and width of more than 100 meters. The person in charge of receiving Hongfan was waiting outside in advance. His name was Shen Yongxiu, about 40 years old, slightly fat, with a friendly face. He claimed to be the general director of the military department of Shenjing's Hangwuan. With Hongfan's current status and position, he was naturally not qualified to let Zhang open the main gate for him. After entering the side door, the first thing was a wide square paved with stone slabs. A 2-meter-high Xingshi giant statue stood in the middle, with a human-faced beast body and wings on its back, holding a vajra in both hands, glaring at the people passing by. This statue was made of mountain copper by the first headmaster himself. It is red and majestic and will not rust for 100 years, Shen Yongxiu introduced. Hongfan passed by the statue and saw a line of large characters carved on the base with his fingers. Practice supreme martial arts and be angry for justice. The two walked in, passing the main and secondary yamen of each line. They saw that there was often a special auxiliary room next to the main hall. In it, copper pipes in different directions could be seen coming out from the ground. People in special uniforms held documents and read at the mouth of the pipes. Hongfan was naturally curious. They are the ear officials unique to the Martial Arts Academy, Shen Yongxiu said with pride. My department monitors martial arts in the world, and the files and documents are vast, but the government office occupies such a large area that if the inquiries are all based on human communication, the efficiency is too low. So decades ago, the then headmaster found a device to design and bury this copper-tubed sound transmission system, so that the two departments separated by 200 meters can talk instantly. Of course, the information transmitted by the ear clerks is of low confidentiality. There are many martial artists in the government office, and each of them has outstanding hearing ability. The key documents must be sealed with wax and transmitted. Hongfan nodded in admiration. After another 100 meters, a huge iron building with 5 or 6 stories high appeared behind the northwest wall. Young Master Hong, that is the martial arts pavilion. This time, Shen Yongxiu took the initiative to introduce it without waiting for questions. The pavilion contains all the martial arts and killing methods collected by this Hangwu Academy. On the top floor, there are copies of the Purple Sky Dragon Transformation Sutra and the original Yimu Kingling Sutra. The former was sent in by Emperor Cheng 100 years ago to establish the majesty of this Hangwu Academy, and the latter was sealed by the headmaster himself 10 years ago. Guan Kimei's office is located deep in the eaves. The hall is 10 meters high and the room is more than 10 feet wide. It is grand and majestic, forming a courtyard of its own. However, the scattered white bird droppings on the tiles and the squirrels lurking between the brackets somewhat ruin the atmosphere. The middle door on the stone steps is wide open. Shen Yongxiu stopped outside the hall and bowed towards the hall from a distance. Just as Hongfan was straightening his clothes, a voice came from the hall. Come in. He went in as he was told. After crossing the threshold, the first thing he saw was the bookshelves that filled the space and the materials piled on them. The sunlight through the window was cut into small pieces of light on the floor by these obstacles. Hongfan walked around a row of bookshelves and saw 2 strips of old and faded red paper pasted on the main hall, with a couplet written on them. I wish to live a peaceful life in this life, and there will be no heroes after me. These 14 words were written in rough handwriting, and the parallelism was not neat, but there was an indescribable stubbornness and arrogance in the ink strokes. Guan Kimei was standing behind a wide table in the corner of the hall. He was wearing a light and breathable gray linen shirt, without a crown, and his graying hair and thin body revealed his old age. He looked more like a country bumpkin than Gu Yixin who didn't carry a gun. Wait a minute. While writing furiously, Guan Kimei raised his head and exchanged glances with Hongfan. Although this man looked old, he looked like a young man just by looking at his eyes. Tian Wei. Go to Zhezhou to meet Pan Yucheng and let him weigh the weight of this matter again. Guan Kimei kept talking and spoke to the person standing behind the table. Hongfan turned his head and saw that this man had phoenix eyes and thin lips, and was wearing a straight official robe. He looked about 50 years old. He was the Mr. Tian whom he had met once in the winter of Huaiyang State a year and a half ago. At that time, Hongfan didn't know that he was Tian Wei, the Yuhe Zhenjin who is the deputy governor of the Shenjing's Hangwu Academy and ranked 82nd on the Earth list. As for Pan Yucheng, he is the grandfather of the 3rd prince's wife. He is the 33rd on the Earth list and the top of Zhezhou. His title is Jin Kung Fu Shou. I understand, Tianwei replied briefly, and nodded with Hong Fan, then left the hall. Come on, Guan Qimei said. After writing a letter, he blew it and put it aside, and took a new piece of white paper. He watched Hong Fan walk to the table and temporarily stopped the work at hand. I don't have a chair here. You don't need one if your cultivation is not bad, Hong Fan nodded. Facing a martial saint known for his hot temper alone, he felt a little pressure. I know everything about you and Sheng's Hao. It's amazing, much better than me who could only copy cats and tigers when I was a congenital, Guan Qimei praised. I am very happy that you are willing to come to Shenzhen. I have thought of 2 futures for you. Listen to them. He suddenly changed the subject, and the tone of his speech was like a towel wrung out of water, and it was as if the two had worked together for many years and no longer needed any courtesy. The first option is that you will be transferred to the Shenzhen Martial Arts Academy as a full-time position, and you won't have to worry about martial arts techniques. With your fighting power and skills, you can get a good job in either the Siwu department or the Chou department. When you have experience, you can help me like Tianwei. As for the businesses you already have, I can help you keep them. As a reward for your merits in Shenzhou, the Martial Arts Academy has 4 lines: the Siwu department, the Zucha department, and the Zucha department. Except for the Zhu that has not yet been revealed, everyone in the world knows how powerful the rest are. This condition is not bad. But from Zhu Zhanrun, Zioji to Guan Qimei, Hong Fan has received too good conditions. Considering Guan Qimei's personality and temper and the fighting power of the martial saint, he has to worry about being constrained by him in the future. It is not easy to refuse a martial saint. Just as Hong Fan was considering his words, Guan Qimei had already spoken. If you don't want to, then you want to follow the original statement, which is the second path I mentioned, and let the purple ribbon ride all over the world. You want the second half of the blazing explosion code, right? According to the importance of this martial art, you need to help the Martial Arts Academy to accomplish 7 things. Considering your merits in Shenzhou, I can decide to exempt you from 3 of them. Guan Qimei's fast pace of conversation made Hong Fan's mind tense. He reacted in an instant and realized that the merits he mentioned were Blazing Star's rear guard, killing the queen insect, and fire gods repelling the enemy. That's what I want, Hong Fan agreed immediately. Okay, then do it this way. Guan Qimei said what he meant. The academy will provide each purple ribbon with a residence, as well as uniforms, weapons, subsidies, etc. You can go and contact Shen Yangxiu who is waiting outside. There was no tea, and even no seat. The conversation lasted only a few minutes, but everything that needed to be said was said. Hong Fan left the hall in a daze, still thinking about it. Today, neither the size of the 4 things was discussed, nor what was considered successful, and there was not even a written contract. But it is indeed unlikely that a congenital person would deceive the martial saint. Shen Yangxiu, who was outside the door, was not surprised to see Hong Fan return after a while. From elsewhere, Hong Fan learned that the purple ribbon subsidy mentioned by Guan Qimei was only 2 taels of silver per month, and 2 yellow-level weapons could be received every year. It was shabby, of course, but it was much better than the Red Ribbon State Cavalry. At that time, Hong Fan did not even have this subsidy, and even the horse feed for the red flag had to be provided by himself. Then the two went to see the allocated residence in the courtyard. The quadrangle, which was only 1 entrance away, was located in a remote area of the eastern city of Shenyang. There was a main room and 2 side rooms, and a stove with a roof but no walls outside. Although this house looked simple, it was sold for more than 100 guan, and even compared with the most central location in Jinhei City, it was 5 times more expensive. According to Shen Yangxiu, if the courtyard was moved to a prosperous place near the imperial city, the price would double. Hong Fan naturally refused. There were 3 rooms with roofs in total, which could not even accommodate Shen Huang and more than a dozen guards, not to mention the red flag and many horses. Chapter 464, Finding Out. The 3 rooms of Dingxin Jingsha have their own independent courtyards, and the paintings and screens are all exquisite. It is naturally a first-class luxury residence. But 32 taels of silver a day, even Hong Fan would feel it was too hot to spend. On the 10th day of July, he sent Shen Hong and others out early in the morning to find a broker to look at the house. Not long after, he sensed that a star god had come to the inn from the dragon soul tree. The visitor turned out to be Hu Zhuang. He came to deliver the real estate deed of the mansion. After parting from Shuxin City, Hu Zhuang arrived in Shenzhen at the end of June. Since then, he has people pay attention to the movements of Jiang Weiyan every day, and then he found Hong Fan's place by following the clues. All this is naturally in accordance with Xiao Chu's arrangements. Such carefulness and thoughtfulness made Hong Fan feel like looking at himself in the mirror. After lunch, the two went to see the house together. The three-story house has a stable and a small garden. It is located in the South City, not too central. Although it is far inferior to Chori Mansion, the market price is also over 1,000 taels. With Jing Huangsing's cooperation, Hong Fan and Xiao Chu have already had a lot of interests tied together, so this gift is nothing. So he happily accepted it, and only refused a few maids and servants who came with the house. In mid-July, the group was busy decorating the new house, getting familiar with the neighbors, and hiring people. As soon as they were ready, they were visited by the Hanlin Academy and the East Palace Shaoxianshi. Obviously, in the eyes of the superiors, Hong Fan's merits in Shengzhou far exceeded Hong Jian's defense of Jinhe in the past, so that the court and the royal family each rewarded him. The former read the imperial edict and named him Wu de General. This is a fifth-rank military official position, with a salary of 3,000 stones and no specific position. The latter brought gold, silver and silk from the prince's personal reward, which was equivalent to more than 30,000 taels of silver, and a letter of thanks, the core idea of which was, "It was all thanks to you that my sister was not crippled by the chaos." From this, it can be seen that the prince and the eldest princess have a good personal relationship. On July 20th, Hong Fan met with Han Anlin, the resident magician of the Shenzhen Artifacts supervisor. The latter was only at the level of heaven and man, and was 87 years old at the time. His main academic achievements were in mathematical analysis. His most proud achievement was the discovery of the Anlin formula x equals cos x plus I sin x. This formula established a relationship between trigonometric functions and exponential functions, and it occupies a very important position in mathematical analysis and complex function theory. In another world, it is called Euler's formula. With Hong Fan's ability, it was too easy to conquer the math guy. In front of everyone, he wrote 3 corollaries based on the Anlin formula on the spot. First, substitute x equals Greek letter alpha plus Greek letter beta into x equals cos x plus I sin x. Expand it to get ei plus Greek letter beta equals I equals cos plus I sin, and then expand it to separate the real part and the imaginary part, and directly get the sum angle formula of trigonometric functions. Cos plus Greek letter beta equals cos sin plus Greek letter beta equals sin cos plus cos sin. 2. Regarding the ordinary differential equation y plus y equals 0, let the solution be y equals kx. Substituting into the equation, we get the characteristic equation k2 plus 1 equals 0, with a root k equals plus or minus I. Using Euler's formula, we get the general solution, y equals c1 x plus c2 x equals x plus sinx 3. Substitute Greek letter pi into x equals cos x plus I sin x, and we get I plus 1 equals 0, an identity that is extremely beautiful and artistic, and relates 5 basic mathematical constants. These are certainly not great achievements, but they have deeply shocked several of the artifact supervisors present, and even made Hong Fan regarded as a close friend by Han Anlin. On July 23rd, Xiao Chu completed a 2-month fundraising journey and returned to Shenzhen. Hong Fan sent a letter immediately and visited her 3 days later. The Princess Xian, Xiao Chu's title, mansion is located in the privileged area of the North City near the Imperial Palace. The guards outside the door are wearing red divine bird cloaks, obviously belonging to the Shengaiyu army. Being able to use private troops in the capital is undoubtedly a manifestation of power, and most unmarried princesses of Dahua do not even have independent mansions. Next to a pool of clear water, Hong Fan saw Xiao Chu from afar, who was different from before. She was not wearing heavy armor or military uniforms. She wore a long green skirt inside and a thin, light-transmitting bright yellow long-sleeved double-breasted gauze shirt outside. She did not wear any jewelry except a phoenix head hairpin with kingfisher feathers. She only wore a light purple plain shawl around her neck and hung in front of her body as her only decoration. The maid stopped outside the corridor. Hong Fan walked into the peony pavilion surrounded by 4 walls and saw Xiao Chu sitting on the railing, with a pair of red rope clogs on her toes, happily feeding the fish. Your Highness looks happy, so I guess the fundraising went smoothly? He smiled. The money for the Shengaiyu army is not just for me. How hard can it be to find it? Xiao Chu glanced back and said proudly. The Shijia County saw this princess coming, so they had to pay for several months of expenses. I have collected 80% of the money from the 3 states this time, and I have already collected 80% of the money for Shengzhou, she said and sprinkled a large piece of fish food. It's just that I went to ask my brother for money yesterday, and I wanted to fill the last hole, but he said that he had just sent a batch of salary to the northern border of Hezhou at the beginning of the month, and he gave you an extra sum, but there was no extra money left for me. This was a joking complaint. I heard that Zhanbi Guard has always been doing its own thing. Does the court still pay them? Hong Fan took the initiative to ignore the second half of the sentence. Yes, it's also the territory of Dahua. How can we ignore it? Xiao Chu rolled his eyes at him. On the surface, the court can receive tax silver from the north of Kuai Mountain every year. Of course, the amount is not large, far less than the food and wages allocated in the past, and Xinbiwei also recognizes the officials sent by the central government, but without their nod, these officials can't do anything. Why is the situation like this? Hong Fan sat down on the railing on the other side of the waterside pavilion, facing Xiao Chu's empty eyes. Geographically separated, culturally different, but in the final analysis, it all started with a rebellion of the 13 kings. Xiao Chu did not hide it. After the civil strife, although Shenjing was preserved, the entire Hongzhou suffered a heavy blow. Since then, the court's finances and military power have been insufficient for decades, and it can neither help nor control the north of Kuai Mountain in Hezhou. Xinbiwei has to find a way out under the threat of the giant spirit, and it is not what it is now. How are you in Shenjing these days? Do you still need the courtyard I gave you? She changed the subject. It's good, but I just arrived in Shenjing, like a fish in shallow water suddenly entering the ocean. I am a little unfamiliar and frightened, Hong Fan replied. Pretending. You dare to sit in front of the princess without being invited, so why are you so scared? Xiao Chu sneered, and flicked out a fish food, hitting the forehead of a particularly strong white-backed koi that was desperately fighting for food. The fish were startled and suddenly scattered, like colorful flowers withering. Since you are willing to come to see me, I will reluctantly go with you to explore the deep water of Shenjing. Xiao Chu clapped his hands, stepped back into the clogs with a snap, and stood up to pace. A fragrant breeze blew in the pavilion, covering the fishy smell of water. She was over 1.75 meters tall, agile and well-proportioned, and she had a vigorous figure even in a skirt. Hong Fan noticed that Xiao Chu had wrapped her chest, but not too tightly, so as to distract her. There are many people in Shenjing who are not easy to offend. Apart from the royal family, the most difficult person to deal with is definitely your current boss. Xiao Chu walked to the other end of the pavilion, leaning on the railing, and stood in the gentle afternoon sunlight. You should have heard something about Shanxiang, impatient, stubborn, hates the ways of the world, doesn't care about his subordinates, and his actions seem somewhat arrogant even as a martial saint. She hesitated. These comments are true, but he is difficult to get along with, and he is also responsible. I'm afraid that the most capable person in the whole Shenjing is not my great-grandfather, but him. Xiao Chu had to say this with admiration. He suppressed the 2 major feudal states in the east, recovered the 3 counties of Huaiyang in the west, and squeezed Xinbiwei in the north. 7 years ago, Shanxiang personally went north to talk with Cao Fei, so that he could put a military supervisor in every city north of the Kuai Mountains in the past 7 years. Now, relying on these foundations, the court's influence in Xinbiwei has expanded a lot, and occasionally it can also place some middle-level military generals by allocating money and food. In short, my father has to be careful when facing Shanxiang. The only one in the whole Shenjing who dares to be casual in front of him is my great-grandfather. After speaking Guankime, Xiao Chu turned around and swung one end of the shawl in his hand. The weaponry bureau is large in size and has a wide range of ties, and is closely connected with my brother. However, I heard that you have the upper hands in front of the 5 magic saints, so there is no need for outsiders to interfere. In addition to the 8 ministries in the court, there is also the supervisory council. This department is really mysterious, and I can't tell what they do on a daily basis. The director of the supervisory council is Guan Qianjian. I have met him several times. I remember that he was in power when I was a child, and he was respected by my father and brother. Well, let's put it this way. The three lists collect masters from all over the world, regardless of their status, but people in the world don't know that only the warriors of the Supervisory Council are not on the list. In addition, all matters involving the heart-eating impermanence and the purple impermanence are handled privately by the Supervisory Council. Hong Fan understood. The Xiangang Divine Wind in Feng Yi's impermanence realm is scary enough, and the Supervisory Council can interfere with the impermanence realm left by the death of the two demon gods, which shows that it has a deep foundation. Outside the court, there is also the saying of 3 dukes and 4 marquises in Shenjing. Xiao Chu picked up a lychee from the fruit plate on the stone table, and his tone became relaxed. 3 dukes Shen, Zhou, and Lu, and 4 marquises Bu, Zhu, Shuang, and Zhang. Among them, the 3 dukes have celestial beings in their clans, and the 4 marquises have multiple yuanzi. The Dingxin Jingsha where you lived before is the property of Huiyan Duke Lu's family. Most of these 7 families don't get along well with this Hangwuan. Of course, the mountain is a tiger, and they dare not do anything to the tiki easily. Having said this, Xiao Chu puffed up her cheeks and suddenly spit out the lychee pit, and beat the wide-backed fat koi that was bullying the fish school to flee. There were originally 2 high-ranking sects in Shenjing, but now they have moved away. By the way, there are also the royal families of the vassal states. Because Emperor Xiao has an agreement with the princes, the Yi family and the Hao family both have mansions in the capital, and they often hostage several outstanding descendants. These guys have the support of the martial saint behind them, and they are like sticky candy when they make trouble, and they are not easy to deal with. She showed a disgusted expression, wrinkled her nose and sneered. Ordinary court officials, civil servants, generals, nobles and wealthy merchants cannot confront the purple ribbon of the martial academy. If it involves my brothers and sisters, you can beg me and I will help you settle it. Xiao Chu ate 5 lychees in a row, and slapped his chest fiercely when he said this, which scared Hong Fan so much that he quickly turned his eyes away and looked angrily at the scenery of the courtyard. It was Shen Shizheng, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Hong Fan left the princess's mansion. Outside the corridor, the glazed tiles on the top of the wall shone colorfully in the warm sun. Prince, I have informed you for the 3rd time that His Highness does not want to see you. A bitter female voice came in through the side door. Please ask the eunuch to report again, saying that she only wants to see His Highness and see that she is safe with her own eyes. Another male voice replied firmly. Hong Fan walked forward, knowing that the female eunuch, responsible for daily service and conveying orders in the princess's mansion, was just talking nonsense. He had been by Xiao Chu's side for half the afternoon, and had never seen anyone come to report. Of course, it was none of his business whether it was nonsense or not. Passing by the armored guards who looked straight ahead and the female servants with sweat on their foreheads, Hong Fan glanced at the person who was talking when he left. He was of medium height, about the same age as himself, and his appearance was slightly worse than the clean-cut Shuli, but he could barely be considered handsome. The only thing was that his sky-blue martial arts uniform was embroidered with ice-cracked thunder patterns, which made him look familiar. The sky of Yanlan City, the tiger eyes and the lion mouth, punishing Yizhen on behalf of heaven. A picture flashed through Hong Fan's mind, and he immediately thought of the sticky words that Xiao Chu had cursed with his nose wrinkled. Yishi, the heir of the Xiantian Wu, the Void Thunder Sutra, and the 7th on the Xianjiao list. It should be known that licking dogs in heat are the most ignorant, especially licking dogs who claim to be extremely powerful. So Hong Fan withdrew his gaze as if to ward off evil spirits and walked straight out. But the other party actually shrunk the ground into an inch and blocked him in front of him, and his speed was far faster than the instant step. Who are you? Yishi narrowed his eyes and asked bluntly. There are many people coming in and out of Princess Zion's mansion every day. Such a large mansion, there must be people who do maintenance, shopping, and carrying manure. Most of them have nothing to do with the eldest princess. But Hong Fan's clothes and appearance are not ordinary people. Who are you? Yishi almost gritted his teeth. I arrived half an hour ago, but I didn't see you enter the mansion, so His Highness has been seeing you all the time. His eyes flashed with blue light, and the whole person was as sharp as lightning. I am a nobody, so I won't make friends with you. Hong Fan casually dismissed him, secretly cursing him in his heart, and moved to bypass him. But Yishi stepped forward to stop him. I ask you, what are you doing in your highness's mansion? The content of his 3 questions kept changing, and it can be seen that he had already imagined a big drama in his mind. But Shenjing in the 31st year of Zheng is not like Jinhei in the 27th year of Zheng. In Hong Fan's heart, He no longer has much weight on the list of Xianjiao. He glanced at the sweaty female servant who couldn't get a word in, and looked at the Shengaiyu army guards at the door. As the guards of Her Highness, you must recognize this man. I don't know if he is from the Imperial Clan Court or the Supervisory Council. What qualifications do you have to set up a checkpoint in front of Princess Xian's mansion to spy on my private discussion with the princess? Hong Fan said in a serious tone. The nature of the matter changed after the topic changed. The captain of the guard immediately gave up the idea of watching the fun, sent a subordinate into the mansion to report the news, and stepped forward with a knife. Sir, the princess's mansion is an important place for the royal family, and we cannot be presumptuous. The two men's fighting power was very different. Although Yishi despised the insignificant person in front of him, he thought of Xiao Chu's love for the officers of the Shengaiyu army under his command, so he suppressed his anger and ignored him, and only used his body to block Hong Fan. The North City is home to many dignitaries, and carriages are constantly coming and going on the road. But every time someone lifted the curtain to look, they were forced back by Yishi's sharp eyes. Not long after, heavy footsteps sounded in the mansion. Hu Zhuang put one hand on the door beam, and ducked out like a bear, followed by the soldiers who reported the news. He obviously knew what happened. He took a deep breath and wiped his face, then went straight to the main person. Yishi, I'm going to tell you the truth. Your Highness has always disapproved of people like you who don't do practical things. He only tolerated you a few times because of your status. Don't be ungrateful. The Elephant Eater is a star of war, and Hu Zhuang has been tempered in Shengzhou and his combat power is close to Yuanxi, so he is not polite. Your Highness has misunderstood me deeply. As a prince, I have not been able to leave Shenzhen in these years, otherwise I would have followed her to fight in the north and south to defend my country, Yishi hurriedly clarified. You can think whatever you want, but your Highness's kindness is your business, and I, who, have a limit to my patience, Hu Zhuang shouted. Will you give in? Seeing that the captain of Xiao Chu's personal guards was standing opposite him, Yishi had to compromise and glared at Hong Fan to step aside. Excuse me, Hu Zhuang nodded to Hong Fan. Thank you, Hong Fan bowed and left. This interaction made Yishi realize that the two knew each other. Young, good-looking, with an accent not native to Shenzhen, and familiar with Xiao Chu and Hu Zhuang, a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Just 3 months, how far have their relationship come? In the scorching July, Yishi was first frozen, and then jealous. You are tricksing Hong Fan, he shouted angrily, shaking the flock of birds on the back of the house dozens of meters away. But the young man in the distance did not turn his head, leaving only an indifferent back at the alley. P.S. Added after this paragraph is published will not be counted as charged words. Since Neilong returned home from the confinement center a few days ago, the operation officer and I have experienced a chaotic and exhausting period as new parents. Especially Neilong is a high-demand baby in the second month of the fussing stage, and his crying is particularly loud, which is quite tormenting every midnight. Due to fatigue, lack of sleep, and restlessness, I have tried to calm down and write a little during this period, but failed in the end. During the 2 days of the new year, I occasionally thought of this new child who really disrupted our original life order and affected my writing of the book, but from another perspective, isn't she also a new book that I want to write diligently in the second half of my life? Some time ago, I finished reading most of the complete works of Yasunori Kawabata. I was deeply impressed by the decay and corruption often depicted from the perspective of the elderly in the novels, and even the desire, retreat and self-abasement revealed when facing the new and vibrant things. Since my grandmother who raised me passed away in 2015, I often have death anxiety, especially in the past few years after the age of 30. The comprehensive and slow decline of spirit, courage, memory, brain power, and physical strength is no different from a chronic torture. I suddenly realized that every second a person spends after being born is called aging, and every step taken is towards death, but the person who writes was once in his prime and disdained to face it. At this time, I had a daughter. A new life is also a turning point in my life journey and role. Before this, I distinguished identities, calculated gains and losses, and was busy with my own ego. I never had even a thought to become an unconditional giver. Since then, I have a new perspective to experience life. My words and deeds in the next 10 years will echo in the world that I cannot see decades later. Watering, fertilizing, and careful care. In this way, I will get a midday sun that belongs to me alone, shining on my sunset. I almost forgot to wish you all a happy new year. Life is short, I wish you all health, peace, happiness, and happiness. In addition, my book friends Huai has helped me write a single chapter to the author of The Immortal Eater, Niao Yesh, and I would like to express my gratitude to both of them. The book The Immortal Eater was once very popular, much higher than my humble work. I have also put it on my own book list, and I recommend it to everyone here. Chapter 465, Prankster. August 12th, the 31st year of Zen. In the southern city of Shenzhen, the courtyard of the backhouse. A fist-sized gravel was suspended in the air, surrounded by a red chaplet-like true essence. More than a month after arriving in Beijing, Hong Fan, who had settled down, seemed to be forgotten by the Zhangwu Academy. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry, and occasionally met with friends such as Shi Yuanwei, and only polished his killing skills every day. The heat resistance of gravel is even better than that of ordinary metals, and ordinary magma is not enough to shake it. Fortunately, the power of the blazing fire true essence is far greater than the flaming flow force, and it is not difficult to create a high temperature of more than 2000 degrees in a small area with the cultivation of the innate 3-in-1. This process is similar to glass firing, but it is different. First of all, although silica is the main raw material for firing glass, borax, boric acid, barium carbonate, limestone and other auxiliary materials must be added in the process. Secondly, the temperature of glass firing is not higher than 1600 degrees Celsius. From 1600 to more than 2000, the difference of 400 degrees Celsius is very important. When the temperature exceeds the critical point, the covalent bonds between each silicon atom and 4 oxygen atoms of silicon dioxide gradually break, and the particles first enter a freeze state, and then reorganize and combine during the cooling process. This reorganization was originally random and would bring unpredictable changes in physical properties, but through the power of the Fate Star Sand world, Hong Fan is trying to intervene in the direction of change. More regular, purer, harder. The high-temperature radiation dissipated, and Hong Fan, whose collar was burnt yellow, felt the coolness of the evening breeze again. After the shawl, the sand mass had already shown a highly transparent crystal appearance. The honeycomb structure of silicon and oxygen atoms was displayed in the spiritual perception of the sand world. Hong Fan flicked the sand crystal with his fingers, and only heard a short and crisp vibration, and the smooth surface of the crystal boundary was intact. After all, with the blessing of the Fate Star, the hardness is far beyond that of black iron. He nodded with satisfaction and shot out the sand flow knife. This time, the sand crystal only lasted for more than a second before it was destroyed. Although the hardness is high, the toughness is insufficient. Continuous impact will quickly fatigue, Hong Fan complained, and then laughed again. I was too greedy. Materials are the basis of physical applications. New high-performance materials can be used as both spears and shields, bringing Hong Fan many new ideas for killing. At the same time, more than a month of research and development has honed his ability to control sand to a higher level. Now he can control a single grain of sand to carve official script on a wooden board from a distance of several meters without visual control, and MRI and CT are enough to help people remove blood clots. After a short rest, Hong Fan dredged the fourth Han Taiyang and Han Xiaoyan meridians as usual, but there was no progress after a quarter of an hour. It's a pity that my roots are too poor. The innate is the limit of my own practice. Just when he was a little frustrated, he heard Shen Huang's signature heavy footsteps outside the courtyard. Second young master, someone from the military department of the military academy said that there is something important to discuss. Please go there tomorrow. The voice was tense and excited. The next morning, August 13th. Hong Fan was dressed in a purple cloud-patterned silk suit, and his thick-soled martial arts boots stepped on the undried night dew on the bluestone slabs in the military academy. Under the eaves, chalcedony bells were suspended every 10 feet, and every time someone passed by, they would emit a crisp tremor. In the huge city of Shenzhen, the Zhangwu Academy has only one address, but there is a huge plaque with the 3 characters Zhangwu Academy at the main gate, and there are actually 2 parts inside. Dahua's Zhangwu Academy is on the left, and Shenzhen City's Zhangwu Academy is on the right. The former manages all the departments in Jiazhou, and the latter manages the regular affairs in Shenzhen City. In terms of territory, the former occupies a larger area, but the latter actually has more people. For example, Yu Huzhenjian Bianwei is the 3rd-rank deputy supervisor of the Shenzhen City's Zhangwu Academy. Although he is very trusted by Guan Qimei, his rank is actually lower than the 3rd-rank Shenzhen Admiral Bihai Zhao Shengli's Huoying. The wind through the hall carried the smell of pine smoke and ink and hot Hong Fan's face. The main hall of the Dahua's Hangwu Academy's military department is 1,000 square meters wide. Outside the entrance, a mighty iron zizi sits. Under the hall, 7 copper crane incense burners are breathing out green smoke. A deep sniff will give you a sense of peace and concentration. Hong Fan stepped over the threshold. Although it was his first time here, everyone in the hall recognized him. Hong Zishao, please wait a moment. Liu Chenshi will be here soon, the leading clerk said respectfully. Hong Fan nodded. A ray of morning light was shining through the glazed tiles on the roof of the hall. Dozens of ebony bookshelves were lined up like a wall, and bronze crane-shaped lamps were scattered among them. The lamp oil burned in the hollow crane heads to prevent fire to the greatest extent. The hundreds of wooden grids hanging on the east wall caught Hong Fan's attention. These grids were filled with paper cards with different names, and there were brief introductions under the names. He took a closer look and found that it was the list of evil. The names of the first and second on the list had not changed since Hong Fan first looked at the list 4 years ago. They were also the only 2 celestial beings on the list of evil. Zhutian Zhangdao Chen Danning, a second-level celestial being, comes from the King's Hao family Chen family. He practices the family tradition martial tribulation divine pattern classic. He suffered humiliation since childhood due to his short stature and cleft lip. After breaking through the celestial realm, he destroyed his clan and joined the giant spirit, human demon, real name unknown, first-level celestial being, unknown origin, unknown martial arts, fond of combining human and animal limbs and experiments, causing many people to be disabled or killed, violating the moral principles of heaven and man. After the 2 great demons, there are 7 Yuanzi. There are 109 innate masters on the list, and the highest-ranked nickname Iron Demon ranks 10th, Iron Demon Zhou Wu, Peak of Xianshan. Born in the powerful Zhou family of Han's Hao, practiced a family tradition of melting iron skill, lost his eyesight in childhood due to playing with his peers, merged 2 earthly divine weapons in his youth, had an extreme and violent personality, liked to dig out people's eyes, fought with flowing clouds and snow hairpin Qiao Yu Bei. At that time, he was at the first level of Yuanzi, for an hour, only injured but not dead, and escaped through a cave. Hong Fan had just finished reading the biographies of the first 10 people when he heard a deep male voice coming from outside the hall. Sorry for the wait. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall official in his prime striding in, his arm muscles stretched with sleeves tight, and his short hair was half white. I am the assistant of the military department of Dahua's Hangwu Academy, Assistant Liu said with a smile. Every Zishao will look at the evil list when he comes to Zizi Hall for the first time. I saw Hong Zishao's face, and he seemed to have some questions. His sharpness surprised Hong Fan. Yes, I saw only 2 celestial beings and 7 Yuanzi on the Jiwu list. Compared with the total number of 67 celestial beings and over 500 Yuanzi in Dahua, the ratio is very low. Hong Fan wanted to mention it casually, but suddenly thought of Guan Qimei, so he restrained himself and said it directly. Haha, few people would say this directly in the Zizi Hall. Liu Chenshi laughed generously. Even Feng Jiang from 3 years ago was not on the Jiwu list, so this ratio is naturally not counted. Punishment is not imposed on the innate, and courtesy is not extended to the common people. Even the innate warriors occasionally do evil and are not punished, let alone the Yuanzi celestial beings. Hong Zishao, the warriors on this wall are not only because of evil, but also because of aloneness, he said meaningfully, leading Hong Fan to the compartment in the corner of the hall, and pressed a booklet on the table. The booklet was wrapped in yellow silk, with the words Giao written in cinnabar, sealed with fresh red wax, and each filing procedure was confirmed in small regular script with ink pen below, and finally the signature of the person filing the file. Hong Fan took a quick glance and saw the signature was Liu Guiyan, Assistant Commander of the Ministry of War. Liu Guiyan was obviously the name of the assistant Liu in front of him. This was quite strange. No parents would give their children such a bad name. Hong Zishao, don't be surprised. Assistant Liu's tone was relaxed. Liu didn't work as a civil servant from the beginning, but my colleagues died one after another in the line of duty, and my wife died of illness. I was so angry that I changed my name. Hong Fan was silent. Liu Guiyan put away his smile after he finished speaking, opened the yellow silk and took out the booklet inside. The ink on the cover was fresh, obviously it was just copied, and it said the nickname of the 49th person on the list of evil things, the prankster. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Tai Suyan. The prankster's original name is Izuhui. He has a cataract in his left eye. He practices the Shuayu Fuquan Dian. He is at the Xianshan realm. His original body shape and appearance are no longer traceable. Liu Gain turned to the first page and said, "No trace." Hong Fan frowned slightly. No traces because of the martial arts book he practiced. The Shuayu Fuquan Dian can modify body shape, height, and appearance, giving practitioners almost unlimited flexibility and powerful physical explosive power. Liu Gain turned the book to the page that recorded the description of the martial arts book. Hong Zishao, your target this time is this person. This should not be your business, but Yan Sidu specifically found me. He lowered his voice and didn't say it clearly, but Hong Fan already understood. During this period, Hong Fan had a lot of interactions with his friends Shi Yuanwei, Lin Luchuan, and Wen Changqing, who were also Zishao, and he already knew that the agreement Guan Kimei made with each Zishao was different for each person. For example, the price Shi Yuanwei paid for the second half of the Divine Travel Code was to serve as a purple ribbon for 7 years. Only the time and effort were counted, and the success or failure of the task was not important. Chasing the criminals on the evil list was his most common task. But Hong Fan's agreement only included completing 7 tasks, and 3 of them had been completed, and the difficulty of each task should be much greater. Tianwei was obviously helping him. Izuhui was originally a famous knight. Liu Gain did not stop and introduced him directly. He was born in a humble family and lived in the ancient city of Qinglin Ferry in the west of Zhanzhou. This city is adjacent to the mouth of the Yao River, and dozens of miles away is Shixin Wuchang. Do you know Shixin Wuchang? I have heard of it many times, but I don't know it very well, Hong Fan replied. When the ancestral dragon descended from the sky to set the world in order, the heart-eating demon god was the only one among all the spirits who rebelled and was later killed by the ancestral dragon at the end of the Yao River. That battle turned hundreds of miles of rugged mountains into plains, which gave rise to the Thousand-Tail Beach at the mouth of the Yao River. After the death of the demon god, the remaining spirit created the heart-eating impermanence within a radius of 200 miles. The creatures that enter the range will have their minds corroded and their bodies decayed, and finally become zombies without humanity and memory. Liu Gain's tone was grim. The large impermanence realm is dangerous, but it is also a treasure. For example, the heart-eating impermanence realm contains the body and spirit fragments left by the demon god, which have spawned many unique treasures and exotic beasts. The lost warriors who have gone deep into the adventure have left many relics. Izuhui's parents lost themselves in it in order to find treasures for refining the top-grade realm-breaking elixir for their only son. He sighed inaudibly. Izuhui is extremely talented. He worships in the local Yuquan sect. He is a man of great loyalty and often stands up for justice. After his parents died, he went deep into the heart-eating impermanence several times to find lost people. But when you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. In the end, this person also suffered mental damage from the impermanence. Fortunately or unfortunately, he is one of the few who escaped from the Thousand-Tail Shoals after being eaten by the impermanence. This is probably related to his martial arts skills and physical talent. The strength of Shuayu Fuquan Classic is that it can activate the body and resist the decay of the impermanence. Hong Fan nodded and flipped through the booklet. The latter part records the crimes that Izuhui committed after becoming a trickster. He led a couple who were as close as gold to betray each other in suspicion and misunderstanding. He instigated brothers who were as close as one person to gradually become resentful and turn against each other for profit, and fought each other until one died and the other was disabled. He incited the ferocity in the hearts of young people, and killed 4 village tyrants in a row on a dark and windy night. When he was arrested, he held the knife in his hand and was covered in blood. There are a total of 7 such cases, the earliest of which can be traced back to 5 years ago. During the crimes, Izuhui did not use his real name and often changed his appearance. Only when he was satisfied would he meet his target for the last time as a trickster. The crimes committed by the trickster are all very evil. He does not hurt people, but people's belief in life. This belief can be love, family affection, courage, or even cowardice, Liu Gain concluded. This person's cultivation is not low. In my opinion, there are less than 5 people in Zishao who are confident of taking him down in a one-on-one fight. In addition, the evil deeds he has done are only average compared to his peers on the evil list, so the Academy has not spent too much effort to catch him. Only 3 years ago, Wang Xiaodan, the strongest fighter in Zishao at that time, Chongjian Karu, ran into this person by chance, but unfortunately he still escaped. Hong Fan listened and read the relevant records in the book. On the 3rd day of the 11th month of the 28th year of Zheng, Wang Xiaodan, a member of Zishao Tiki, ran into a prankster stealing clothes in Heizhao Shenayu City. After a brief 7-round fight, he confirmed that the latter's cultivation was Xianshan Sai, and there was a strong stench of rotting corpses on his body. His mind had been corroded by the state of impermanence. This Wang Zishao is nearly 40 years old and is quite famous among the cavalrymen in the world. Hong Fan has heard about him from Wen Changqing and Lin Luchuan respectively. He practiced a Taishan classic and used a fine steel dragon-shaped heavy stick. He had completed his service 2 years ago and left the Tiki. Liu knows that you are very powerful in combat, which should be better than Wang Zishao back then. In addition, you can fly at high speed, so this task is just right for you. Liu Guiyan pushed the booklet over. Hong Fan didn't understand this, since it is the innate 4-in-1. I am sure I can find him one-on-one, but from the case files, the whereabouts and identity of the prankster are uncertain. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him? Since this official has established this task, it is natural to have a purpose. Liu Guiyan smiled. A month ago, the wig and clothes used by the prankster in the previous case were found and sent back by the local constables. Yu Gong in the courtyard used it to predict his future position. Hong Fan's heart moved. This Mr. Yu is called Yu Yunwei. He is a 3rd-rank Jinzi Guanglu doctor, 1 level higher than Zhou Wenyang. He is well known in this Hangwuan system and is respected by Lin Luchuan. She is now over 60 years old and controls the life star Tai Su Yan, which can predict the future through medium. As a star god, Hong Fan is very familiar with the recorded life stars, among which Tai Su Yan is one of the powers he is most interested in. The ability to see the future is too terrifying, and it is hard to imagine that Zaya will let Zhang Weiyun control it. Will the future that Mr. Yu see be bound to happen? He asked in a low voice. This is a very serious question. Not so, Liu Guiyan answered immediately. There is a word Yan in the name of Tai Su Yan, which actually has a similar effect to deduction. What Yu Gong sees is not so much the future as the most likely development at the moment. In addition, Shanzheng did an experiment when he first entered Shenzhen in his early years. He had privately decided to kill a cow the next day and let Yu Gong see the cow's future. The result was that the cow would die 3 years later. In short, Tai Su Yan not only cannot predict the interference of the martial saint, but also the stronger the warrior is, the fewer and more fragmented the pictures he will see. Hong Fan nodded upon hearing this and breathed a sigh of relief. Since he could not predict a martial saint, he must not have predicted the dragon soul tree either. The prankster is already not weak. Yu Gong has not seen much, and can only be sure that he will stay in the same city between August and September. There is a hexagonal pagoda with an unknown number of floors in this city, and there is a 3-story mansion next to the pagoda. Every time the moon hangs over the eaves, you can hear the sound of waves. Liu Guiyan gave the last key information. Hong Fan understood everything now. He turned to the last page of the booklet and saw a series of city lists. Hong Zishao is really sharp, Liu Guiyan praised. Over the years, because of Tai Su Yan, the Academy has intentionally collected the landmark buildings and landforms of all the cities and counties in Jiazhou. Among them, there are 21 coastal cities where hexagonal pagodas can be found. Unfortunately, 3-story buildings are too common and there is no record of them in the data. There are 21 cities in total, scattered all over the world. There is only 2 months to check. After confirming the location, there is still enough time to find the prankster himself. Looking at Shenzhen Zishao, no wonder he said that this matter can only be left to me, Hong Fan thought. The sun shines like flames in the glazed tiles. He strode out of the hall with the yellow silk book in his arms. Chapter 467, Evil Law. August 18th, the season is approaching the autumnal equinox. Early in the morning, on the southern coast of Zhanzhou, Hegao County, incense smoke curls up in front of the clan tablets, and a hardcover copy of Dahua law is placed higher up. County Police Chief Zheng Qi sat in the hall and drank a large bowl of porridge with 2 boiled eggs. He stood up and listened to his only son's even breathing in his sleep through the door. He glanced at his beloved wife pickling snow vegetables in the kitchen, and took his knife and left the yard. He has always felt uneasy in the past 2 months and has to be careful. It was still early today, The sky was dim, and there was no one else in the alley. Only the old camphor tree with the gray hair and chicken skin stood in silence and desolation. Unknowingly, the noisy cicadas 2 months ago have disappeared. I wonder where these summer insects died? Jingsha thought inexplicably in his heart. After walking a few steps, he suddenly found that there was a protruding piece of gray wall behind the camphor tree. He was startled. When he put his hand on the handle of the knife and looked carefully, he found that it was a man in gray standing silently, staring down at the ant nest under the tree. "Where are you going out?" The gray-clothed man looked up, revealing his left eye covered by a cloth strip. It was Dahua, the neighbor who moved in 3 months ago. "Ah, yes," Jingsha forced a smile and replied. Dahua was a loner. He said that he made a living by selling stinky tofu. There was a stench in his house that lingered day and night, so he was not liked by the neighbors in the alley. By the way, Chu Sheng, who works at Fishaoju, had a big happy event recently. He was promoted from a clerk to shopkeeper. Tomorrow night, he will set up a few tables at home. Remember to go. Jingsha remembered something. The happy event of being promoted to shopkeeper. Dahua turned his head as if he was shaking, and the tone of the word happy event was particularly strange. "Isn't this a happy event? You moved in not long ago." "I don't know how hard that kid has worked these years," Jingsha asked back. The autumn wind quietly passed through the long alley, causing goosebumps on his collar. Dahua stopped answering, stretched out his hand to rub the cracked wall like a spider web, and suddenly became dazed as usual. "If it's inconvenient, forget it." Jingsha didn't know how to talk to this man, so he strode away. Under the camphor tree, Dahua watched the shadow of Captain Zheng turn out of the alley, and his eyes moved back to the ant colony. The ants that had just found food were diligently carrying it to the nest. Working hard or wasting time? If you didn't work hard, you wouldn't die today. He stepped down, and rolled his soles in the dust 3 times. An hour later. Benlin Alley, where the poor gathered in the west of Hageo County. The alley was high and narrow, and the sun dared not penetrate deep, and could only crawl on the back of the tiles. Jingsha walked into the alley alone without his subordinates or drawing his sword. Not long after, he proudly broke into an old house with a hole in the tile roof and dragged out a thin and listless man. "I received a case at the government office this morning. When I arrived at the place and saw the method of breaking the lock, I knew it was you, the green-skinned man," he shouted. "No, Uncle Zheng, it wasn't me." The green-skinned man didn't dare to resist, but just begged for mercy. "It's not you? Then where did you get the money from gambling last night?" Jingsha laughed in anger. "Uncle Zheng, I have no choice. I am really hungry, otherwise I would never dare to offend you." Kingpee saw that he could not be fooled anymore, so he smiled to please you. But Jingsha did not buy his tricks. "No choice? I found you a job at Fishaoju before, and you have only worked for a few days." This question brought out a string of bitterness. "The work at Fishaoju is not human. You only get a few dollars for working hard there for 10 days. The shopkeeper and the clerks don't associate with me. They obviously look down on me." Jingsha was tired of listening to it. "Since you don't want to live a good life outside, then go to the black prison and enjoy yourself. I don't believe that the law can't punish you." The two dragged and pulled each other out, and suddenly heard a dry and hoarse call. "Captain Zheng." Jingsha looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the dark door looked like a vertical coffin with the lid half opened, and a gray head was floating inside. He was startled. "Don't you recognize me?" The old woman trembled and moved out of the darkness, revealing a patched gray hemp clothing. A stench of old age and corruption escaped like a ghost. Jingsha's Adam's apple rolled, and he moved a few steps away, grabbing Kingpee. "You are Captain Jingsha, right? People in Hageo City call you the one with a sharp eye for justice, and the one who makes the evil timid tremble. It was you who arrested my son 2 years ago?" The old woman stared at him and accused. "Your son?" Jingsha always had a good memory, but he didn't remember this. "My son Tai-san, he practices medicine in Mayu Lane," the old woman said to herself. "He used to treat patients well, but that time something went wrong. In fact, the patient's health was very bad. At most, he failed to cure the patient. How could it be considered murder? As a result, he was arrested by you and put in jail. He died while being locked up." Her chicken claw-like hands pulled each other, revealing the blue veins that were tangled like snakes. The left half of her face was covered by white hair. As a police chief, Jingsha was well versed in the Dahua law, which indeed stipulated that if a doctor intentionally caused disability or death to a person while practicing medicine, he would be punished the same as poisoners and murderers according to the law. Killing people with poison, killing intentionally, and the rest of the articles for intentional killing are the same. Those who intentionally bite people with snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects and cause death, quack doctors who intentionally violate the square, and those who fraudulently treat diseases to get money and cause death, and those who kill people with drugs due to accidents. But he really had no impression of the Dr. Tai-san. I see that you don't remember it, and that's right. You cruel officials rely on evil laws to harm countless people every year. How can you remember it? The old woman actually laughed crazily. Jingsha usually respected the national law the most and took it as his responsibility to keep the place peaceful. Hearing this, he immediately became angry and his men showed no mercy. He pinned down the struggling Kingpee. Old man, the national law is solemn and cannot be discussed arbitrarily, he warned. What do you mean by arbitrarily discussing? The old woman stood stiffly, her neck tilted like a branch, and her right eye rolled up to stare at people. My son died. I have asked people to read the Dahua law several times in the past 2 years. There are 8 discussions in the national law, discussing relatives, discussing old friends, discussing merits, discussing virtues, discussing abilities, discussing diligence, discussing nobles, and discussing guests. Officials involved in the 8 discussions are not allowed to interrogate without authorization. Discussing relatives refers to royal relatives, discussing old friends refers to old friends of the emperor, discussing abilities refers to martial arts cultivation, discussing nobles refers to high-ranking titles, civil and military officials, and officials. And discussing guests refers to those who succeed the previous generation as state guests. Jingsha did not expect this. There are not many people who can read in Banlin Lane. How could anyone understand the Dahua law in the past? The captain can't answer. The old lady lowered her eyes, and the cloudy whites of her eyes were full of black lines like insects. When those nobles from aristocratic families commit crimes, how dare the officials ask more questions? Even if the children of powerful people are not included in the 8 discussions, how many of them have really been in jail and punished? Isn't this an evil law? The ancestors have virtues that benefit their descendants, so it is never against justice, Jingsha replied reluctantly. Although he felt that the 8 discussions were not completely appropriate, legislation and law enforcement are 2 different things. Does it mean that if the captain of the police office is removed from the 8 discussions, he will have the ability to enter the mansions of aristocratic families to arrest people? After all, his low-level cultivation is already a great master in Hageo County. Then let's talk about other things. In addition to the 8 discussions, the salt law, the tea law, the banknote law, and the loan law, which one is not made by human sweat and blood, which one is not suppressing the weak and supporting the strong? The old lady's voice trembled, like the cracking of winter ice. The Dahua code is voluminous, and there may be some incomplete parts, but the general idea is always good. Jingsha hesitated. Oh, it's easy for the captain to say. All rivers flow into the sea. How can you tell the difference between the clear and turbid drops of water? The old lady turned around, put her hands in her pockets and slowly moved to the other end of the long alley, leaving behind a creepy laugh. Old man, I really don't remember handling your son's affairs. If you have any grievances, you can come to the government office to find me. Jingsha panted heavily, and replied with a stiff face, then dragged Kingpee in the opposite direction, squeezing the latter so hard that he groaned in pain. There was no reply behind him. As the alley was approaching, Jingsha looked back for some reason, but he saw that the white-haired old lady was gone at the end of the alley, and only Autumn was like a speechless beast, lying on the dead leaves. He turned his head abruptly and walked out of the alley quickly. When the warm sunlight covered his body, he realized that his whole body was sticky and uncomfortable, but he was already full of sweat. P.S. The following chapters are under review. I will post the other 3 chapters later after they are reviewed. Chapter 468 Wandering. On the first day of September, the summer heat in the south had not yet dissipated, but it was already late autumn in Liangzhou. For most of the month, Hongfan had visited all the coastal cities in the east of Shangzhou that had 6-story pagodas, but unfortunately he found nothing. Thinking of changing his luck, he gave up the neighboring Zhanzhou and went directly into the ocean. As the smallest part of the 9 provinces, Haizhou is located directly south of Zhanzhou and is a huge island isolated in the ocean. Hongfan first heard of this place 4 years ago. At that time, The Jingsha island mentioned by Xiao Zhengxi and Xiao Kefi was approximately located to the east of Zhanshao and Haizhao, six-sided pagoda, three-story mansion, moon hanging on the eaves, waves rising and falling. In 3 days, Hong Fan passed through 4 cities and counties, but still did not find a place that met the above 16 words. Instead, he passed by the mountain gate of Xinsheng sect, one of the 4 major sects. The mountain is called Jinghua, and its height is less than 2,000 meters, which is not very majestic. It is just because it is wet and rainy and surrounded by clouds and mist, which has a fairyland atmosphere. The Heart Saint sect inherited the Great Dream Without Awakening Sutra, one of the 10 sutras, and had the youngest martial saint of the time, nothing outside the heart. Shi Horan, the only daughter of the latter in his old age, Mirror Flower Water Moon, was one of the first Xianjias on the list that Hong Fan heard of. 4 years ago, she was at the bottom of the Xianjiao list. After that, she failed to break through for a long time and fell again. Recently, she broke through to the Heaven and Man and was ranked 86th on the Xianjiao list. As time passed, the unparalleled pride that everyone once admired has been left far behind by Hong Fan. At the foot of Jinghua Mountain, many young people who came from afar climbed the steps and plunged into the sea of giant trees without hesitation. It is said that this sect is different from other sects. Those who want to enter do not need to be introduced. If they are destined, they can find the mountain gate. Otherwise, no matter how long they linger, they will circle back to the foot of the mountain. With Hong Fan's current martial arts attainments, he naturally understands that the fate here refers to spiritual talent, and only those who are sharp enough can see through the tricks set up by the Heart Saint sect. Jinghua Mountain is located on the south bank of Haizhao, facing the unparalleled ocean. Hong Fan sat alone in the shade of the trees at the foot of the mountain for 3/4 of an hour before walking away. He flew 10 miles away and arrived at the northern coastline of Haizhao at dusk on the 3rd day of September. The setting sun was half melted and half melted into the sea. It was the bottom of the tide at this time, and the receding seawater revealed rugged reefs, like the ribs of the sea. Hong Fan was standing on a low cliff and suddenly heard the sound of a car behind him. He turned around and saw an old monk coming from a distance on the dirt road. He was carrying a hemp rope on his shoulder and pulling a large cart with 7 children on it. This scene was weird. Hong Fan frowned slightly, jumped off the high cliff in one step, and approached. It was not difficult for him to see the person coming from a distance of dozens of meters away. The old monk was of medium height, with a half-inch long white stubble on his head, and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already in his 80s. In the hot weather of Haizhao, he still wore a thick monk's robe that was difficult to tell the age. "Master, what are you doing?" Hong Fan asked loudly. The cart approached quickly. "Send these children home," the old monk who was pulling the cart replied, showing an innocent smile and slowing down the speed. Hong Fan looked over his body to see the cart. The 7 children were of different ages. The oldest was 5 or 6 years old, playing with a rattle in his hand, and the youngest had just learned to lift his head, at most 2 months old, and was looking at Hong Fan's unfamiliar voice with his black eyes wide open. Why did such young children leave home? Where are their parents? Hong Fan's expression remained unchanged, and his true energy was secretly flowing. They were all stolen by human traffickers. Their home is in the Qianzhang market in the east. Originally, the messenger said that they would send them, but the old monk saw that they were untidy and rough, and they didn't look like they could take care of children. He was really worried, so he had to come by himself, the old monk replied kindly. While talking, pulling the cart, his pace was faster than the trot of cattle and horses, as if he was dragging a feather. This monk is not an ordinary person, Hong Fan thought to himself, and heard the sincerity of the other party's words, and he didn't find any flaws for a while. "Where are the traffickers?" he asked again. "I took them and handed them over to the government." The old monk looked miserable and answered the questions. "Master, are you taking people too?" Hong Fan was stunned when he heard this. "Buddhism is in the world and it is inseparable from the worldly awareness." The old monk shook his head and replied. Hong Fan hurriedly followed the car and was about to test it again when he heard the youngest child in the cart crying. With a start, another child who had just learned to sit for about 7 months was also brought to tears. When the old monk heard the crying, sweat immediately broke out on his red cheeks. He stopped the car steadily in a few steps. His movements were hurried but quick. "Don't cry, baby, don't cry." The old monk walked around the side of the car, holding the head and neck with one hand and the buttocks with the other. and held the youngest baby in his arms like holding soft tofu. His shoulders and arms were as stiff as two wooden wheels, and he could only swing his body. Obviously, this little skill couldn't coax the baby. "Master, the child is probably hungry," Hong Fan guessed. "Ah, yes," the old monk asked someone when he left the city. "A 2-month-old baby needs to be fed once every hour and a half. Now is the time." The old monk's eyes widened, and he nodded gratefully, carefully putting the child back in the car. "Please wait here for a while, Grandpa will go find food." After he said that, he didn't say anything to Hong Fan, and rushed into the woods by the roadside. Strangely enough, Hong Fan felt that the old monk's movements were ordinary, and he could see his waving hands and legs clearly, but his speed was incredibly fast, and he almost got into the woods not far away in a moment. "Warrior? Why is there no spiritual energy and true energy fluctuations?" Hong Fan's first reaction was that he had encountered a ghost, but then he reacted and realized who he had met. Only 5 minutes later, the old monk's figure appeared at the edge of the woods again. This time, he held the front of his monk's robe with both hands, which was filled with various washed wild fruits, and followed behind him was a doe. The deer's breasts were swollen, and it was obviously in the lactation period. "Here they come, don't cry, here they come." The monk came running over, quickly leading the deer back to the car. Many nimble shadows flashed through the bushes at the corner of the forest. Hong Fan looked closely and saw that it was a whole herd of deer following. The herd of deer was waiting quietly at the edge of the forest. The mother deer came to the car and lay down on its side. The monk first divided the wild fruits, and then with his upper body stiff, he carried the 2 children who were still breastfeeding to the side of the mother deer's belly. Seeing them sucking on the nipples skillfully, they stopped crying for a second, and then he had time to wipe the sweat off his face. "Ah, this is much more tiring than carrying water in the temple." He stood up and pressed his waist. "Master, do you know where these children live?" Hong Fan asked carefully. "Losing a child is a big deal, it's not difficult to find them." The old monk shook his head, but he was not in a hurry. The traffickers disguised themselves as street performers and sneaked along Kyansang Market. When the old monk saw them, the youngest one was crying loudly, and his diaper was completely wet and he hadn't changed it. The older children were more or less sensible, and their eyes were all terrified. When he said this, tears suddenly fell from his eyes. "I feel sorry for the children, and I wonder how worried their parents are. How can they leave?" The old monk sat by the road and gently stroked the babies' backs. It was not until half an hour later that the children pushed the nipple with their tongues that he took them back to his arms with one hand each. Hey, look, he's smiling, and he even scratched my beard." With tears on his face, the old monk saw the babies smiling with their lips pursed, and he laughed too. Hong Fan looked at the old and 2 children, and the 3 simple smiles, and couldn't help but smile too. The doe stood up. The old monk gently stroked its head. "Good dear, thank you for your trouble. The fruits I shook down earlier will be your reward. Go back." The deer seemed to understand the old monk's words and returned to the group obediently. After that, the group quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The dirt road was quiet, without the noise of children. "Master, is your Dharma name Wizang?" Hong Fan asked abruptly. The old monk looked at him carefully and nodded. This was the 6th martial saint Hong Fan had seen in person, and the most legendary one. But after getting a positive answer, he was speechless and didn't know what to say. The slight crunching sound of the children chewing wild fruits on the cart gradually stopped. "Have you finished eating? Let's go home after eating," Wizang asked with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, he lifted up the scattered fruit cores out of thin air and shot them into the soil at the edge of the forest in the distance. "Young man, the cruelest thing in the world is the separation of flesh and blood. I am anxious to leave first." He settled the children, put on the hump rope on his back, got on the cart and left, leaving Hong Fan alone, stunned as if struck by lightning. The setting sun sank into the horizon, and the world was immersed in a cold color. The sound of the waves remained the same, just like my hometown. Hong Fan looked out to the sea and saw that the waves borne by the tide were inevitably being sent wandering. Chapter 469 Kwangdu. September 11th. At noon, the sun was hot, and the fishy sea breeze rubbed and caressed the wild land. 20 miles outside Hageo County, the largest house in Zhangzhuang was blocked by the police on all sides and turned upside down. "Zheng Tao, don't say that this house looks shabby from the outside, but inside it is full of furnishings that only a wealthy family can have. The bed, chairs, and screens are all made of top-grade mahogany, A short and strong constable walked through the courtyard gate with a smile, holding a thin young man in his hand. The cellar was found, in the backyard, and it was full of salt bags, at least several thousand pounds. This kid is the third child of the Xiong family, hiding in the haystack in the corner of the stable. Fortunately I have a sharp eye, he reported quickly and threw the young man to the ground. Well done, you go through each room carefully again. This case is handled by the Salt Transport Judge Chu, and the county lord must assist. There can be no mistakes, Zheng ordered with his bare hand on the handle of the knife. Understood, I'll go right away. The constable took the order and left. After a few steps, he noticed a middle-aged man in brocade robes kneeling on the stone bricks with disheveled hair, looking at him coldly and sneering provocatively. Hey, old man, you don't admit your guilt, he stopped and asked with his hands on his waist. Admit your guilt? What crime have I committed? The man in brocade robes asked proudly. You sold private salt, violated the Dahua law, and at least embezzled several thousand taels of salt tax. Look at those luxury items in your house, the constable shouted. Stupid, how can the salt be official or private? The man in brocade robes had his hands tied up, but he showed no fear on his face. What does it matter if the tax cannot be collected? It's just the difference between those ornaments being placed in the official's house or in my house. You, a low-class official, are in a hurry. Hearing his old father say this, Xiong Liaozhen, who was lying on the ground, was so scared that he almost stopped breathing. The constable was furious. You old turtle, the imperial court collects taxes for the public good, but you only seek personal gain. He jumped over the fence in one step, but was interrupted before he reached the fence. I seek personal gain, but I am more fair than the imperial court. The people save more than half of the salt they buy from me than from the government. The man in brocade robes spoke surprisingly fast. The merits you have gained in eliminating salt dealers are all paid for by the starving people who cannot afford salt. As for the Dahua law, he sneered. It's nothing more than a blood account book of harming one person to benefit another. What are you crazy about, old man? Xiong Liaozhen couldn't listen anymore, and suddenly stood up and cursed in a trembling voice. At the same time, his father had been slapped to the ground by the constable. What do you mean by harming one person to benefit another? Bullshit. The constable rolled up his sleeves, caught a glimpse of the left eye of the man in brocade robes with a cataract under his graying hair, and sneered. Don't say your grandfather used force to convince people, but today he's arguing with you. Let me ask you. The new church notice issued at the beginning of this year stipulates that the village elders can be exempted from taxes and labor service if they mediate disputes. Isn't this a good policy? Do you know how many unjust cases have been caused by this? Just last month, Tu Seer from Tuine Township next door had his land seized, but just for the exemption of taxes from the village elders, he was forced to mediate and withdraw the lawsuit. Is this a good policy? The man in brocade robe answered without thinking. In my opinion, this church notice is basically a living shackle. If a righteous citizen is released on one side, a troublemaker will be hanged on the other side. The constable couldn't refute it for a while, and hurriedly changed the subject. Last year, there was a great disaster in Hanzhou, and the court allocated disaster relief silver. This is a good policy, huh? It's just a trick of changing one's mind. You, a mediocre person, only saw that the annual tax in the disaster area of Hanzhou is exempted, but where did the disaster relief silver come from? The man in brocade robe asked sternly. One tael of silver is sent from the local area to the capital, and then sent back from the capital to the local area. How many times is the loss caused by corruption? For every disaster silver received by Hanzhou, 10 more households have to be taxed to make up for it. After hearing his words, the constable was dumbfounded and had no answer. You, okay, I can't argue with you. Our chief constable Zheng is famous for punishing evil and promoting good in the local area. He advocates Dahua law the most. Is he also a bad official? I have also heard of Chief Constable Zheng's great name. There have been few criminal cases in Hegao County in recent years, so he is not bad. The man in brocade robe glanced at Zheng Qi standing in the distance and spoke a little slower. But I just want to ask one question. Has Captain Zheng been promoted in all these years of hard work? Not to mention those officials, let's just say that in Yuqiang County, 30 miles away, the local unrest has made the captain earn more merits. Has he been promoted before Captain Zheng? Those who have done well have not been promoted for years, while those who have done bad things have been promoted. Is there a problem with this performance evaluation system? You old man are really stubborn. The constable instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the other party's words, but he couldn't figure it out at once. He was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped. Put him in the shackles and gag him. He looked back and found that the captain had approached him without knowing when, and his face was extremely embarrassed. The heavy wooden shackles were soon delivered, and the man in brocade robes was still laughing when he was shackled. Lions and tigers eat meat, while cattle and sheep eat grass. Pine trees like cold weather, while summer violets like warmth. Everything in the world has different natures, and so do people. The so-called human morality and law is nothing more than killing one and saving one. After dealing with Xiang Zhuang's affairs, Zheng Qi returned home at dusk. The long alley was empty, and white paper money was scattered all over the ground by the wind. Only the neighbor Lao He was standing under the old camphor tree, staring blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lao He, why are you standing outside again? Zheng Qi took 2 steps closer and smelled the familiar stench of decay. He saw the wall behind the camphor tree peeling off all over the ground, mixed with paper money like the remains of insects and snakes. Lao He looked sad. Old Mrs. Yang is over 70 years old, and she has children and grandchildren. It's a happy funeral, Zheng Qi comforted her, thinking that this neighbor was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Who knew that Lao He's reply was cold? Everyone has to die, so why should we be happy or sad? Zheng Qi was stunned when he heard this. At this time, the sun was low to the roof, and the dim light cut into the alley, casting a long slanting afterglow on the wall. Then what are you doing? The sun sets in vain, the moon rises in vain, and the people of the world spend another day in vain. Lao He sneered in a low voice, casually peeled off a piece of wall, and turned to go home. Following his figure, Zheng Qi saw more than a dozen pots of green plants neatly arranged in his yard, newly watered and lush, but he didn't know when they were planted. Hong Fan's birthday on September 11th was spent in running and flying. On September 14th, he arrived at the 19th place on the list, Hegao County, Zhanzhou, and finally found the combination of a hexagonal pagoda and a 3-story mansion. Hegao County is not big, with a population of only 30,000, but it is not easy to find a congenital warrior who practices Shuayu Fequan among 30,000 people. Wearing the prepared coarse linen clothes, Hong Fan deliberately used coal ash to cover some of his eyebrows. In the past 2 years, he often felt the distress of being too handsome. According to Tai Su Ain's inference, the target will stay here until the end of September. Compared with other people on the evil list, the prankster has no other physical features except for the long left eye, and because of his work habits, he often changes clothes and identities, making tracking more difficult. The best entry point is the stench brought by the zombie transformation. Hong Fan leaned against the street corner with his arms folded. In order to cover up, he may use a lot of perfume, or live in a place that is already smelly, so we must first check for places with special smells. This is actually not easy for ordinary people, but fortunately, the innate master's sense of smell is as strong as a hound, and it is not too difficult to list all the places in a small county, in order. I will first check the charity cemetery, medical clinics, pig and duck farmers, the vicinity of manure pits, the residences of dung pickers and seriously ill patients, etc. If none of these places are found, I can focus on perfume shops and brothels. Oh, and the uninhabited vacant houses around the county town must not be missed. In the morning light, Hong Fan chose a good sunny spot to think, but soon he was fiercely scolded. It turned out that a local vendor was competing with him for the stall. Chapter 470, Delusion. September 21st. The handle of the dipper points to the dog, and it is the time of frost. The yellow grass is like smoke, the cold wind is bleak, and Hegao County looks sick. These 2 days coincide with the annual judicial inspection, and according to the law, the prison must be inspected and the case files must be reviewed. Zheng Qi has been in office for many years and has done solid work. He usually treats this kind of inspection as normal, but this time he feels uneasy for some reason. When he sees the piles of case files in the warehouse, he is actually a little scared. The child is not yet grown up. Am I already old? He felt bitter and had nowhere to turn to. Yesterday he went to the market to buy a freshly slaughtered yellow dog. Today he specially asked his wife to stew it for half a day. He ate it at noon to strengthen his body so that he could go to the government office for inspection. Due to the existence of the decisive force of warriors, the political system of Dahua values order rather than checks and balances. The county has always been decided by the county master, county magistrate, on all matters, including arrests and trials. Generally speaking, The three-level chain of law enforcement and justice in Hageo County is the chief constable, the prefect, and the county magistrate. The first two are not in the officialdom and have no rank, but the latter is a 7th-rank official. The inspector who came to inspect the justice this time was a 5th-rank assistant from the Zhanzhou Tixing. I have already looked at the prison in your county, and it is generally good. Yi Chenshi sat upright on the armchair, holding a teacup in his hand, speaking at a steady pace. I started to review the case files 3 days ago, and I have just read 3 volumes today, but there are some problems. As soon as these words came out, Wen Dianchi, who was waiting at the side with his waist bent, suddenly changed his face, and Jingqi, who was standing in the hall, was sweating on his palms even though he was trying hard. Captain Zheng, right? I have also heard of your good reputation. Yi Chenshi finished his tea, stood up and walked to the long table, picked up a black-covered case file, and turned to the page with a corner folded. I have randomly checked 3 files this time. Let's take a look at the 4th case in the 2nd file first. He held the case file diagonally to the light, his phoenix eyes narrowed, and the pupil of his left eye could not be seen clearly. Zheng Qi couldn't help but shudder. He just felt that there were invisible eyes staring at him. His hand unconsciously touched the hilt of the knife, but where was the knife on his waist? In the 23rd year of Zheng, you found out that Zhang, the head of the village, concealed the refugees in Langhuan City, and sentenced him to 80 strokes of the cane after he was dismissed. Although he was kind-hearted, the evidence was conclusive, and the sentence was correct according to the notice to teach the people, Yu Qianshi said in a flat tone. That year, the Sea tribe invaded the land, and there were many refugees in the state, but I felt familiar with this case when I saw it. At that time, there was a case in Langhuan City that I was supervising. It was a local cowardly military household who wanted to leave the country and the county magistrate who wanted to eat empty salaries headed off. Deceived the head of his village to obtain the status of refugees. I guess Zhang, the head of your village, became a letter. Zheng Qi is now experienced and immediately realized the twists and turns. The military households gathered together to escape, played misery to deceive the head of his village to take them in, deliberately committed a crime and were sent back to their hometown as refugees. The county magistrate re-enrolled them as civilians, and the former military households became fake households with salaries but no people. His cheeks were hot. Why didn't I think of it at the time? Why didn't the superiors bring it up during so many inspections before? Zheng Qi felt cold in his heart, and an idea arose uncontrollably. The law is still incomplete, let alone the people. This is the 7th volume. Yu Qianshi picked up the 2nd case file, which also had a folded corner. 3 months ago, Suyu in the south of the city poisoned his wife. The key witness, Wang the peddler, said that he saw Suyu digging in the backyard at 11 p.m. Arsenic was indeed dug out after the crime. There are also handprints of Wang the peddler and Zhang Ming, a constable under your command, on this testimony. After reading the case yesterday, I went to look for Wang the peddler on a whim and found that the address registered in the case file was overgrown with weeds and trees, and no one had lived there for at least a year. I don't know the truth of the case, but there is definitely something wrong with Wang the peddler's evidence. Zheng Qi recalled that 3 months ago, he had a sudden cold, and all the cases during that time were handed over to his subordinates. By the way, Lao He also moved in at that time. His mind was distracted, and he didn't even notice the angry look from his superior, Wen Dianchi. There is also the 4th volume, which is also the last volume that this official will check. Yi Chenshi shook his head and took the 3rd case file. The 9th case is the transportation of government salt. You saw the fire stamp of Linking warehouse on the sack of salt that was fished up from the bottom of the river, and thought it was ironclad evidence. It was a coincidence that I worked in Linking in my early years, and I happened to know that the Linking hemp thread used there was thinner than the evidence. I checked it again this morning and found traces of the old stamp scraped off on the inside corner of the bag. This shows that the government salt had been swapped and sold privately, but you cleared the whole thing for them. He sighed. I have only read these 3 volumes, and there are obviously 3 mistakes. There were only 3 people in the hall. Wen Dianchi has always been a hands-off boss. At this moment, he stood aside with his hands folded, completely at a loss. Zheng Qi stared at the case files on the table in a daze, turning a deaf ear to them. Captain Zheng, I can see your dedication to your work at a glance, and I can't blame you for these 3 cases. Yi Chenshi comforted him with warm words. Humans are not gods. Their intelligence is limited, and they are bound to make mistakes. And the laws of nature and human desires are so complicated. Not to mention one person in one government office, even the prime ministers of the current dynasty face a huge amount of information from all over the country every day. How can they distinguish the true from the false? Sometimes I often think that the essence of this world may be false, and seeking the truth is to find trouble for oneself. Your Excellency is right, you are right, when Dianshi hurriedly agreed after hearing this, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Humans are not gods, and the world is false. Genkai's steps were unsteady, and he raised his eyes inadvertently. He was suddenly surprised to find that the left eye of Shengwen, who had been squinting in front of him, was gray and wide, with a layer of film floating on it. The left eye again. He suddenly realized that the hair on his body stood up and sweated like pulp, but it relaxed after a moment. Whether it is or not, what does it matter? Jingsha thought hurriedly. He had been frustrated many times during this period, and he no longer had the courage and confidence to argue more and more clearly, and to correct his mistakes. Human principles are not as good as destiny, and laws are also made by humans. I pursue justice and truth, but I don't know if there is justice in this world. Even if there is, how can a mediocre person like me have enough roots to pursue it? Mortals work harder, but they make more and more mistakes. What can we do? What can we do? As he thought about it, he was overwhelmed with grief, and could hardly hold back the tears in his eyes. He had to use the excuse of convenience to escape from the courtyard under the gaze of Yi Chenshi. Outside, the north wind howled, destroying the grass and trees. Jingsha was alone and did not dare to look at the world, so he had to squat under the big locust tree for shelter, like a dog that had lost its home. From above his head, the pinnate leaves of the locust tree were swirling and falling, exchanging the last body temperature with the earth. Chapter 471 Persistence. 3 days later, September 24th. The rain was cold and the night was deep and wet. Jingsha sat in the main hall of his home, drinking half of a jar of old wine. The scimitar hanging on the wall had not been sharpened for a long time, and the blade was already rusty. His wife and children had already fallen asleep in the backyard. The crescent moon was bone white, hooking its sharp tip into the flesh of the sky, emitting a faint cold light, like a grayish-white cloud. Jingsha drank another bowl of wine, rubbed his dry eyes, and stared at the Dahua behind the clan tablets. There was a sudden sound of wind in the dark night. He glanced in the direction of the sound and saw the old leaves on the big camphor tree outside the courtyard wall rustling, and a pale person grew out of it and slid along the wall into the courtyard. There was no sound in the drizzle. The figure was tall and thin, with erratic steps, as if sliding on the ground, looking left and right and crossing the threshold into the house. Jingsha didn't even pick up the knife. "Who are you?" he asked lazily, and with one foot he pushed the second bench next to the table out to the ground and slid it in front of the visitor. "I am a demon from the mountain. You can call me a prankster." The visitor sat down on the bench in a proper manner, with a rotten smell coming out of his body. He was wearing a white costume, with a pom-pom embroidered on his hat, and a tofu block was drawn in the middle of his face with white powder, probably like the square scarf clown in the drama, but the drawing was not neat. "I am the head of the police and can only manage human affairs. Since you are a demon, why are you looking for me?" Jingsha asked with a deep smile, pouring himself a glass of wine. As the head of the county, how could he not know the innate evil guest who was ranked 49th on the evil list? "You are about to be enlightened. I come to congratulate you," the prankster replied. What did I realize? Jingsha held the wine bowl, raised his head slightly, and stared at the other person's left eye. I realized that the heaven and earth are empty, that the laws and regulations of the country and the family are all rotten grass and clay tiles, and that morality and human relations are all bullshit. The prankster raised his hands exaggeratedly, as if holding up the great and invisible nothingness. You see through these fake things, so you have to realize it. Realize. Jingsha gulped down half a bowl of wine, and his beard was soaked. I only know that I have been confused all my life, incompetent and untrustworthy, and that there is no value or meaning in living. Hearing this, the prankster's mouth corners rose, but his eyebrows were stiff and motionless, and his fingers moved unconsciously, as if he was scratching his flesh with his nails. You also have a cataract in your left eye. Humph, those people during this period are you, right? Jingsha sneered. It's me, it's all me, how can it not be me? The prankster admitted frankly. As long as the prankster finds you, all the people and things in your life will become me. He opened his eyes wide and chuckled, and his left eye covered with cataracts seemed like a pale spider egg that was about to hatch. You just said that life is meaningless. The prankster looked at the knife hanging on the wall. Why don't you just die? Jingsha finally showed some fear when he heard this. Why are you so nervous? The prankster looked puzzled, as if he was imitating something stiffly. What's wrong with death? It's just going back to before you were born. Living is busy with things you don't know, complicated and troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to go back to before you were born? He tempted. No, I am a little confused, but I don't want to die yet. Jingsha pushed away the half-empty wine jar and turned his face away. How can you be liberated if you don't die? Captain Jing, you are so smart and capable, how can you not figure it out? The prankster persuaded again. If you think death is a relief, why don't you die yourself? Jingsha asked with a sneer. I have died. I have died many times, the prankster replied earnestly. His voice was urgent, as if he was going to testify in court. I jumped over a cliff, sank into the sea, and once I cut half of my neck. He pulled open his collar, revealing a shallow scar on his neck. A bigger stench spread in the hall, forcing Jingsha to cover his nose. I'm probably dying, but I haven't tried to die several times, so I won't force it anymore. Whatever you say, I still have a wife and a son. I don't want to die yet. Jingsha's body sank slightly, and his muscles were tense like a beast. You said everyone will become you, but they are not you. Not necessarily, the prankster replied in a vague tone and threw something. What do you mean? Jingsha's face was as cold as frost. He caught the thing and saw that it was a stack of letters. These are the letters your wife hid in the interlayer of the jewelry box under the bed. They are all from her old lover. The prankster smiled with his eyes blank. I have been your neighbor for 3 months, and I found that your son doesn't look like you. Jingsha turned a deaf ear to it, took the letter and flipped through it quickly. Sure enough, he saw that it was his wife's handwriting, and the words in it were sweet. He was so angry that his hands trembled. What? Is life completely meaningless? The prankster shook his head. He rolled up his sleeves and untied the bandages tied around his forearms, revealing a half-foot-long rotten wound, in which jade-colored granulation tissue and black and yellow pus mixed and trembled, like a sawing battle line. The strong stench spread like invisible waves. Jingsha felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, but he didn't know whether it was because of the stench or because of all the things he had to endure in his life. The prankster hung the bandages on the beam and tied a knot. Captain Jing, shall I take you on a journey? He asked kindly. On the other side, Jingsha just held the letter and retched, without any response, and no longer had the belief to resist. Wise, the prankster approached, muttering, showing a mouthful of white teeth. The affairs of the world are like morning dew, not worthy of the slightest scenery. It is better to be free. It is better to be free. At this moment, a strange voice came from outside the door. Captain Jing, the letter in your hand is old and yellow, obviously from many years ago, and can only be regarded as a commemoration of the past. As for your son, I just went to see him, and he looks quite like you. Jingsha squeezed out some strength from his dry body after hearing this, and stood up and stepped back a few steps. Who are you? The prankster stopped and looked at the tall figure in the moonlight in the main hall. I'll take your man, Hong Fan. Wearing a purple silk robe with auspicious cloud pattern, strode into the house and looked at the prankster in his original costume, square face, sword-like eyebrows, regular appearance, except for the white makeup in the middle of his face, without any evil look. Purple ribbon cavalry. The prankster took a step back, surprised but not shocked. Or he had long lost the ability to be shocked. The rustling sound penetrated his ears from all directions of the house. The prankster's right eye flickered, and he saw the sand crossing the threshold and passing through the window panes like a living thing, winding around the beams and pillars like a dragon and snake, isolating the rainy night outside little by little. There was also a small handful of gravel flying over and blocking the 2 nostrils of the tiki. With such a huge amount of sand, it was obvious that the other party had already arrived and arranged it. You are Trixing Hongfan. The prankster frowned and spat out the name of the person, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. He always felt that he was a spider weaving a web, but now he fell into someone else's web. Jingsha, who had taken the scimitar from the wall and retreated to the corner of the room, widened his eyes and had hope of survival. Your family is in the northwest of Liangzhou, but you crossed the 9 states to fight me in the southeast of Zhanzhou. Why bother? Why bother? The prankster sighed and took up his boxing stance. The muscles under the costume twitched and contracted like eels, and his joints all over his body cracked slightly. Jingsha in the corner of the room had a low level of cultivation, and there were 2 mortals in the back house who were not familiar with martial arts. High temperature, Explosion and other overly violent moves were not safe enough. The trickster was a pure melee fighter, and Hong Fan didn't think he needed to use all his strength to deal with him. Desolate Sand Realm, please. He put his hands behind his back, and with a thought, he sent out dozens of sand spikes to strangle him from all sides. The trickster reacted instantly. His flexibility was amazing, and his limbs stretched strangely with each strike. Although he didn't hold a weapon, he could easily send out sharp air blasts like whips. The gravel in the closed room exploded into dust, and before it dispersed, more sharp sand blades were piercing back and forth. The fighting power of the blazing star was well known throughout the world, and a stalemate would definitely lead to defeat, and Dahua had never said that holding hostages could constrain the court warriors. The trickster's mind flashed, and he knew that the only way to survive was to break through. He blew up 3 sand blades with his fingers, twisted his body like a snake to dodge, and was forced to take a blow while accelerating and moving, and his ribs were cut half an inch deep. The extremely high internal pressure under the high-speed movement of the warrior squeezed out the crimson blood like a cicada's wing, and the trickster's side abdominal muscles tightened automatically, stopping the bleeding instantly. The effect of Shu Yu Fei Quan Dian is very similar to a weakened version of the giant spirit phase. Unfortunately, Hong Fan is far better than he was back then. With his mind, a grain of sand left in the wound was detonated by the inner blazing fire essence, which was crystallized and sharpened in the high temperature, and then cut and wandered along the anterior branch of the 12th thoracic nerve. Hong Fan used this move when he was fighting Gong Xian in Jinhei City, but after a long time of sharpening, the power is incomparable. In Jinkai's eyes, the prankster who broke into the courtyard like a tiger and blew up the sand wall suddenly groaned and fell to the ground. His right eye was bloodshot, his fingers were trembling, and his costume was wet with sweat and rain in a few breaths. "How is it?" Hong Fan stood in the corridor and asked through the rain curtain. It hurts, it feels like magma is flowing in my blood." The prankster finished the short sentence 3 times. "Are you convinced? It's easy for me to kill you now, but before coming to the martial arts academy, it was said that it is better to catch someone alive than dead," Hong Fan asked again. The prankster's facial features were tangled in the severe pain, and his eyes narrowed to hide the cataract. This expression made him look more like a living person. "If you don't resist, I will stop. How about that?" Hong Fan slightly reduced his strength. The prankster didn't reply, and tensed his muscles to get up, but was immediately interrupted by the surging pain. This process was repeated again and again, until dozens of seconds later, his costume was dirty from rolling, and the completely powerless prankster finally collapsed in the mud. "Do whatever you want, it doesn't make any difference," he whispered. "Was the pain just now no different?" Hong Fan asked. "It was just a noise in the eternal emptiness," the prankster answered. "When you were still Heezer Hui, you entered the Heart Eater again and again to save the lost people. Was it no different?" Hong Fan suddenly sneered. The prankster, with his head down, was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect others to know this. "What else? I got nothing from repeating over and over again, and I was working in vain at that time." He shook his head. "No, of course you have received it. If saving people doesn't give you anything in return, you won't go back again." The prankster was silent, recalling the faded fragments in his memory, and only got the paleness of the snow. The people he saved would still die, the people who didn't die would still go, and again, even his own flesh began to rot. At that time, he couldn't find his lost parents, and finally he gradually forgot why he was looking for his parents. "I only see that everything is empty." He pursed his lips and uttered words like a string of bubbles. "Since everything is empty, why have you been busy concocting such a situation in the past few months?" Hong Fan walked out of the porch and stood beside him. The vast rainy night gently covered Hageo County, temporarily hiding all the filth between heaven and earth. "Find some fun, answer immediately." "Isn't fun empty?" asked again. Speechless. "You are not looking for fun, you are looking for a mirror," Hong Fan sighed. "You want to find a persistence that you can't destroy, reflecting the self you lost? What are you talking about?" The prankster grasped the mud under him reflexively, raised his head and laughed disdainfully, and his eyes were blank again. The rain fell, plowing 2 clear grooves on his dirty face. 10 days later, October 3rd. Shenjing, Dahua's Hangwu Academy Siwu Department Main Hall. The misty green smoke from the 7 bronze crane incense burners added a touch of mystery to the Iron Zuzi in addition to its majesty. The prankster pretended to be 15 people, including neighbors, storytellers, vendors, prisoners, prisoners' families, etc. In the end, he even robbed the official uniform, documents, and seals of a deputy official of the Hanzhou Judicial Inspection Office. This deputy official Yi and his 2 attendants were knocked unconscious in the suburbs. After waking up, they only wore their underwear and temporarily lived in a deserted village. It took a lot of effort to prove their identity. Hong Fan crossed his arms and talked about the tricks he had learned from the prankster along the way. He felt absurd and admired him. The head constable of Hageo County is also capable. The prankster flipped through all the 17 volumes of files in advance, and only found 3 problematic cases in a hurry. He deliberately put them on the top and pretended to check them. Someone passed by outside the palace, and the sound of bronze bells came from afar. Before leaving Hageo, Hong Fan had a deep conversation with Jingsha for an hour, but he still couldn't completely get rid of the latter's exhaustion. Physical injuries are easy to treat, but once a belief is wounded, it may not heal for a lifetime. How did you find him in Hageo County? Liu Guiyan asked while recording at high speed with a wolf hairbrush in his hand. First, I started with a smell, walking through the streets and alleys to record all the places with bad odors. Then I waited for the prey one by one, using bats to identify the target, Hong Fan replied. Bats? Liu Guiyan only had the strength realm cultivation, so he didn't understand. The sound made by bats is very sharp, even the warriors of the pure realm can't hear it, and it is far beyond the hearing of ordinary people, but the innate masters can. In the absence of subjective defense, a person will instinctively react to hearing a special sound. I tried everywhere, and finally found that the master who made stinky tofu in an alley actually reacted to the ultrasound of bats. That was September 22nd, Hong Fan answered in detail. Liu Guiyan understood what he said and recorded the key points. Did you do it immediately? No, the prankster acted strangely, and I still need to know who he implicated this time. Hong Fan shook his head. Aren't you afraid of losing him? The prankster is very agile and can change his appearance at any time. Wang Zixia ran away with him? Liu Guiyan asked hurriedly, obviously thinking that he could get another good method that could be promoted like the bat. This is easy for me. I just need to fly a few grains of sand to embed them into the folds of his clothes and hair. It is not difficult to locate him within 100 meters. This time, Hong Fan's operation could not be imitated. After a series of questions and answers, the outline of the whole case was quickly outlined. Liu Guiyan called the clerks and asked them to polish and file. Another bronze bell sound faded away. Liu Chenshi, how will the prankster be dealt with? Thinking of his who is past, Hong Fan asked. Just lock him up first and ask him about his past crimes one by one. Generally speaking, every time a major criminal on the evil list is caught, many unsolved cases can be solved, Liu Guiyan replied. As for his Hui's problem, the headmaster will come to see it in person when he has time. Can the headmaster cure this? Hong Fan was stunned. It's hard to say. The zombie transformation of the food eating heart is incurable, but other aspects may not be. After all, the manipulation of vitality by the Yimu Kingling Sutra is incomparable to any other martial arts. Liu Guiyan stood up and stretched. If it is cured well, it can be used as meritorious service. If it is not cured, it can be used as a waste. The innate warriors are valuable. Even if they cannot be educated, they will not be beheaded. At least they can be transported to the northern border and charged into battle a few times. P.S. Additions after this paragraph is published are not counted. During the Chinese New Year, I took care of the baby every day, and my skills became more and more sophisticated. It was not until my aunt came over on February 6th that I realized that I had lost 6 pounds. From the 7th when I resumed typing to yesterday, the 14th, a total of 18,000 words, written quite hastily. On the one hand, the milk dragon distracted my attention to some extent. On the other hand, the operation officer had severe pain in his waist and abdomen, and was shaking with pain. During this period, he went to the hospital several times. It was not until the Lantern Festival that it was confirmed that it was urinary stones. I had never thought about it this way. Fortunately, the stone was broken smoothly the next day. I don't think most people will be interested in the small plot of the prankster, because the style deviates from the fantasy and the excitement is not enough, but it is a small attempt anyway. After that, the normal plotline will be restored. Chapter 472 Mercury Fulminate. The prank was over in October, and there was no follow-up. Hong Fan continued his leisurely and busy life in Shenzhen. In addition to practicing martial arts, writing papers, and drawing blueprints, He would return to Zhejiang for 2 days every half a month to check the development of various business houses. From steel, carriages to arms, the business was very good. The only difference was that the financial work of Xianxing was no longer handled by Shen Tixin, but by Shen Guoying's cousin. It was said that Miss Shen was practicing martial arts in seclusion. Although the Shen family tried hard to hide it, the rumor that the most beautiful woman in Liangzhou came to Chori Mansion in the rain was still circulating in the streets. Hong Fan, as an uninvolved party, knew about it as soon as he returned to Zhejiang. There were many people in the Hong family who were excited about this, and even Hong Li tried to promote the marriage between the two families. But for Shen Tixin, Hong Fan asked himself that he had no feelings. In a blink of an eye, half of December passed. Mei Chengsu's letter was sent to Shenjing through the Filian channel dedicated to the art of the artisan and the great artisan. Friend Hong, large-scale preparation of mercuric fulminate has been completed. Throughout the second half of the 31st year of Zheng, this was the most exciting news Hong Fan had ever received. He was so excited that he received a letter at noon and set off alone for Huzhou in the afternoon. On the afternoon of December 17th, there were still 3 days before the Great Cold. Even with Kuoyai Mountain crossing the north and south, Yaoyang City still turned into ice. The severe cold could not kill Hong Fan's enthusiasm. This reaction is not complicated, just one sentence. Use 70% concentrated nitric acid 1 to mix high-purity mercury, heat it to 50 degrees and slowly add anhydrous ethanol, and then control the temperature below 70 degrees throughout the process. In the laboratory, Mei Chengsu said with his hands behind his back. The chemical formula of the main nitration reaction of mercury, nitric acid and ethanol was written on the blackboard opposite Hg plus 4HNO3 plus 2C2H5O HGNO, 2 plus 4H2O plus 3 No 2Hg plus 4HNO3 plus 2C2H5O HGNO, 2 plus 4H2O plus 3 No 2. The amount of ethanol that needs to be added is 120% of the mercury. The total reaction takes about 5 hours. Finally, it is cooled to 5 degrees to precipitate white needle-shaped mercuric fulminate crystals. Mei Chengsu pointed to the glass-lined enamel reactor, which was also equipped with a water bath jacket and a mechanical stirrer. Filter it with a lead lining, wash it 3 times with ethanol, and dry it naturally in the shade for 36 hours to get the finished product. The yield is about 40% to 50%, 40% yield. Amazing, much better than I thought, Hong Fan exclaimed. There were 3 major setbacks in running this process. Mei Chengsu saw that he was becoming more and more arrogant, and he became more interested in talking. The first is that the reaction temperature was not properly controlled in the early days, resulting in a decrease in yield. Once it even caused an explosion. In the end, it was discovered that mercurous nitrate and acetaldehyde would be generated when the reaction temperature exceeded 75 degrees. Hong Fan noticed that there was a glass thermometer embedded in the reactor. The second is to avoid static electricity. You see, our floors are now covered with cork, and the operators use copper tools. In the beginning, we didn't pay much attention to this aspect, and as a result, Mei Chengsu made a bang gesture with both hands. The last obstacle was not solved until a month ago. As you said, mercury fulminate is extremely mechanically sensitive. It will explode with the slightest friction or collision. It is really difficult to transport and store. Last month, Master Zhang in our department discovered that adding 1-2% paraffin or graphite powder can blunt the friction sensitivity by 5 times without affecting the firing and detonation, he said, secretly glancing at Hong Fan. Everyone in the instrument works supervisor respected the talent of this Dragon Command Star Lord. But a person who clearly does not understand the principles and processes can accurately predict which raw materials to use to prepare the target substance with specified physical and chemical properties. This mystery cannot be explained by talent, and it is even more awe-inspiring. It looks like it's been a rough journey. Hong Fan touched the perforations on the wooden table. In many corners of the laboratory, he could still see the spatter marks left by the explosion. In order to come up with this process, this laboratory has been blown up 37 times. Fortunately, our department is experienced, and the practical specialists are all high-level horizontal training martial artists. For high-risk projects, we hire peak warriors who are not easily killed by explosions, Mei Chengsu laughed. Hong Fan could hear the pride behind the other party's words. The strength of the Huzhou State Department of the Instrumentation Supervision and Chemistry is the best in the 9 states, and this project also has unlimited financial support from him, but the breakthrough in such a short time is enough to prove Mei Chengxi's personal talent and the accumulation of his team. I have known for a long time that only you, Mr. Mei, can do this in the 9 states. Hong Fan's praise came from the bottom of his heart, and it also tickled Mei Chengxi's itch. You're overpraised. Even though it only took us a year and a half to complete the entire process, in fact, each and every one of them is very complicated. He twisted his beard in a pretentious and modest manner. Just now I only talked about the new path we have taken in the past year and a half. In fact, many of our cutting-edge technologies are integrated here. Let's just talk about the preparation of raw materials. Mercury with a purity greater than 99.9% involves preparation technology and a purification process of washing with nitric acid to remove the oxide film. 70% concentration nitric acid involves nitric acid preparation and concentrated sulfuric acid dehydration purification process, and concentrated sulfuric acid requires lead chamber sulfuric acid preparation technology. Dehydrated ethanol with a water content of less than 0.5% is the simplest, but this purity can hardly be achieved by distillation alone, and quicklime distillation must be used. In addition, I don't even bother to talk about small issues such as ventilation to remove nitrogen dioxide waste gas and mercury vapor. In short, if you ask the Liangzhou Prefecture Department to come, hey, that old guy Zhuang Liren can only play with the glass lenses, and he can't figure it out even if he works for 30 years. At the end, his true intentions were exposed. Even though Hong Fan and Zhuang Liren were close friends, they did not dare to refute at this time. According to my plan, we will run a larger factory, spend a year to familiarize ourselves with the process and train workers, and it will not be a problem to produce several hundred kilograms in the last month, Mei Chengxia promised. Although several hundred kilograms of mercuric fulminate sounds small, it is actually a large scale, enough to produce hundreds of thousands of bullet primers. After walking through the entire laboratory, the two talked about some business matters, such as the price of introducing a full set of production lines including raw material preparation. After all, Kamingheng is in Zhejiang, and mercuric fulminate is not convenient to transport, so it must be manufactured in Zhejiang. That night, Hong Fan and Bu Xian's, Mei Chengxiu and other senior executives of Hezhou Instruments and Works got drunk. The next day he visited the Yin family and inspected the trial operation of Jinghuanhang, and then returned to Zhejiang overnight. December 19th. Zhejiang was covered with white flying in the sky, drowning in the heavy snow. Hong Fan walked in the newly built factory building of Kamingheng, passing by the busy night shift craftsmen under the bright lights. 2 shifts a day. The lowest level workers work 12 hours a shift, because our wages are 20% higher than other companies, and we give out more gifts during festivals. We are always crowded when recruiting workers, Jin Huang introduced in a low voice, trying not to disturb the smooth flow of the production line. The tasks will be particularly heavy these days, because the annual leave will start in 5 days, and we will not resume work until the Lantern Festival after the New Year. Hong Fan nodded silently. Compared with the standards of the previous life, the working environment of this factory is not good. The air is full of the astringent smell of gold and iron shavings, and the indoor temperature is far from comfortable, not to mention the length of working hours. But he did not point fingers. People may not have a long-term vision, but they know their own interests when it comes to their own interests. The competitiveness when recruiting workers is the best evaluation of the quality of Kamingheng's positions under Jin Hong's management, and it is not the turn of a hands-off shopkeeper who does not participate in daily operations to say anything. The soft sound of heavy snow falling on the roof of the factory building never stops. Hong Fan recalled the winter 2 years ago, when Kamingheng could only produce 20 flintlock muskets a month, and he himself was still reproducing the Bessemer converter over and over again in Longqiu town. Now the number of employees in the company has quadrupled, and the internship of Jin Seaman has been fully launched, and the productivity has increased by more than 10 times. Otherwise, it would be impossible to meet the booming demand for muskets in the border of Liangzhou. The two of them walked around and walked back to the office in the administrative building in the snow. The 7 highest-level musket craftsmen in Kamingheng were already waiting here. I came back this time with very important news. Hong Fan looked around at everyone. The Hezhou State Department has successfully mass-produced mercuric fulminate. I told you before that this is a very sensitive firing agent that is enough to completely change the way firearms are used. I understand. We have accumulated a lot of ideas in the past 2 years and have conducted preliminary research on the future form of firearms, Jin Hong replied immediately, quite excited. Very good, then you can take a look at my ideas and combine them with your own ideas. Hong Fan took out several drawings prepared in advance and spread them on the long table. Good, the craftsman returned and went to the table to study carefully. Soon, the excitement on the faces of several masters such as Sun Pingbo and Deng Pohe quickly cooled down. You have ideas, Hong Fan said tentatively, but was interrupted immediately. No ideas now, Jin Hong sighed. The drawings showed the precise structure of 3 weapons and a bullet. The first is a rear-loading steel rifle barrel percussion rifle, which can be loaded in a prone position through the firing pin. Because there is no need to ignite the propellant with the ignition, the air tightness is greatly improved. Although it has not been measured, it can be predicted that the accuracy, range, and rate of fire will increase dramatically. The second is a revolver with a 5-round cylinder, which can fire 5 rounds in a row. The third is a heavy double-barreled smoothbore shotgun with a medium-length barrel and heavy charge. Double shot, suitable for close-range combat by warriors. The 3 firearms use new paper shell-fixed bullets of different calibers, integrated with conical rear concave bullets, black powder, and fulminate mercury primer copper caps. It takes time to build a mercury fulminate production line. I estimate that it will take at least the middle of next year for initial mass production. However, the finished products produced in Hezhou have accumulated more than 100 kilograms of mercury fulminate, which will be delivered soon, enough to meet the small amount of bullets consumed in the early stage, Hong Fan explained. We have now recruited many Jinseaman warriors, so we can first make agile production of bullets and firearms, and adjust and optimize them bit by bit, Ralixon and Zheng Hao nodded. Although the 2 of them are only at the level of Guantong realm, because they came early and are proficient in craftsmanship, they have more weight in K-Mixing than some high-level Guantong or even Hunren realm in the later period. Things are just as Hong Fan expected. As passers-by who once had no weight in Jinseaman, they have achieved far more success in their careers and money in K-Mixing, and have gradually deviated from their positions. In many cases, they put the interests of the business before the sect. After the 4 new designs were explained, the craftsmen were intoxicated, but Hong Fan was still not satisfied. Although these guns skip the stages of front-loading and sub-loading of percussion caps, they are still far from advanced in the eyes of the time travelers. With Hong Fan's knowledge, it is not difficult to reproduce the structural drawings of bolt-action rifles or semi-automatic rifles. The key lies in a series of problems beyond the drawings. The first is the material. The manufacture of the recoil spring requires a silicon manganese alloy with a fatigue strength greater than 1500 MPa, which is far higher than the current carbon steel of 600 MPa, but the silicon manganese steel making method has not yet been introduced in Kyushu. In addition, continuous shooting will accumulate excessive heat, and high temperature performance of steel is also required. The second is processing capability. The gap between the piston and the air chamber of the gas-operated bolt needs to be controlled at 0.05 to 0.1 mm, while the processing tolerance of the current thread lathe is only 0.3 mm. Such a large gap will inevitably lead to gas leakage and the bolt cannot be driven. The third is gunpowder. The combustion residue rate of smokeless gunpowder is less than 1,000th. In contrast, black gunpowder has more combustion residues. It will clog the bolt after firing a dozen rounds, and it will corrode the barrel after long-term use. The above are just the main ones. Bolt-action rifles require all-metal fixed ammunition, mass-produced cartridges require a 100-ton stamping machine and copper zinc alloy strips, and the recoil structure requires lubricating oil, but Dahua now only has animal and plant oils, which will carbonize and jam the bolt at high temperatures. Thinking of this, Hong Fan felt powerless. After the stall was set up, the things he could change with his personal efforts became increasingly limited. Fortunately, new changes are also taking place. Last year, 7 new firearms businesses and 2 steam engine manufacturing workshops were opened in Liangzhou. And the wealthy and powerful families increased their investment in the mining and transportation industries. Whenever once Hongwen and Jin Hong mentioned in their letters that there were new competitors, Hong Fan was happy. The times are too big, and individuals are too small. If you want to move faster, you must work together to let the group that controls the resources taste the sweetness. At midnight, Hong Fan set out on the road of enlightenment. Behind him, the glass windows of the firearms laboratory were glowing with warm bright yellow flames, and soft snowflakes were swirling and dancing inside, If I have the opportunity to dominate a state, the first thing I have to do is to implement the patent law. Hong Fan thought so, spread his wings and flew into the air, flying towards Chori Palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Transformation. Shenjing is the meeting place of the 9 states and the core of the human race. There are countless major and important events concerning the world happening here every day. But even in Shenjing, the New Year is the biggest event. After confirming in advance that there would be no dispatches within a month, Hong Fan settled Shen Huang and others, and returned to Jinhei alone before the New Year to meet up with Aunt Liu and others who set out from Zhaijing in advance. Spring Festival couplets, reunions, banquets. The end of the 31st year of Zhang burned out on the noise of fireworks and firecrackers. There have been many changes this year. Jinhei City built the first branch of K-Mixing, with a total of more than 2,000 flintlock muskets and 20 new field cannons. The Hong family added 7 more masters, and with the strength brought back by Hong Fan from the Beisheng army, the total number of masters exceeded 120. Hong Shi and Hong Lai, who had long held a Mingshan and the red-faced Swanee, gradually became close to the innate fire aura, and broke through to the Heaven Man's sympathy one after another. After the Lantern Festival in the 32nd year of Zhang, the 3 new guns designed by Hong Fan were quickly finalized and put into production after several trials. Because it was the first of its kind, the new product was not repeatedly polished, but gradually improved through feedback from subsequent use. Even so, the performance of the new gun has made an extraordinary leap. The trigger success rate of the steel-rifled breech-loading striker rifle is over 90%, the effective range is 300 meters, and the rate of fire is 10 rounds per minute. The revolver is light and reliable. Although it is troublesome to load, carrying 2 of them can fire 10 rounds in a row, which is a qualitative change in firepower. As for the sturdy and durable double-shot shotgun, it is mainly designed for medium and short-range combat by warriors, using a smooth-bore barrel and an expanding lead bullet. Considering that the detonation speed of black powder limits the muzzle velocity to 400 meters per second, Jin Hong deliberately uses a 15mm caliber 60 grams heavy projectile with an excessive amount of black powder charge. Although it is not very accurate beyond 100 meters, the muzzle kinetic energy is as high as 4,800 joules, which is 3 times that of the M16 rifle. Under the scorching sun of early spring in Zhaijing, Hong Fan test-fired 3 rounds and saw 3 layers of leather armor penetrated and exploded under the critical hit, as if he saw the vision of his previous life from these creations. He immediately decided to subsidize the first batch of products at all costs, in order to run the production line as quickly as possible and send them to the hands of the people in the border areas of Liangzhou as soon as possible. With the input of many Jinxing warriors, K-Mixing produced more than 100 products before February 15th. Most of which were sent to Jinhei City for trial use first, and received wide acclaim. On the 3rd day of March, Hongfu Martial Arts Field. A 3-meter-high anti-stray bullet slope was built around the huge shooting range. The red-clothed cavalry, heavily armored and equipped with rifles, stood in the forest. Before you came back, the tribe had been practicing the use of the new gun. At the end of February, Hongbo led the team to the Great Swamp. In actual combat, they repeatedly seriously injured snake people from 200 meters away. There is a chance of a fatal blow from a distance of 100 meters. In addition, the bullets can be quickly replaced. The effectiveness of the new gun should be 10 times that of the old gun. On the viewing platform, Hong Wu leaned over and said to Hong Fan, unable to hide his emotion. In the past, we could hold out in a field battle with a ratio of 5 to 1. After the flintlock rifle, we had an advantage of 2 to 1. Now, in a small-scale encounter, we can win with a ratio of 1 to 3, the whistle sounded, and Su Ting, who had reached the peak, performed martial arts as a representative. Holding the shotgun with both hands, he walked and fired continuously from the waist, and the recoil was like nothing. 10 meters away, 2 hardwood targets with a thickness of 30 centimeters were as fragile as paper under the single-headed bullets, and exploded to the left and right. Swinging his gun across his waist, Su Ting tightened his gun belt, then pulled out 2 revolvers from his waist, and shot left and right while moving quickly, hitting 10 iron targets in 2 seconds and 10 shots, with crisp clanging sounds as fast as a line. Before the sound faded, The heavy axe had been pulled out from behind. Su Ting used the momentum of the charge to turn around and jump, cutting across the last 3 wooden targets. Warm cheers rang out in the martial arts arena. Hongbo has tried the standard shotguns sent from Zhejiang on the snake people. Unless they are fired at close range, the killing effect is average, but the power of the heavy single-headed bullet is really fierce. Hongwu clamped his hands and slightly increased the volume and the noise. The strength and vitality of the 3 and 4 sacrifice snake people are amazing. In the past, they could only be dealt with by the pure warriors, but with a heavy shotgun, I estimate that 3 tacitly coordinated Guantong realms are enough to take them down steadily. Hong Fan nodded when he heard this. The upper class of Dahua has always disdained firearms, mainly because firearms pose too limited a threat to middle and high-level warriors. The reflex speed of a warrior is generally less than 40 milliseconds, and they can maintain high flexibility while running at nearly 100 kilometers per hour, which undoubtedly exceeds the upper limit of mortals' aiming ability. But the snake people's most prominent skills and vitality just happen to offset the most excessive power of firearms. You must know that the muzzle kinetic energy of 5,000 joules with a steel bullet is enough to hunt elephants with a single shot. The tribe is not short of money now. I have discussed with Asheng that we plan to equip the family soldiers with new long guns in the future. For those above the level of penetration, a double-barreled shotgun and 2 revolvers will be standard. In addition, the clan school has also added a new shooting subject, which will be taught from the age of 15, Hongwu reported in detail, noticing that Hongfan showed a rare sign of fatigue. Su Ting had already left the stage. More warriors demonstrated various shooting techniques using special firearms improved locally in Jinhe. The special revolvers used by Fire and Thunder warriors are fired directly with true key, without the need for triggers, firing pins, and primers. An experienced person can fill a 5-round cylinder in 2 seconds. If it is not for the black powder being fired too many times, it is easy to explode. The firing rate of a semi-automatic rifle can be maintained for a short period of time. Water warriors can quickly cool and clean the barrel, and generally pursue long-term continuous firepower projection and pole kites. Gold warriors are one with a gun, and can grasp the specific situation of each rifling and repair and adjust it in time, so they often use long-barreled rifles to accurately shoot at a distance of 300 meters. That night, Hong Fan had a family dinner at Zhangguangyan with Huang, the garrison commander of Jinhe City, and Xu Meng, the general of Shackout Guard. At 11 o'clock, he met with friends such as Go Jingsha, Kui Yudang, Qi Xinqi, Zhang Fuqiu, etc., and set off to return to Zhejiang at 12 o'clock. The next morning, when he sat down in the meeting room of Kaming Bank, the business plan for the new firearms was already displayed on the table. 1. Breech-loading rifle manufacturing cost materials, wrought iron barrel, walnut stock, firing mechanism labor. 50 man-hours by a skilled gunsmith total cost. 5 tails, silver, retail price. 10 tails 2. Revolver manufacturing cost materials, revolver cylinder, alloy burr labor. 25 man-hours by a skilled gunsmith total cost. 3 tails 5 cents, silver, retail price. 7 tails 3. Double-barreled shotgun manufacturing cost materials, wrought iron barrel, birch stock, firing mechanism labor. 40 man-hours by a skilled gunsmith total cost. 4 tails, silver, selling price. 7 tails 4. High-end solution materials, black iron barrel, sandalwood carved stock, gold and silver decorations labor. 200 man-hours by a top gunsmith cost, over 100 tails, silver, custom price, over 180 tails. The directors reviewed and approved the business plan in the first hour of the meeting, and then discussed Hong Fan's plan to comprehensively search for and hire talents of gold-type warriors in Liangzhou. At noon, in the private room of Xingsheng Hall, Hong Fan met Liao Zhenghao, Lu Yunqi, and their immediate superior in the Liangzhou camp, Lu Ziyan, the third-rank commander. Lu Ziyan is an old-fashioned Yuanzi, and he is generous and generous, so he gets along well with Liao Zhenghao, who was promoted after a bloody battle. Lu Yunqi, because his grandfather had an old relationship with Lu, also joined his faction. Because Liao Zhenghao had delivered the message in advance, the meal was very special. Commander Lu has been in the army for a long time. He loves to drink and brag, and he looks up to those who dare to brag. Although there is no one in Zhejiang who dares to look down on Chixing, considering Hong Fan's age and experience, he did not regard him as an opponent at first. A bottle of fired jadeite burned into his stomach. Lu Ziyan started with how Shen Moi was abandoned by his elder brother in the war between snakes when he was young. He also talked about Zhu Hanren's 3 love affairs in his middle age, which were hidden behind his false decency. He also talked about how Suginian accepted all the courtesans sent by Liu Xiu and Liu Rui before Guan Qimei took over. Who knew that Hong Fan smiled and was prepared. He took a sip of the old wine and used Feng Guinding's Storm Lanshan and Feng Jiang's 5 Decays of Heaven and Man as a prelude. He then mentioned the 6 martial saints he had seen in person, and focused on how Wan Gish killed all the insectoids by himself. After all the twists and turns, not to mention Liao Zhanghao and Lu Yunqi, who sat there dumbfounded like 2 illiterate children, even Lu Ziyan was stunned and swallowed the anecdote of Zhang Dan who kicked the fuchsia sect that was about to come to his mouth. The meal opened the eyes of the 4 people, so much so that the subsequent cooperation between Liang's Hao Camp and Kaming Hang was successfully negotiated with only a bowl of hangover soup, and the price of bulk purchase was set at 90% of the retail price. After the meal, the sun was warm. The willow catkins on both sides of Xianzhen Bridge fluttered like snow, dispersing in the spring breeze. Hong Fan had no time to rest. He just took a bath in Xingsheng Hall to remove the smell of alcohol and rushed to the instrument works to welcome the Mercuric Fulminate technical team from Huzhou. On March 23, Jinhei City bid farewell to the last frost left by the winter. At the North Gate, the hunting team led by 3 Hong family red-clothed riders returned in the morning light, and the camels were full of snake skins, snake blood, snake gallbladders, and herbs produced in the Great Swamp. Alice, if Old Bear had known earlier, I would have learned from you to bite the bullet and match the new gun. A total of 15 taels of silver earned you 4 snake men. A young man of 18 or 19 years old drove a bull cart and regretted it. With this old flintlock rifle, it's slow to reload and can't shoot accurately. I can't beat any of you, you kid is fickle-minded. That's not what you said when you bought it half a year ago. Old Bear rode on his horse, holding the double-barreled shotgun in his arms and rubbing it lovingly. The scales of a snake man can make 3 sets of leather armor, but unfortunately I didn't keep my hands steady and damaged the leather. I estimate that the price will be reduced by 30%. He pretended to be sorry, but he was actually showing off. If you can't keep your hands steady, practice more. A man rode up from the back of the team. It was the leader Hong Ji. When you dare to let a snake man within 3 feet and shoot its eyes, your marksmanship and courage will be. As the most accomplished person in the team, he fought against a 2-sacrifice snake man alone, and 2 single-headed bullets were fired to smash the latter's skull. Since the second young master invented the musket, the situation has changed greatly. On the top of the city wall, Hong Wu, dressed in a brocade robe, pressed his hand on the battlements, listening to the words floating in the wind. From last autumn to this spring, the 5 snake tribes within 100 miles north of the Jinhei Desert have all moved inland, and the outer edge of the Great Swamp is full of wandering hunting teams of our tribe. The current situation is indeed gratifying, but we must not forget to prepare for a rainy day, Zhang Sun on the side said. Mr. Zhang, there is no need to appoint me. The clan discussion after the new year has passed, and all expenses for the concrete hardening project of the northern city wall will be covered by my Hong family. Hong Wu laughed, and Zhang Zun was overjoyed to hear this, and bowed repeatedly. Today, the government office was closed, and the 2 walked side by side for another quarter of an hour, and each took a carriage to go home. In the long alley outside the Hong mansion, the red paper left by the firecrackers was scattered all over the ground, and there were still piles of tables and chairs from the buffet that had not been cleared. Just 3 days ago, March 20th of the 32nd year of Zheng, the 4th anniversary of the death of Hong Jian, the first patriarch of the Hong family, Hong Wu held a grand ceremony in the ancestral temple to offer sacrifices, and then announced on the spot that the duties of the patriarch would be passed on to his nephew Hong Shen. The incident happened suddenly, but it was also logical. With a burden lifted, Hong Wu felt relieved but empty in his heart. Although he went to the yamen to do his work as usual in the next 2 days, he could no longer be interested in the duties of the city judge that he had been diligently accustomed to for many years. He stopped the carriage and entered the clan residence through the side door. The old house in the middle of the first row was demolished to the foundation, and the half-built frames on the 4 sides were made of the best for wood. The clan school, separated by 2 rows of courtyards, was giving classes, and the chants of the foundation building fist continued. The faint sound of gunfire rose from the most remote new shooting range and hit King Kong's abdomen. Hong Wu turned the corner with his hands behind his back and suddenly heard a noisy voice from the side. followed by a tragic pig cry that was suddenly cut off. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in his empty mind. There will never be a more suitable time in this life. The next day, Hongwu first informed the clan, then sent someone to order a coffin, and then locked himself in the iron house with a burning pill that Hong Fan had sent back earlier. From then on, there was rain every day in Jinhei City, and white smoke rose from the iron house and the Hong mansion. Until April 13th, the painted coffin was delivered to the mansion, and finally a long roar resounded throughout the city. The iron house was opened, and Hongwu, who came out of retreat, was thin and unrecognizable, but there was a divine light in his eyes, and he had already climbed the ladder to heaven. At this time, the Hong family had 3 innates, 2 heavenly and human sympathetic, and 2 earthly divine weapons. It was already a top-level power in the full sense, enough to compete with the bottom of the second-class families. Chapter 474 Armor-Piercing Bullet. Time goes back to 10 days ago. April 3rd. Just after the beginning of summer, the thunderstorm in the Shenjing area stopped early in the morning, leaving fresh and moist air. Hong Fan left the city at dawn and flew over the Earth Eye with his sand wings. The lake is round and clear, just as its name suggests, like a green eye looking at the sky quietly, with large white reed beaches like eyelashes on both sides of the lake. The 16-mile-long Liguo waterfall hangs on the corner of its eye like a tear mark. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Hong Fan found an uninhabited wilderness to land. The intensive business work in Zhejiang came to an end half a month ago. After returning to Beijing to wait for orders, he focused on developing new killing methods. On March 30th, the latest issue of the Xianjiao list was released, and Hong Fan ranked 17th. Ji Xianji gave him a high evaluation of his all-round defense, control, speed, range, and group attack. First put yourself in an invincible position, and then specifically restrain the opponent's shortcomings with this trick alone. There are not many innate masters who can beat him. If we look further up, the highest priority must be destructive power. Over the years, Hong Fan has seen many Yuanzi masters. Their bodies are as strong as gold and iron, and they are even more integrated after condensing their true essence, similar to a main battle tank that can fly flexibly. Taking Feng Manian, whose defense is relatively weak in the same level, as a reference, the cannon is enough to break its defense, but it is just a defense break. To deal with heavy armor units, the first 2 weapons that Hong Fan thought of were armor-piercing shells and armor-piercing shells. Armor-piercing shells rely on kinetic energy to break armor. The first condition is a high initial velocity, and the second condition is a bullet core with extremely high hardness and density, such as tungsten carbide or uranium alloy. With the cultivation of Xianqian San, Hong Fan can achieve a maximum initial velocity of about 1,000 meters per second on the premise of fully storing energy and extending the barrel. The gap is too large compared to the conventional tail wing detachment and penetration, which is about 5 times the speed of sound. Several attempts have failed to achieve the desired effect. But as he shifted his attention to the direction of energy armor piercing, his killing method soon made a qualitative breakthrough. Compared with armor-piercing shells that rely on kinetic energy, the structure of armor-piercing shells is more similar to traditional artillery shells. The shells are equipped with cylindrical charge columns, which are destroyed by high-speed and high-pressure airflow perpendicular to the surface of the charge column after the explosion. The key to destroying armor lies in the energy-gathering effect. This effect was discovered at the end of the 19th century, that is, after the explosion of explosives. The explosion products basically fly outward along the normal direction of the explosive surface under high temperature and high pressure. Based on this principle, the shape of the charge column in the earliest armor-piercing shells was designed with a conical depression, so that the airflow generated by the explosion was concentrated toward the axis, greatly increasing the speed and pressure while reducing the effective area. However, the effect of the focused airflow was still too limited. It was not until the early days of World War II that people discovered that a thin metal copper cover could be placed on the conical depression of the explosive. When the armor-piercing shell designed according to this principle explodes, the energy is concentrated on the inner concave surface, compressing the copper cover to break it and then converging on the axis, condensing into a metal jet with a speed of nearly 30 times the speed of sound to impact the armor surface, causing the armor to liquefy or plastic flow and form linear perforations. To make an inappropriate analogy, the explosion of traditional internal charge shells is similar to the water coming out of a shower. Early armor-piercing shells improved it into a single-hole high-pressure water jet, and later armor-piercing shells mixed gravel into the high-speed water jet, and the penetration power can be imagined. Using the blazing fire essence instead of explosives, and the crystallized gravel sintered at high temperature as a metal cone cover, Hong Fan aimed at the boulder 10 meters away. The armor-piercing shell flew and detonated twice when it hit the target. The bright crystal sand jet penetrated the stone belly effortlessly and split the 1-meter-thick stone into 4 pieces. Ordinary rocks are no longer suitable for measuring such penetration. Hong Fan took out 30 pieces of ordinary forged steel plates produced by the Shenjing blacksmith shop from the cave under the cliff. Each piece was 1 centimeter thick and tightly overlapped. A moment later, thunder roared again in the wild. In the perspective of the innate master who was far superior to ordinary people, the crystallized projectile crossed 50 meters, cut out shimmering water waves in the sunlight, and detonated in the center of the steel plate. Hong Fan strode forward and saw the energy-focused jet opened a small hole as thick as a little finger on the 30-centimeter steel plate barrier, and then exhausted the remaining energy on the rock. Considering that the performance of handmade 100-tempered steel is only 1/3 of the average armor steel at most, the penetration of the current armor-piercing shells can only be comparable to the small anti-tank guns in the early World War II, but in any case, it has far exceeded the defense of ordinary yuanzi. The killing method that has been improved for half a year has finally been completed, but Hong Fan did not seem excited. He stood by the steel plate for a long time before remembering to record the experimental data. An hour later, he took advantage of the dusk to return. As soon as he passed the door of his house, he saw Shen Hong, who had been waiting for a long time and looked nervous, whispering in his ear. "Second young master, the Xiao Sal you ordered from Zhenluo Pavilion has arrived." Hong Fan quickened his pace after hearing this. April 27th. The sky Shenjing is bright and beautiful, and one spring enters the next spring. Outside the city, the blue sky is embroidered with white ribbons, covering the training ground of Shengaiyu military camp. Xiao Chu was wearing tight boots and a high ponytail tied with a purple brocade ribbon. She looked at a brand new revolver in her hand. "I heard about your Kaimingxing when I was in Liangzhou, and I also saw its propaganda banners on the street. I remember it said make the best firearms in the world." She pressed her finger into the trigger ring and turned it twice without any instruction. "These 3 guns are the best firearms at the moment," Hong Fan replied as a matter of course. "You have no say." Xiao Chu smiled and glanced at him. "Although we have a good relationship, military affairs are one thing and the other. If the things are not good, the Shengaiyu army will not buy it." As she spoke, she stomped her boots and raised a pile of earth more than 5 meters high 10 meters away. Then she clenched her fists and compressed the soft soil into rammed earth. The purple sky dragon transformation sutra can choose the spiritual energy element by itself, and Xiao Chu is the earth element. Under her true energy blessing, the soil is enough to have the flexibility of water and the performance of steel. But martial arts is qualitatively different from the power of the Star of Destiny. It is just using external objects as the medium and carrier of the true essence, and it cannot permanently change the nature of external objects from the root. Xiao Chu examined the bolt and saw that its appearance was as smooth as a mirror, and he was a little confused. "Where is the matchlock of this gun?" she turned and asked. "The matchlock gun is a product of Kaimingxing 2 generations ago. This gun uses paper shell-fixed bullets and is fired with a mercury fulminate primer. It can be used on ordinary rainy days." Hong Fan took the gun from her hand, pushed open the cylinder and loaded the bullets one by one. This cylinder is made of converter steel and is manufactured with the most advanced milling machine and screw cutting machine. The whole adopts a linkage rotary structure with a connecting rod and ratchet. After loading, you only need to pull down the hammer, and then every time you pull the trigger, it can fire. I call it a double action structure. He demonstrated step by step, and handed the ready pistol back to the other party with the muzzle facing down. "I don't understand the words you said, but it seems very powerful." Xiao Chu held the gun with one hand, felt the weight after it was fully loaded, and looked at the first target. The wind was blowing her ponytail. "I fired, please." The moment the ponytail fell, 5 gunshots in a row rang out on the training ground. There was a small hole in the center of each of the 5 rammed earth piles not far away. According to Hong Fan's standards, Xiao Chu's firing posture was extremely casual. He did not aim in a straight line, and his gun holding was not scientific. But the terrifying physical fitness and nerve reflexes of the innate warriors made up for everything. 5 shots in half a second. "Can you shoot so fast?" A guest official of the Shengaiyu army who was watching looked at Xiao Chu in surprise. His name was Lin Dahua, and he returned from the border of Guizhou after the new year. I didn't expect it either. At first I just pressed the trigger, but as soon as I took my finger back, the trigger was already rebounding. Xiao Chu became more serious. Such a firing rate, and the accuracy at a distance of 10 meters is also acceptable. She walked to the gun table and loaded the bullets herself. Hu Zhuang, this time you will be the target. The commander of the princess's personal guard said nothing and stood 10 meters away in a few steps. Last winter, Hu Zhuang followed Xiao Chu to Hanshao for 3 months, and had many battles with the Sea tribe. Now his combat power has surpassed the initial stage of Yuanzi. He is over 2.6 meters tall and wrapped in thick fat. The elephant eater can bring strength higher than the top martial arts classics, has super resistance to abnormal conditions such as toxins, and has enough fat to provide endurance for continuous combat for several days. In addition, as long as he can continue to eat, the elephant eater can recover all injuries including limb mutilation. Of course, the increase in the power of the life star will not bring the ability to fly, nor can it offset the crow's feet that are gradually forming at the corners of Hu Zhuang's eyes. Another bullet was fired, with an initial velocity of slightly more than 300 meters per second, and was blocked by Hu Zhuang with his knuckles. He was naturally unharmed. This bullet speed is not fast enough for you, you can catch it with your palm, Xiao Chu said. The second shot was fired, and the lead bullet was crushed and shattered at the moment of impact. Hu Zhuang's flesh palm was hit with ripples like water waves. How is it? Xiao Chu asked hurriedly. It stung slightly. If it was a steel bullet, it might break my skin, Hu Zhuang pondered for a moment. Neither the speed nor the power is enough to threaten a congenital warrior, but if it were a pure realm, unless he was specialized in horizontal training, he would be injured. Continuous firing, rapid shooting, accurate, and easy to load. This is indeed the best firearm in the world, much better than the one made by this Hanshao weaponry supervisor, Xiao Chu exclaimed, staring at Hong Fan. Are all of them so good? They are all good, but yours is better, Hong Fan told the truth. Why is it good? Xiao Chu raised his eyebrows. It was specially checked by a gold warrior, Hong Fan replied. Ha! Xiao Chu pretended to be disappointed in a joking manner. I thought you made it yourself. If I made it, it would have exploded by now, Hong Fan also laughed. Hu Zhuang and the other guest officials and Shengaiyu army generals present did not change their expressions and turned a deaf ear to it. If we can have a few such revolvers, 3 mortal veterans will be able to kill Guantong. If we increase the number of people and switch to the more powerful double-barreled shotguns mentioned above, we will not have no chance against the Hunran realm, Kong Yuxun, the commander of the Longxiang camp of the Shengaiyu army, said excitedly. Chaixing is indeed extremely talented. He can make firearms surpass martial arts. He only mastered the low-level cultivation and specialized in military strategy and command. Hearing this, Lin Dahua and another innate guest Chen Fipeng were both uneasy. It can only be used in the power realm. Hong Fan took the initiative to smooth things over, making them look more relaxed. Half an hour later, all 3 new guns were tested. How much do you want for each of these firearms? Xiao Chu discussed with several generals for a while, and privately called Hong Fan into the room and asked. The rifle is sold for 10 taels each, and the other 2 are sold for 7 taels each, the latter replied immediately. Don't tell me the price, just tell me the cost. Xiao Chu crossed his arms and gave him a blank look. How can you ask that? Hong Fan laughed and sat down next to Xiao Chu. What's wrong? Princess Xian's mansion doesn't have any surplus food. Xiao Chu was relentless. Besides, given our relationship, will you make money from me? If your highness allows me to make money, I will definitely make money. Does that mean I can't make money? Such a good gun is unique. I have to make some money. The 2 of them exchanged a few words and soon made each other laugh. Although Xiao Chu often has to worry about money, she is of noble birth and doesn't like the merchant style of haggling over pennies. She would usually get angry when encountering such a situation. However, at this moment, Hong Fan's joke not only did not annoy her, but she found it interesting. Stop joking. How much do you sell it for in Liangshao? Liangshao camp will not look down on your gun, right? Xiao Chu calmed down and became serious. The price just quoted is the retail price in Liangshao. The goods supplied to Liangshao camp will be discounted by 10%, Hong Fan replied. Then let's also charge the same price for the Shengaiyu army. We'll pay for the shipping to Shenzhen. First, we'll bring 300 rifles, 100 revolvers, and 100 shotguns. You can charge the corresponding gunpowder, bullets, and propellants at the original price, she said it in a bossy tone. Just a little extra, you have to send some firearms instructors over, and also station a few gunsmiths in the Beijing camp to teach troubleshooting, emergency repairs, and the like. Of course, firearms are more dangerous to use than cold weapons. What you just said is included in the free after-sales service, Hong Fan agreed. After the big talk, the two of them curled up in their chairs, both of them with mixed thoughts. In the long silence, only the cicadas outside the hall and the soldiers' training calls farther away in the parade grounds kept ringing. Many scenes from the past few years flowed through Hong Fan's mind. Jin Heki was drunk with Wen Hongwen and Jin Hong at the Yemen, the late spring drizzle outside Tinghe Pavilion soaking the sunset, and the long reed road outside Duanli City sending Tang Xingqing back home. After a few minutes, he came back to his senses from his daze, stood up to say goodbye, and was pulled by his sleeve. He turned around and saw Xiao Chu's burning eyes. "What level do you want to achieve with firearms?" she asked suddenly. Hong Fan suddenly woke up. "Innovation is half a matter of destiny, and it is not up to me to decide," he evaded. "Not necessarily. Firearms can only hurt the power realm at present, but I can see that this is far from your goal," Xiao Chu flatly denied. "From the killing method to the firearm, I feel that you are actually taking the same path. I am not very knowledgeable in this regard, but I don't understand it very well. But now the things that Kamingxing has done are not what you have achieved in the killing method." Hong Fan was surprised by the other party's sharpness and was speechless for a while. From single-shot iron balls, to accurate long-range shooting, to rapid continuous shooting, I heard in Liangshao last year that Kamingxing was working on shrapnel shells, right? When a shell hits, it explodes violently. What's the difference between this and your cannon? Now that pistols can fire continuously, will cannons be able to do so in the future? Xiao Chuiyu asked questions in a series of rhetorical questions, with a hint of meaning. Hong Fan seemed to smell the rust of iron and blood. The better the firearms, the easier it is to fight against foreign races, and the fewer people will die in the war. He did not answer directly. But firearms are just tools. Once they are in people's hands, you can't control who they point at. Xiao Chu frowned. A gust of wind passed by the door, sweeping away the sound of fluttering flags. Hong Fan was interrupted by a sudden laugh as he was considering his words. Everyone has his own ambitions. Guan Kim has one, Duan Xiaonan has one, I have one, and you naturally have yours. Xiao Chu glanced at him gently, then lowered her eyes. Her eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. "I can't see things that are too far away, so it's useless to talk about it, but the 3 firearms you demonstrated today have enough power to impact the authority of the middle and lower level warriors. I'm afraid that in 3 to 5 years, it will be common for mortals to kill low-level warriors with guns. Your Highness is worried that I will be impacted by low-level warriors? Or will the court react?" Hong Fan responded immediately, obviously thinking about this question a long time ago. "That's not necessarily the case. You are already the top combat power in the innate world, and your influence is not small. No matter how many warriors who have mastered the holistic realm there are, how can they affect you?" Xiao Chu tapped the table lightly with her nails to accompany her thinking. "But this is a useful excuse. When the business scale of Kaminghang expands rapidly, it will inevitably become the target of public criticism, and there will be many people who want to pick peaches." She raised her face again, and her calm eyes were full of the stern seriousness of the leading princess. "You have made friends with many people and woven a large network, but in my opinion this is just a trick. Warriors are not good at doing things, but they are all good at killing. In this world, if you want to make any situation bigger and more stable, your own strong cultivation is the most important prerequisite. Apart from that, there is nothing else worth relying on, not even my surname." Hong Fan nodded solemnly. "Your Highness, this is good advice, that's what I think." Xiao Chu rolled his eyes at him again. "Your birth is low, and you have risen quickly. Your situation has changed dramatically in a short period of time, but you must not forget that there is still a long way to go in the future. You must take every step steadily. If your cultivation can't keep up, you might as well do the icing on the cake slowly." She stood up and walked to the door. She couldn't help but cast a concerned look back, but found that Hong Fan was also looking at her, so she turned her head away unnaturally. "There is one more thing. I am a princess. After discussing things in the future, remember to let me go first." Xiao Chu left quickly after saying this, and felt her cheeks burning in the sun. Chapter 475, Wasted Time. 2 days later, April 29th. The night was like a silent black crow, standing on tiptoe on the wall. Hong Fan sat under the moon with his shirt open. On the stone table beside him were 2 exquisite porcelain bottles, one empty and one full. There was a poison in the bottle, called Kuchuoku, taken from the rare sea snake in the South China Sea. Mortals who were poisoned would die instantly, but after mixing with the true essence, it could dredge the collateral meridians. The medicine has miraculous effects, but it is rarely used. One reason is that it is expensive, costing 200 strings of cash per dose, and the other is that the side effects are not small, which will leave the user with permanent liver and kidney damage. Hong Fan had taken Kuchuoku for more than half an hour, and at this moment, the collateral meridians of the heart and stomach were immersed in the spicy and burning pain, which could only be slightly relieved by the cool night breeze. After the martial arts entered the innate realm, the physical operations involved had become so subtle that ordinary elixirs and precious materials could not provide help. At this time, if you still want to rely on external forces, you can only use some strange methods. Therefore, from March to now, all the 4 auxiliary materials used by Hong Fan for cultivation have strong side effects, the most serious of which is the Xiao a month ago. This medicine is the juice of a precious tree species in Chongshan. 300 strings of cash can only buy 1 penny of it. While softening the blockage of the collateral meridians, it will damage the main meridians. The bitter effect of the medicine slowly faded, and the burning pain moved from the collateral meridians of the heart to the waist, turning into soreness and swelling. Hong Fan's mind echoed Xiao Chu's warning 2 days ago. At the beginning of the year, due to the busy business of K-mixing, he did not feel deeply touched. However, as the hard work of nearly a year of unremitting hard work has not produced any results, the anxiety and confusion suppressed in his heart for a long time gradually broke out. Reading the history of this world carefully, whenever the disputes between the aristocratic families and sects reach the most intense, assassination and ambush will become routine means. If you are not a martial saint, or at least a second-level celestial being, you are not qualified to talk about establishing your own sect. Of course, compared to other warriors who have reached the upper limit of their talents, Hong Fan still has 2 last resorts. One is to hunt dragon heirs to obtain dragon soul fruit, and the other is to participate in high-intensity wars to plunder vitality, but now is not the right time. After thinking it over and over again, Hong Fan remembered the old story of borrowing Xiangxin pills to practice martial arts. At the beginning of the yin hour, the first dose of the bitterness of the waste time was gone, and he took the second bottle. This time the pain was more intense, which also indirectly showed that the meridians in this body were particularly narrow and blocked. More than an hour later, at dawn, Hong Fan used his internal energy to see that 90% of the 4th innate combination had been opened. Even so, it's not enough to break through, he sighed in a low voice, and truly felt the despair of countless senior warriors when their future was cut off. The shadow of the locust tree in the courtyard was sprinkled with moonlight, chopped by branches and leaves. Seeing this, Hong Fan recalled Li Heming's crazy pleading before his death, and had a more complicated and unspeakable feeling. The blazing fire true essence was running at high speed. Compared with a month ago, the response speed and output power have increased, but every time it is the most intense, it will bring a faint stinging pain, which is obviously the accumulated hidden injuries. Let it be. Hong Fan had an idea and picked Xiao Tang Huang's dragon soul fruit. When the east sky was bright, the vast vitality had helped him to repair all the hidden injuries. After that, he broke through the barriers one after another and opened half of the 5th innate combination. On the first day of May, it was another year's Dragon Calling Festival. In the city of Shenzhen, there were sacrifices during the day and fireworks at night, and people sang and danced under the clear sky revealed by the rain clouds blasted away by the king of the mountain. Hong Fan and several purple ribbon colleagues accompanied him and lingered by the Earth Eye Lake for a day. Unfortunately, the ancestor dragon did not show up in the end, which made him feel regretful and relieved. Since this month, Hong Fan has basically given up regular practice and collected the dragon heirs of the aristocratic families and the major battles of the 9 borders in recent decades through the channels of Xiao Chu and the artifact supervisor. Prepare for emergencies. In mid-May, Xiao Chu left Shenzhen accompanied by Zhou Wenyang and Hu Zhuang. While inspecting the Shengaiyu army in Zhezhou, he raised military funds along the way. Throughout June, Hong Fan and Shi Yuanwei witnessed 3 battles between the Xianjiao, all of which took place in the square in front of the imperial palace. The third battle, which attracted the most attention, was between Yishi, who had just turned 23 at the end of June, and Yin Wuxiang, who was about to be removed from the list due to age. The latter lost after 200 rounds. With this battle, Ye Shi was promoted to the 5th place on the Xianjiao list with his innate 5 combination cultivation, and ranked first in the same realm. Considering that the top 4 on the list were older, he almost locked in the top position in the future. Time came to the 2nd day of July in the 32nd year of Zheng. Hong Fan finally received the second summons from the Dahua's Hangwu Academy and arrived in front of Jianwei Yi Hall at the time of Chen. Birds chirped on the tiles. With his innate hearing, he could not hear a single word in the hall. Guan Qimei was extremely busy in the morning. Important people from all sides came to see him one after another, and it was not until an hour and a half later that it was his turn to enter. Going around the bookshelf, the documents piled on the wide table in the corner of the hall were about a foot high. Behind the table, Guan Qimei scratched his white hair, wearing a linen coat, and was not wearing shoes. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. What I want to say today is more time-consuming, so I let you come in last. As usual, he went straight to the point without polite greetings. But that explanation would have flattered ordinary people. Hong Fan had just stood still and was about to reply when he ran into Guan Qimei's questions. Do you know about the tax system of Dahua? I know it roughly, Hong Fan replied. Taxes are generally divided into HUD tax, land tax, and commercial tax. Corvée labor is divided into labor and military service. Jianwei Hall seemed to be shrouded in a dry and cold style. Standing across the table from the martial saint, Hong Fan felt that a solemnity like a battle activated his body and mind, and any frivolous selfishness would be exposed. You're right, Guan Qimei nodded. Today I asked you to come here to measure the land. When Hong Fan heard the word measure the land, he was immediately alert. As an engineer in his previous life, he only had a superficial understanding of history, but he had heard of famous stories like Hai Rucha Suji. There are 4 types of tax exemptions for land taxes in Dahua. Guan Qimei pushed a piece of paper written in cursive across the table. The first is official land, including royal land and military farms such as garrisons. The second is the estates of nobles, which have a designated number of tax-free fields according to their rank. The third is sacrificial land, with some of the land occupied by gods and Buddhist and Taoist temples exempt from 50% tax. The fourth is martial land, which can only be enjoyed by martial artists in the Qi realm, with 100 acres of tax-free land for the innate, 1,000 acres for the Yuanzi, and 10,000 acres for the Xianren realm, and often used for land owned by a family or sect. This system was not bad originally, but as Dahua enjoyed a longer period of time, there were more and more hidden fields and donations. So that the tax base of the court was damaged, but the aristocratic sects were thriving. He said this in a slightly anxious tone, and to Hong Fan it sounded like a new carpenter repairing an old house in a frustrated manner. Dahua was founded on martial arts, and the rank of nobility often corresponds to the realm of martial arts. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to earn a high rank. So in the final analysis, the hidden land issues in the second, third, and fourth items are all caused by the fact that the martial arts are stronger than the local government. We, the Martial Arts Academy, cannot handle the affairs of the noble families for the time being, but the Ministry of Martial Arts has the power to deal with this sex in judicial terms, and it is within the reach of the law. The words within the reach of the law made Hong Fan's heart tighten. I always feel that this is not something I should deal with at the innate realm. He thought silently. Dahua law stipulates that the sects and clans can deposit property, such as fields and houses. In terms of this system, their tax-free quota should be determined according to the number of martial arts masters alive. If the martial arts master dies, the tax-free land should be cancelled. But in practice, this is extremely difficult, and it is often a mess. Guan Qimei sneered. Have you ever checked the matter of measuring land before? Hong Fan interrupted. Of course we have checked. This is essentially a matter of competition between the central government and the local governments. How can we not check it? Guan Qimei nodded. Emperor Cheng, who founded the Martial Arts Academy 100 years ago, checked it. The current emperor also checked it when he first ascended the throne more than 20 years ago, but both had little effect. One is a technical problem, such as the complicated documents and the officials sent by the central government are not familiar with the local area. The second is the complex interests of the local areas and many obstacles. In the early years, Local officials falsely reported the small plots of farmland of civilians as non-tax-free land for warriors in order to deal with the court's investigation, which put a double tax burden on the poor. In fact, there was an opportunity in Zhangzhou 2 years ago. I sent people to try it out, but it didn't work. He paused, and seeing Hong Fan's ugly face, he added, "This matter is of great importance, and we can't expect one person to solve it at one time. This time King Zhao has a more mature opportunity, so I want you to pave the way for me." The second memorial written in small regular script was pushed over the table. The Qing Emperor Zhenzong of Kangxi City and King Zhao has passed down the Qing Emperor sword cannon, which is the highest level of the Yuanzi 4 levels. 150 years ago, when this sect was at its peak, there were 3 Yuanzi and 6 Xiantian in the world, and 3,600 acres of land were tax-free, which can save about 5,000 strings of tax silver a year. According to the information of the King Zhao military department, the Qing Emperor Zhenzong now nominally has more than 6,000 acres of land, half of which is tax-free. The amount of land hidden and private is unclear, but it is at least over 10,000. 7 days ago, Yang Kui, the only Yuanzi blue sky hanging sword in this sect, died of old age. Now a funeral shed has been set up in Kangxi City. According to convention, the body will be kept for 3 months, and after relatives and friends from all sides come to pay tribute, the body will be removed and buried. Hong Fan has experienced the burial process of Yuanzi strongmen several times. Generally speaking, the longer the body is kept, the higher the status during life, and it is also customary to publicly remove the body before burying it, otherwise the tomb will be constantly watched by tomb robbers, and it is difficult to rest in peace. So the mature opportunity that Shansang mentioned means that the strongest fighter has just died of old age and has not passed the 7th day of death yet. He realized this and found it a bit difficult to judge. Guan Qimei is obviously not a person who cares about reputation. Fortunately, Hong Fan himself is not either. Hong Fan, King Di Zhenzong has become a soft persimmon, and you are the hardest knife in Zishao. Guan Qimei said loudly and pressed his palm on the table. Personally, you have outstanding combat power, excellent character, both wisdom and skills, and you have gained worldwide fame in the past 2 years. In terms of identity, you come from a poor family in Liangzhou. Your parents are both dead, you have no teacher or sect, and you have no personal connection with King Zhao. In addition, you are a star god selected by Zulong, and anyone who wants to touch you will be more cautious. These words made Hong Fan a little confused. The first part was a kind of magic potion to boost morale. The middle part, both parents are dead, no teacher or sect, is clearly not a good word, and the last part, touch you and scrupulous, are even more difficult to understand. But no matter what, Hong Fan can fully understand the difficulty of measuring the land. Because in this regard, the powerful people in Jinhe City are not clean themselves. Take the Hong family as an example. There are about 2,000 acres of land hidden in the clan, some of which are used for Hong Jian's expired quota, some are falsely reported as wasteland and forests, and many are registered under the names of deceased civilians, poor dead households with lower tax rates. I am interested in you for this matter. What do you plan to do? Guan Qimei asked. I have 2 ideas now, Hong Fan pondered for a moment and replied. The first is to obtain all authorizations from all relevant deployments such as the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue before leaving. The second is to send people back to their hometowns immediately, and all the hidden land of my family must be written off first. With my current family business and prestige, this should not be difficult. It seems that I did not choose the wrong person. Guan Qimei smiled. But to do this, I still need a lot of manpower. Hong Fan spoke again. What kind of manpower do you need? Accountants and clerks. These are needless to say, and checking the land and verifying the evidence also requires manpower. In addition, these people have no power to protect themselves, and warriors are needed to accompany them, he said and looked at Guan Qimei, but the latter just shook his head. Land measurement has always been a major task that the Ministry of Revenue has wanted to do, but has not been able to do. Accountants, clerks and the like can be borrowed from there, but I don't have any warriors in Shenjing to transfer to you. Hong Fan was stunned when he heard this. The Zhao Martial Arts Academy does have a large number of law enforcement personnel, but the system is strictly limited to certain regions. Only the purple ribbon can enforce the law across states, Guan Qimei explained. When you go to King Zhao this time, I will of course allow you to dispatch the power of the local strongmen and the police rangers in the prefecture, But no one can guarantee whether those locals will benefit or harm in matters such as land measurement, and how much effort they can contribute. I remember that the headmaster is from King's Hao, Hong Fan tried. Yes. 50 years ago, I was still farming in the northern border of King's Hao, and 10 years ago, I was still the governor of the King's Hao Martial Academy. Looking at the land of Kyushu, my name of the Wheel of Life is the most famous in my hometown, but it is not something that can be done by issuing orders in the capital, Guan Qimei admitted frankly. It's too difficult. Hong Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it's not difficult, why should I exchange it for the fiery explosion code? Guan Qimei laughed. This burden is a bit heavy, but Yanhua helped you get the advantage last time. He has been friends with Du and Cheyenne for a long time, and he loves you and his family. You must know that catching an ordinary innate is not worth a thing for me. I will personally sign a contract with each purple ribbon, but I don't have time to manage all the daily tasks personally. Hong Fan, you are very capable, and the agreement only includes 4 things, which must be particularly difficult and important. Hong Fan was silent for a long time and did not reply immediately. Think about it again. Guan Qimei waited patiently. I can transfer people from Liangzhou, but it will take too long. Hong Fan took another step back. You don't have to use the villagers, there are better ways. Who knew that? Guan Qimei suddenly said casually. I heard that you have been helping Princess Xian train the Shengaiyu army recently. Hong Fan was really stunned this time. Across the wide table, he felt that the person he was talking to was not a contemporary martial saint and one of the most powerful people in Dahua, but a cunning old farmer. There are many kinds of farmers, and the one in front of him must not be the kind of Gu Yixin before he practiced martial arts. Countless information was scattered and reorganized in Hong Fan's mind. In recent years, Guan Qimei has relied on the power of the Martial Arts Academy to fight against various feudal states, sects, aristocratic families, and even local military towns such as Yanbiwei. In essence, he represents the central government and the local governments in the struggle for power. This is not a bad thing for the court. But from Xiao Chu's casual chat, Hong Fan could vaguely grasp that the emperor just wanted to stay out of it and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Although the aristocratic family was strong, Guan Qimei's martial arts academy was not weak either, and the two powers' mutual consumption was in line with the principle of checks and balances. So Guan Qimei wanted to use my relationship with Xiao Chu to drag the Xiao family into the water, or at least prevent them from standing on the shore. It was difficult for Hong Fan to describe his feelings at this moment. He attacked King Dizhanzong before Yang Kewei died and was not buried. This was taking advantage of someone's misfortune and adding insult to injury. He used Hong Fan to stir up Xiao Chu and Shengai Yujin's involvement, which was taking advantage of the personal friendship of his subordinates. In any case, these two things were against human nature, let alone fair and square. However, Guan Qimei not only did this, but he did not even hide his intentions. I understand, Hong Fan finally agreed. At this moment, he even suspected that Yanhua did not arrange the task of playing tricks on him out of his own will, but was ordered to pave the way for today's events. Okay, I can rest assured that you are here to take care of this matter. Guan Qimei nodded heavily. The lineage of the King Dizhanzong can be retained, but their hidden fields must be sorted out, and people must sign to admit their mistakes. In addition, be careful on this trip. Warriors are unruly and can do anything when forced into a corner. Is there anyone else who dares to attack Zishao? Hong Fan finally lost his temper and asked back. Of course they don't dare. Guan Qimei turned his back with his hands behind his back. But if they are really brave enough, I will plow the courtyard and clear the holes to end everything. From these words, Hong Fan heard the indescribable coldness and determination of the contemporary martial saint. To the King Dizhanzong, and to himself. The Tiki often mentioned that serving the martial arts academy was a transaction, and they were relieved for it. But transactions and exploitation have always been mutual. Hong Fan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and left. When he walked past a couplet, I wish to live a peaceful life, and there will be no heroes after me, he had a completely different feeling. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.